Let's get started. So I would like to say hello to everyone. Thank you really for joining us today. We're so happy to see you here with us. Of course, we have an amazing lineup of speakers that are eager to share their wisdom and experience with you. There's a lot of things that you just might not ever happen to have happened to you when it comes to email. You work in a specific business. You know, things are different depending on how many contacts you have, what kind of products you're selling, if you're actually selling through email or you're just informing people stuff. So today is going to be amazing. Please, I'm going to say it again, pen and paper, extremely important, or your Google Drive, wherever you write notes, because you're definitely going to want to come back and maybe show some parts to your colleagues or other business members of your team. So I hope everyone is doing well. Everybody has a lot of energy. You got your tea, your coffee, and that you're as excited as we are. We're happy to see you here, of course, and we really value your participation. So please feel free to ask questions and interact with us. It's extremely important if you want to learn or something is misunderstood or you like to dive deeper into it. Write the questions. We will answer them. So in a couple of minutes, we're going to start our event and dive deeper into email marketing. But first, let me check the connection. Can everyone hear me? Everything is good. I assume everyone can hear me. Everyone's kind of answering back. Send a plus sign if everything's okay. If not, I'll keep going. Perfect. So great. For those of you who don't know me already, my name is Yanna-Torry, and today I'll be your Email Growth Conference host. That's why I'm here talking to you, all of you wonderful specialists and marketing specialists. So as you can see, or at least you can, hopefully you can see, email and deliverability is my passion, and it's really an honor for me to represent these speakers today, who are my peers and good friends. I started my career in email about a decade ago, and now I'm a deliverability specialist and the CRO of Email Console. My personal goal is to democratize and simplify deliverability for everyone. As things continue and progress to being more and more difficult to inbox, the more I feel that there is a need for people to understand how things work and how email works. Because we're going to be talking about marketing today, strategies, things that we can do. But at the end of the day, if your emails aren't landing in the inbox, what is the marketing good for? We want to make sure that everything's happening correctly and that people understand how email actually works. It's a lot harder than just uploading a contact, creating a really pretty template, and pressing send. So now it's your turn. Please introduce yourself in the chat. What's your job position? Where are you from? What would you like to learn about email today? Write those questions down. The Selzy team is going to be picking them up and making sure we answer them either here or during the correct presentations. Okay, from a lot of people, Germany, Brazil, we got so many places. This is really exciting. So please make sure if there's anything, the Selzy team is there to make sure we can answer your questions now or a little bit later when it's the right time. So let's go back to the conference. The Email Growth Conference is all about strategies, tactics, tricks that you can use right now to grow sales with email marketing. It's extremely important. When we send emails, we're expecting something back from people. But first, we need to make sure that we're giving our audience members what they need, or else they're not going to be playing around with their emails too long. This is the first conference by Selzy, an email marketing platform. They worked so hard to put this all together. The speakers that are speaking here have amazing content. So allow me to briefly introduce Selzy, of course, the organizer of the conference. Selzy is a no-code email marketing service that makes selling with emails very easy, even for total beginners. It's a fully developed tool with all the features that you need for fully blown email marketing, no matter if you're a beginner, solopreneur, or a medium-sized business with established marketing processes. Selzy is an international team of over 80 plus people. People are in Ukraine and Cyprus and Thailand and France. I think there's also people in the Philippines. They're all over the world, and I can probably call their whole team true email geeks. You'll hear more details about Selzy and some specials that they have prepared for you. They're really, really awesome, I promise you, at the end of the event. We'll spend together 8 extremely exciting and intense hours, I promise, with 9 speakers, including me. I'll be talking about deliverability at the end. You'll hear the 9 presentations, and the speakers will have a lot of interaction with you after each session. We're going to have 10 minutes to ask questions to the speakers. So if we cannot get to them, don't you worry. We will be keeping them on the side, and we can get back to you with the answers, especially if they're very specific to you and your business. We'll have 2 coffee breaks and 1 long break for lunch. So don't forget to please follow the updates. They're going to be in the chats here. So don't worry about that. We'll remind you when to come back or when to be ready for the next speaker. And of course, follow the updates in the comments because you don't want to miss any of the bonuses that are going to be shared. I know that Selzy is going to be sharing some. I know some of the speakers as well from the companies they work for. This is going to be amazing. So keep your eyes on the chat. And first things first, before we get this started, it would be really interesting to see you guys come to a close Slack community. Selzy is inviting you to a Slack community where you can ask even more questions during the event, after the event. And of course, it is for email marketers, general marketers, entrepreneurs, and anybody else who does email marketing or tells you what to do when it comes to email marketing. So if you got a boss that might be telling you to buy lists or send more and do things that you're like, no, I don't think this is a good idea. Or if you see some ideas from other email geeks that you can use in your business, bring your managers, people that are part of the email flow are not only the specialists like you all who do the work. Sometimes it's the business owners, some managers, some CMOs and CROs that are making email decisions and they don't maybe know everything about email. So invite them there as well so they can communicate and they can see what everyone is saying. And of course, the Selzy team is going to be there to answer any questions related to email and deliverability. Woo, Kate is here. So perfect. So Kate is on the side here. I'm really excited. I'm like, heard her voice, as you can see, like amazing woman. But we're going to start here with the Selzy group. So the link is going to be put in the comments so that you guys can join during the event, after the event. Make sure to ask questions about email marketing. It's extremely important. And you're going to be getting answers from experts. We're not here to like sell everything to you. We're here to make sure that you're going to be good senders and that you can get those emails in the inbox and get people to actually do something with your emails, not just open them and forget about them. So we all know how hard it can be to get actual advice. So simply Googling stuff might not always be the easiest. So Selzy made this community for you all to ask questions directly to experts and not stress out when you're Googling things and you're not really sure if the internet is lying to you when they tell you you shouldn't be using exclamation points or the word sales in your email. I can tell you now, you can put exclamation points and the word sales in your email. You see it in your inbox, don't worry about it. You can do it as well. So as far as our event goes, we'll put some useful goodies and resources in a special thread in the Slack channel. It's going to be called, if I'm not mistaken, useful resources. So you can access them very fast anytime you want. I highly suggest you join the group. I will be chatting and sharing information there. I've got a lot to say, as you can see. So I'll be sharing some resources here and there throughout the conference and later, of course. So, of course, Selzy would love to welcome you to the community. Please share your experiences, ask questions, get the answers, help other people as well. You might have some situations that happen to you that other people are experiencing at the moment. Go share, because when you have a question and somebody else has already lived the problem or lived through any issues or questions, they'll share them back with you. The goal is to make email marketing easy, effective, and of course, fun. We don't want to be running around our computers stressed to press send or pressing send one time too many. And of course, one more thing, all the conference attendees get a chance to qualify for a special bonus, a free email marketing audit or an email marketing launch or setup for your business by the Selzy experts. All you have to do is to fill out the questionnaire, which is already in the Slack channel in the general thread, if I'm not mistaken. And within a couple of days after the conference, the Selzy team will choose the lucky winners and do the audit or the email marketing setup and launch. So join the Slack channel. I'm telling you, there's a bunch of reasons why you should, and don't miss your chance for a free expert audit or launch. So the link is already in the chat, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I see some LinkedIn, some people are already sharing. That's good. Connections are the best way to learn and make sure that you're doing things correctly when it comes to email. That's how I learned with my previous job when I started at CakeMail. It was, that's how I became the expert that I am today. It was from the help of all the other email geeks and experts that nicely, with no solicitation, offered advice and help and knowledge. So join us. I mean, if I haven't sold this already, please join us. We invite you there and we'd love to see this so we can keep talking to you. So let me introduce the first speaker. The first speaker today is the amazing Kate Barrett. If you don't know who Kate is, I definitely suggest you Google her. Hello. Go read everything she writes about email. Go see everything that she does, anything that's pre-recorded. Definitely important. write it down. First note of the day, go Google, look for Kate Barrett. I'm so happy to be introducing you, Kate. Her topic today is going to be how a simple 5 email welcome series has brought an additional 45,000 pounds in additional revenue. This is amazing. Please tell me how you do it. I definitely need to do that with my list as well. This is a great topic. It's going to be a great topic to start the conference, if I say so myself. Katie's a speaker with a proven track record of over 15 years of experience. I was not even in university 15 years ago.
Oh, don't say that, Yanna.
Oh, come on. You have the expertise.
I'm
we
old
need
now.
leaders, right? You look amazing. Nobody would have even known. Okay, let's all be honest here.
I'll take that, yeah.
Kate's expertise in fashion, as you can see, has helped a large range of companies develop comprehensive strategies, implement, manage, optimize campaigns, and of course, solve complex marketing issues. Kate is also the author of the best-selling book, Intelligence, Email Marketing Isn't Dead. Thank you so much for that one. There's so much advice in there. We got a surprise for you as well, for the audience members, and I'm just really happy you're here. So I'm going to let you kick it off. How are you doing today, Kate? And I'm going to say goodbye, hide in the shadows for a little bit.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm doing well. I'm pleased to be here and really excited to be the first speaker of the day. I think it fits in really nicely with our topic of how do you start that relationship in the right way with your subscribers. So synchronicity is good. Can I switch to presenting my screen just so I can control it from this side? Is that all right?
Yes, I'll let the Selzy team take care of that. I won't have the power to do it.
I wonder if I can take over. Here we go.
Are you good to
just
go?
Loading up now.
Perfect.
Let me know when it switches over and you can see it, and then I can get started. Okay, fantastic. Is that showing on your screen now? Let me check if I go to the next slide. Is that showing for all of you?
I don't know if I'm seeing yours or if I'm seeing Selzy's shared one. Let's see.
Slight technical difficulties, guys.
I can keep talking about you. No problem.
No problem. Let me see if
best
I can
advice from your book was, as the one I used the most, I mean, everybody should be using it, was really understanding why people are sending emails. We tend to just send emails and we don't really have a good goal. Like, okay, we want to make money. Like, yeah, of course, we want to, interact. But a lot of people, when you really ask them, no, but what is the purpose of this particular email? They kind of just like, to send emails. And it's like, oh, there you go. We need better goals. That's my favorite one. Definitely, people should be definitely using that piece of advice more often when they're making decisions of pressing the send button.
Absolutely. So, right, while we're figuring that out, we can kind of carry on and I can talk you through as we start and get the technical bits sorted out. But I'll do a little introduction to myself to start with. My name is Kate Barrett and I'm the founder and CEO of eFocus Marketing. Oh, here we go. I'm just going to share my screen with you. Here we go. That should be loading up anyway.
And I'll talk to you later.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, as I said, my name is Kate Barrett. I'm the founder and CEO of eFocus Marketing. And as Yanna said, I've been working in email for well over 15 years, working with a range of businesses from small entrepreneurs just getting started all the way through to some really big name brands that you can see on your screen right now. And I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of email marketing. And what I wanted to do today was to bring you a story of something really good, how we took something from where it was, optimized it, expanded on it, really understood our audience and saw the success from it. And as Yanna mentioned, I am the author of the best-selling book, Intelligence, Email Marketing Isn't Dead, the way you're using it is. So stick around until the end of my seminar and I'll give you a little surprise gift around that as well. So what are we going to be looking at today? Well, the first thing I just want to get us all on the page. Why are we welcoming those new subscribers? What are we looking at here? Then we're going to have a look at planning your series and the content within that. How do you lay it out? How do you engage that audience as you move through that initial journey with them? Subscribers expect to be engaged from the start. When they sign up for emails, 74% of consumers expect a welcome email as soon as they subscribe. It's something that is now kind of commonplace practice, whether it's done well or not. And I see a lot of welcome emails in what I do. And there are elements that are missing that would really entice the subscriber. So I see a lot of welcome emails that, although they're sending them, which is great, so they're meeting that expectation, don't do anything else within them other than say, thank you, you're now subscribed. If you're lucky, you might get a call to action button clicking through. So we really want to take it beyond that. We want to understand what our subscribers need and how we can build that relationship to start driving them around the customer life cycle. Now, this is sometimes called the customer journey, customer life cycle, and I define it in 5 key stages. So let me just talk you through those. The first stage is acquisition, and that's where we're going to be focusing today. Those first steps of a potential customer finding out about your brand, coming through onto your website, signing up for your emails. Now, when they do, you get the opportunity to then nurture them, take them through that relationship, that consideration stage, and pull them through what they need to know to get to purchase and experience. Now, depending on your business, that consideration stage could be 2 seconds, they're going to go and buy a pair of socks, or it could be a 6-month, 12-month consideration process. And that's where you can then adapt these strategies and timings and what you do to fit the needs of your business as well. Now, into purchase and experience, we're not focusing on this today, but just give you a little bonus tip. This is where I see a lot of businesses going wrong, both B2B and B2C, but mainly B2C. Now, what we're doing here is when we get the purchase, we quite often send confirmation of your order, shipping confirmations, those kind of standard messages. Maybe you've even got a review message in there. But let's expand this. How do we make that purchase experience so good using email as the channel to deliver that, and potentially other channels mixed in a multi or omni-channel approach, of course. But how do we make it so good that it makes that loyalty stage where we want to be driving them back to buy again really easy? Think about how you can really understand how can you support your customers once they've made a purchase. What do they need to know? Not just upsell and cross-sell, but helpful experience to expand that. Then, of course, loyalty and advocacy, getting them back again, getting them to buy again more frequently, increasing average order value. All of those types of elements are coming into that loyalty stage. And then inevitably, there will be people within your list that go inactive, either with your brand to buy or perhaps just with your email program, and you need to reactivate them. Now, one thing to mention here is that the consideration stage and the loyalty and advocacy stage are very similar. So your BAU emails where you're sending out offers, or if you're doing an informational monthly newsletter, for example, may go to a segment of your audience, but it will go across people who haven't purchased and those who have. Now, those messages will be probably very, very similar for both of them. Maybe you use dynamic content to bring in an offer for those who haven't purchased versus something different for loyalty for those who have before. So dynamic content and using the tools that you have and the data that you have to change your content depending on where people are at in their journey with you. So that gives you a little overview of the whole customer life cycle. But as I said, today, what we're focusing in on is that very first stage and starting your relationship off in the right way. Now, here you've got a couple of examples of sign-up forms on the screen. Of course, you need to make sure that that process is optimized. We're going to come back to that and touch on that in a little while, in a few minutes, very, very briefly. But what we're looking at here is what happens after the sign-up form. And after the sign up form, what we're looking at is welcome emails and a welcome email series. And that's really what I want to talk to you about today and show you how that can be a really successful strategy. Not just a one-off email and then into your normal sales emails or informational emails, but a series designed to take people on a journey during the first period of their relationship with you. So this isn't somebody who's made a purchase. That would be a post-purchase onboarding series, which may bring in similar elements along the way. This is for people who are perhaps signing up for an account, but not actually making a purchase. You can have a slightly different version for that. But generally, email-only signups is what we're talking about here. How do we welcome and onboard them? So the very first step in that process is the first email that's received immediately after somebody signs up. It's that welcome email. And you can see some examples of those on the screen here. It's welcoming and thanking the new subscriber. It's then giving them the opportunity to start exploring your brand from that very first moment. And these emails are powerful. You have to think, the subscriber right now has just found your brand, potentially, has seen your email sign-up form, and you've been convincing enough on that sign-up form for them to say, yeah, I fancy signing up to this. I fancy finding out a little bit more information about that. And that's where you need to realize that their attention is in one of the strongest points that it will ever be. They're open to that information. They've positively said, yes, I want to find out more. And that's where we're letting them down if we don't provide them the information that they're looking for. So these emails work. They're at that moment of high engagement. Now, on average, and again, this will be different for every business, but some general statistics around welcome emails: 4 times the open rate, 5 times the click rate of your standard marketing campaigns. Much more engaging. You're going to get more eyeballs on it, more opportunity to drive people through to your end action. And more importantly, people aren't just opening the email, they're actually reading it. So where read rates can be tracked, these types of emails have a 42% higher read rate. They're really capturing people's attention. Now, the really interesting thing is that this doesn't just last within that first email. It goes forward, and it really talks about setting that relationship off on the right foot. Because if you do that, subscribers who receive a welcome email show more long-term engagement with a brand. 33% more long-term engagement. Setting that relationship off on the right foot. Think about it like dating. You wouldn't go on a date with somebody and jump straight in with, here's a ring, will you marry me? Got to, warm it up, get to know each other, understand the different areas of each other's personality. And that's really what we're doing with this welcome series. We're opening up your brand personality and opening up your brand cupboard and saying, hey, this is what we have. This is what makes us awesome. And if you can do that, you're going to engage those customers for much longer and make them customers. Now, again, it's not just a single welcome email. It's not just a single welcome email leading to that long-term engagement. It's also as you move through the series. But it's not just engagement in terms of opens and clicks. This directly transfers into revenue. So offers can create a 30% uplift in revenue in these types of campaigns compared to those without. Now, we need to be careful with offers. We don't want to overuse them. We don't want to cheapen our brand in any way, but testing an offer, an exchange of value, sign up for our amazing emails and you'll receive tips, tricks, offers, whatever that is, and 10% off your first order. That can work really well. So you can test percentage, pound, free delivery, access to a free guide, whatever that is. And on average, these types of emails, welcome emails, generate 320%. I'm going to say that again, 320% on average more revenue per email than normal promotional emails that you'll send. This is your time to get it right and really engage your audience. And we can do that through this series of emails. So we don't just have to rely on that one email to generate all of this extra engagement. And we don't have to put everything that we want to say all in one email. We can really extend past that welcome email and use a series of emails to highlight key elements of your emails, what they're going to receive, what they can do through your program, if they're going to get exclusive sales offers before anyone else, for example, or access to something someone else doesn't get. Your website. So let's say if you have some kind of tools on your website that they can use to help them get inspiration or find a better deal or whatever it is, exposing them to those tools. You know they're there. Your potential customers might not. And this is your opportunity to really lay that out. Perhaps it's your product categories. Perhaps it's driving them to your blog for inspiration. Whatever it is, we've got this opportunity now, not just in one email, but over the first, and here we go, 24 hours and 30 days after somebody subscribes. So note that down if you didn't. This is the time period that's really critical after sign up. The first 24 hours and the first 30 days after somebody subscribes. We want to build the interest within those periods. We want to really engage them, but without overwhelming them. And that's where we can break it up. Now, extending the series has a lot of benefits in terms of your metrics as well. So the report that you can see on the screen, the metrics there, said that the second, third, and fourth mailings in a series outperformed promotional mailings sent during the same time. So they still, even at the second, third, and fourth emails in that series, still outperformed the general promotional messages being sent. So only 1% of retailers on the Internet Retailer 500 sent a series of automated welcome messages. So if you're not doing it right now, you're not alone. It's okay. You can steal all of the tricks that I'm about to give you of how to figure this out and plan it out and make sure that you are not in that 1%, that you are sending those series of messages. Retailers that sent that series of messages saw a 13% increase in revenue compared to the original welcome email. So even compared to that very first email being sent out, building that relationship, building that messaging over the first 30 days saw a massive increase in revenue for those retailers. So this is really low-hanging fruit. This is something that you can go and do straight away and have an immediate impact on your business. And that's exactly what we did with our clients. So let me introduce you to this case study. So unfortunately, I can't share the client name, but I can share these details with you. So it was an online homeware retailer that we were working with in the last year or so, really helping them to optimize their entire email marketing strategy. And one of the first things we saw was that their current welcome series only had a single welcome email in it. Now, they had two versions of that. They had one for when someone was signing up on the website, email only sign up, and one that was slightly different and that was sent if somebody signed up an account, but neither had purchased. Now, what we found was that even with the welcome email that was set up, especially the email only sign up, there were issues with the rendering in Gmail. It was getting cropped at the bottom where the code is too big. The discount code wasn't working. There were just so many issues with it. It really wasn't working for the business. What we also found was that on the email list, when looking at analyzing that and thinking about where is there a problem here with getting people through to that first purchase, we found that over half of subscribers hadn't yet made that first purchase. So big opportunity there to make sure that as somebody is signing up, they're getting the information they need to let them drive through. They're telling you they're interested. Now we've got to provide them with that information. And that was exactly our goal when working on this project. It was to bring new subscribers back to their website, to the client's website, make that good first impression, start to build a relationship and really motivate the subscribers to make that first purchase as soon as possible, to give them the information that they needed to get them there faster. So it really was a project that we could dig into and start to look at lots of different elements. So this is where I want to now talk you through some of the key elements that we looked at when planning out this new series for them to extend from the single welcome email out into a much longer, more comprehensive series. So the first step, the first thing that we always do when planning any type of series is to think about, what are your objectives? So for us, what are our clients' objectives? What are your brand objectives? So we think about, what do you want to achieve with the series? Different brands will have different things they want to achieve. It might be, and for most of you, this will be the case, that you want them to go and buy something from you. You want to get that first purchase. But it could also be that you want to get them to sign up for an event, register a demo, get on a call with you or your team. You've got to understand really clearly, by the end of your welcome series, what do you want them to have done? Because if you can understand that, what is that goal, that call to action at the end? Where are you driving them to? What you can then do is create those micro steps in your series going backwards to the point of sign up that are going to get your subscribers there. And what we're looking at to figure out what those micro steps are is, what are their objectives? What are your subscribers, your potential customers? What do they need to know? What do they need to think? What do they need to feel before they're ready to buy? And of course, what did you promise on sign up? Because one of their objectives is going to be to get whatever that promise is, whether it's a free guide or a percentage off their first order. That's going to be one of the drivers that you can use, one of their objectives, to pull them through. So when you're thinking about, what do your subscribers need? Look at your frequently asked questions. Speak to your customer services team if you've got one. Look at social media conversations going on. Look at your Google Analytics. Look at your website metrics. Which blogs or which pieces of inspiration are the most popular on your website? What are the type of terms being used in your industry on Google? So what we did here in terms of the case study was, for our client, it was in terms of their objectives, it was to drive somebody through to the first purchase. And for the subscribers, what they needed to do was they needed to understand the range of products that the homeware was offering, the homeware retailer was offering, because you wouldn't necessarily know. They've got loads of gorgeous products, but you have to be able to pinpoint and drive people through to where they might have interest, take them through to specific offers, best-selling products, give them that range of categories, for example. And they also wanted, their subscribers needed to know they were in control of that, because there was a lot of different categories offered on the website. One of the things that was important to their subscribers was only receiving information that they wanted, that was relevant to them. So interest, preference data, taking control, that was important to our case study audience as well. So not only can you understand their objectives in that way, and the subscribers' objectives, but you also need to dig into your data and make sure you're collecting the right information about them. So you can do that from your sign-up forms, from the very first step in that relationship, and consider, what is that business critical piece of data that if you knew it, you could alter your welcome series based on the segment of people. So for example, for a homewares retailer, it could be interest data. Are you interested in home furnishings? Are you interested in smaller items? Are you interested in Christmas products? Finding out that piece of information means that the client can then tailor that content straight away for people who have answered differently in that way. And you can also dig deeper into other areas of your data. So I like to call this the data pyramid. So you've got that collected on sign up, asked for, known data right at the bottom there, creating your solid foundation. But then you can bring in cultural data and contextual data from external sources. You can bring in behavioral data from your website, from previous emails that you've sent, from other marketing channels, purchase data for conversion data from what they've been actually doing with you. And then you can analyze all this information, whether that's through artificial intelligence, perhaps you've got a data team in your business, perhaps it's you that can merge these elements together to create new data that's going to help you to understand your audience, what they need, when they need it, and how you can segment and personalize these welcome campaigns right down to that person. Now, a lot of the content in these welcome campaigns will be slightly more general. It's kind of setting the scene, but perhaps it's that you do it in a slightly different order, depending on what they need and what that business critical data has told you. Perhaps it's that you bring in more information based on what they've browsed on your website as they're going through the series, or what they've clicked on within previous emails of that series. You need to start at the beginning, properly set those expectations from the start. If you can, how often are they going to receive emails from you? So this is stuff that you would have had on your sign up form potentially as well. Reiterate those benefits of subscribing, and really importantly, give them that next action to take. Okay, in every email thing, okay, so where are we driving them to? What's the micro action that's going to take them through to overall taking them to our bigger goal of actually converting to a sale? So a micro action could be clicking through to a blog post for inspiration. It could be clicking through into a product category to explore what's in there, exploring individual products. All of these elements, we need to make sure that our series builds up over time and treats those new subscribers differently, maximizes those opportunities for engagement, builds that relationship, makes it positive and meaningful, and we educate the subscriber over that series. So here's an example for you. So here's one that I received from Shopbop. So you can see some of the subject lines coming down the screen on the right-hand side there. And then these are the emails that were then sent. So here we've got a series of 5 emails, not necessarily the best designs, but let's leave that aside for now. But what we're looking at here is, I love how particularly in the first 3 emails, they say step 1, step 2, step 3. They're leading you through a process. They're calling out key elements in each email as they go through so that you can really understand what their offering is. They're building that content up, highlighting different areas of their service as they move through that series. So some content ideas on the screen here. So you could invite people to connect on social media channels. That could be an email that goes out. Could even be a pod that goes into the footer of the other emails that are sending as well. Get that conversation going and get that omni-channel approach. Could be that you prompt them to give you a bit more information about themselves so that you can make these emails even more personal going forward. Highlight those key website or product category features, as we said before, and really encourage the purchase and think about how you can do that. Give them inspiration, show them customer favorites, remind them of the offer that they got on sign up. That's a key thing to keep moving through your series as well. We've talked about setting expectations of frequency. And of course, if you've got a loyalty program, this is a great way to introduce it, because that's a key benefit of working with your brand if you do, and how they can access that. Some more examples on the screen here for you. This is a series from eBay. And what I really loved about this series is, again, it builds up that messaging over time. At the top of each of these emails, like you saw in the last one with step 1, step 2, step 3, every email in this series is tracked by the bar at the top, showing you how many emails are in the welcome series and where you are on that. So it keeps them up to date. It lets them realize that there's another email coming. There's something else to learn. There's something else that's going to be interesting for me that could be really useful with eBay. And then they also, at the bottom of their emails, highlight some of their core benefits. So here what you can see is in the 5 emails that are highlighted, they're really pulling out that great service. But what I found really interesting was in the one email in the series that focused on being a seller rather than a buyer, that's where it then switches and has the specific seller call out point. So again, be careful with that information you're putting in. Make sure it's relevant. Make sure it fits with your messaging. And this has a really clear messaging strategy throughout each of these 6 emails, which I love. Because that's what you've got to think about. How do these messages work together? How do they work together in a flow? And it could be that you create a simple series plan, an example for you on the screen there. And then if they don't purchase or at any point during the series when they do, that series would stop and they would then enter your normal BAU emails that you send regularly. You might want to do that as your first stage. If you haven't done anything yet, then definitely just, extend out to that and think about that data you can collect to personalize it. You could go a little bit further. So I've redacted some of the information on this because this is actually another live client email example that I've worked on recently. But what you can do here is really start to think about, how do we personalize? So this client, we created a strategy personalized based on the data collected on sign up. So that changes the series you go into. And we've even got an in-email poll and generating that live information to again change the series on that bottom flow there as well. Now, really key to this and key to the case study that we're looking at specifically for today is that there's personalized information coming into these emails. So we're using dynamic content, we're using product recommendations to pull based on previous behavior on the website, information that was given on sign up, all of those elements to really personalize the content on a one-to-one basis as much as we can. So just to wrap us up for today, I want to give you the outline of exactly what we did for our case study client that I introduced earlier. So what we did was we extended that one single email. We actually extended it to a 6-email series. I'm going to show you an outline of this in just a moment. As I said, we use that dynamic content to really personalize that series. Now here you're saying, Kate, there's 8 emails on there. The ones in red were optional. Their client doesn't have a preference enter in place yet. They're just about to add one. So they'll extend it to an 8 welcome series when that happens. But here we've really thought about what is the content that a subscriber needs, personalize it based on that previous behavior, and drive people through to that end goal of making a purchase. And that's exactly what we did. So the case study and probably what brought you onto this session, in just 6 months, the client had brought in an additional $45,000, over £45,000 in additional revenue. But to break that down into some kind of deeper stats, our open rate was 53% higher and click rate 135% higher than the general emails they're sending. I think I've repeated that there as well. So we had the revenue per email was up 1,278% and the conversion rate up 1,178% versus their normal campaigns. So this works. Even a simple series can really help you to kick that relationship off in the right way. It really works. So the first thing you need to do is understand your customers, their needs at this stage, this initial stage in their journey. What are their worries? What are their fears? What do they need to explore? Plan that series out over the first 24 hours or first 30 days after somebody subscribes. And then, of course, implement it, but continuously test it and optimize it as you go. Now, I promised you a little free gift, so I've actually got a couple of things for you. You're going to get a free digital copy of my best-selling book, Intelligence. Selzy will be sending you out a link to be able to download that after the conference. So please do look out for that and jump on social media. Tell me what you think about it. If you love it, what you found most useful, I'd really love to know. And if you want to go one-to-one, if you want to know a little bit more about how we can help you build out your welcome series for your brand or any other email marketing questions that you might have, then feel free to book in for a free 30-minute consultation and the link is on your screen. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm absolutely happy to take questions now. So is there anything you'd like to know, anything you want to go into in a little bit more detail before we wrap up?
Perfect. We do have a really good question. So somebody asked, what if I get some good or zero sales for my welcome email series? What to do then? How do you re-strategize and rethink things?
Okay, so you've got 2 elements to look at here. You've got the data that's coming into your list. Are you attracting the right people? Are you getting the right audience coming in? Because if they're not the right audience, it doesn't matter what you do, they're not going to be likely to buy from you. Then you need to think about, if it is the right audience, what do they need? What are you missing? What do they need to know before they're mentally ready to make a purchase with you? So that's where you really need to start understanding and listening. So social media, customer services, go through your frequently asked questions. What do they ask? What do they need to know? What do they need to watch, see, experience before they're ready to purchase? And think about, from the data that you're collecting, how do you personalize that? So if you know that they're interested in men's clothing, women's wear, or children's wear, for example, you really tailor your content based on what you know about them or the behavior that you see as they're going through the series. So understand your audience, make sure they're the right audience, and then tailor your content accordingly. Those are the 3 steps.
Awesome. Amazing. And we have another question as well. And this, I would love the answer to that as well. What do you do if people unsubscribe from your welcome email series? How do you get them back?
Don't worry about it. Let it go. Don't worry about it. If a few people are unsubscribing, they're not right for your email program, for your brand. It might be that they want to interact on social media, not on email. I know that's sacrilege, but it happens sometimes. It's okay. Now, when it's not okay is if you're starting to get high unsubscribe rates. Because if your unsubscribe rates are creeping up to 1%, 2%, 3%, there is something wrong. Again, kind of go back to the last tip with either the data that you're bringing in, perhaps the expectations you're setting on sign up versus what they're getting, or the confirmation, the information that they're actually receiving it's just not connecting. So you've got to then go back to that beginning point. So yeah, don't worry if it's just a few, let it go. It's okay. Trust me, I've worked at companies. I remember right back at the beginning of my career, we would get replies that were very, very rude, let's say, from people. When you've got millions of people on your database, this is going to happen. You're going to get swear words sent back at you. You're going to get all sorts of things. You just let it go. If somebody's having a bad day, don't worry about it. And if they want to unsubscribe, fine. But look to see that you're doing the right thing if those unsubscribes are rising, because it's telling you something.
I love that answer. On the deliverability side of things, people always complain about the same things, especially when we're cleaning lists. And sometimes it's like the forms are not protected, so you're attracting the right people, but you're also, a bot is pushing emails in, and of course they didn't subscribe and they're getting annoyed. It's good investigation to do. If people are unsubscribing, you see them creep up, it's good to investigate, look at your forms, look at your advertisements as well. Because I don't know for you, but I subscribe to a lot of things because I want those like free PDFs. And it's not that I don't like the brand. It's just, how many emails can I read in a day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really interesting because, so I love deliverability. We're kindred spirits here. Love it. And one of the things that obviously impacts deliverability is complaint rates. So if somebody's pressing the spam or junk button. Now, I had a client, there's a case study on our website of a client where they were getting a really high complaint rate. They were getting blocked at Microsoft Hotmail. They were having issues with Gmail. It was causing a lot of problems. And when we investigated it and dug down into what was happening, we found that it was one source of data that was causing high complaint rates during the welcome series. So we narrowed that down. But we also found that there were 3 historical emails that had been set up that were actually sending within an hour. So the subscriber was getting so much stuff. So we just really thought about what's the subscriber experience. We looked at that data source, shut that down and dealt with that separately. But then what's the subscriber experience? How do we start this off in the right way to really build that relationship from the future? So directly related to deliverability, getting this stuff right, getting the customer experience right is going to help you with your deliverability, which is it's that whole circle, isn't it?
Yeah, you want to show engagement, you want to show interest. These are machines like Tinder swiping your emails in the inbox or, the spam folder or nowhere at all. And we sometimes forget that the emails aren't there to make us happy. They're there to make the customer happy.
Yes.
And that's the whole purpose.
Yeah. Remember that at the center of everything that you do, what does the subscriber need? What does the subscriber want? And you will have different segments within your audience that will need different things. And that's where you've got to really dig down and understand it.
Yeah. And one last question here. What is the best way to create different kind of content? Because some people are selling stuff. Some people are it's just informational emails. Not everyone necessarily needs like somebody to subscribe to an event. So do you have any like quick ideas maybe of things that people can share if they're not necessarily, providing something that's kind of like a feature or a product?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So a few slides ago, there's a little list on there that you guys can go back to, but you've got things like, getting people connecting with you on social media, joining the conversation there. If you're not selling anything, it could be that you want to highlight different blog categories that you've got on your website. What is it that people need to explore? What information do they need to read? What videos of yours do they need to watch? Do they need to sign up for a demo? What is it that they need to go through in order to get to that buying point? So have a look at your Google Analytics. What are your most popular blog posts, for example? That's a great place to start. What are the search terms that people are using on Google? Listen on social media, but really think about what have you got in your arsenal already that you can highlight that's going to be helpful, relevant, and interesting to get the audience to your end call to action.
I love that. Everything connects well together, right? That's how we always think of, like, social media goes together and emails like apart, and it should be part of the whole flow, right?
Absolutely.
Like you said, not everyone needs emails all the time.
Yeah, and a sacrilege.
Don't tell anyone else I said it.
Fantastic.
I don't know if you have, I see the comments here. People are super excited to have your book. Guys, go and read it. A lot of, it frameworks the way you should be thinking when it comes to email. And there's so many gems, so many things that people have misconceptions about, spam complaints work not the way we all think they work. So this is definitely helpful, especially if you have like a small business, you're doing things on your own, you have 101, everything you need to get started. Thank you so much, Kate.
Thank you for having me.
It was great to have you and to start the conference with the first thing people should be doing, thinking about their welcome email series. It was awesome. Please enjoy your day. We're going to get ready for the next speaker.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye. So guys, did you just love Kate's speech? I told you, amazing. The welcome email series, as she said, is so important. I mean, it is the first thing people are going to be getting from you. It's how you're starting the relationship with your customers and your audience members. And we all know how important that is. How many times do we go to stores and they ask us for our emails addresses and we just kind of roll our eyes and maybe give them an old email? It's because if we're annoyed of getting some of these emails, maybe we need to rethink how we're sending emails and the content and value of them. So of course, I'm going to repeat it again. Don't forget about the Slack community. Kate's book about email marketing is going to be there. It's waiting for you in the useful resources channel. I see people already there. Everybody's connecting, sharing their LinkedIn. And I hope to see more and more questions. So don't forget, grab the link to the community if you haven't joined yet, and we'll see you there. If not, I am so excited to introduce you Anuvind Kanwal from Miro. Anu works in marketing for nearly 18 years. That is incredible. He has so much knowledge. He has background in people and project management and extensive experience in building customer value segmentations, omni-channel marketing plans, and response analysis. Wow. So I hope, Anu, you're here. Somebody's going to pull you up on the screen. We've got a couple of minutes before the next presentation. I will wait here. We are a little bit early on time. So if you guys need a break, you forgot you finished your water bottle or your coffee or your tea, you got a couple of minutes to go get it and come back. I will just keep talking about email. I can definitely do that. So when it comes, I will try to connect some of the things that Kate was talking about and how that's going to affect deliverability, go a little bit more in depth about that. Your lists are the biggest niche. If you don't have a good way to grow your list, or you're not marketing or attracting the right people on your list, it is going to create a problem over time. Oh, I've got too many notifications coming in, everything froze. So it's extremely important that you know who you're attracting and that you're bringing in the right people, because sooner rather than later, you're going to have some issues in terms of inboxing. You might not have inboxing issues with every ISP out there, or like inbox service provider, Gmail, Yahoo, but some of them are going to start penalizing you based on engagement. And when new subscribers come in your list, if they don't really enjoy the emails, or they don't show the machines that they like the emails, they might see that, of course, maybe new people should not be getting any of your emails. And it's important to build the right audience and to start it correctly. So I would love to see here, what was your favorite? If you guys can, in the comment section, what was your favorite tip, or what is the most interesting thing that you heard that you might not have heard before the presentation today? I'll wait a little bit, see if anybody writes anything here. There's a lot of things when it comes to welcome email series. I'm pretty sure Kay can talk about them for a full day, and if not more. Every business is different. The advice needs to be implemented differently, different analysis, different strategies. I think that's the most interesting part when it comes to the building a good welcome email series. It's extremely difficult. What is the most important thing to share? How do you slowly go from I'm giving you value to getting the customer or the audience member to give you value back? I see people are shy, or maybe still writing notes down from the previous presentation. If not, it'd be nice to see. I saw you guys shared where everyone was from. What kind of job positions you guys have? Are you guys more on the IT side? Is it more on marketing management? Are you guys doing the marketing yourselves? Are there some small businesses here that are here to learn how to, better their own email marketing? I know a lot of businesses have like one person team that kind of does everything, from the marketing to the sales to the website, and just manages everything together. So I really hope that the advice that you're going to hear today, the tips, all the information and knowledge, all these experts are going to be sharing are going to help you maybe fast track or make it more easy for you to make decisions. Taylor's here. So the idea that you should tell them where they are in a series, tell them this is one out of 5, and you'll get the next email in so many days. Yes, of course. In a lot of welcome email series, like usually some rule of thumbs is to let them know what kind of content you're going to be sending, the frequency. I mean, you might be giving your email to Target or Walmart, but I don't think you signed up to get an email every day or 3 emails a day from them. So in the welcome emails, letting them know what they're going to be getting is useful, because then they can't be mad at you if you told them I'm going to be sending you a couple of emails a week. They won't be surprised by it. Perfect. Oh, Igor, email marketer from Ukraine. Very nice. Email marketing is extremely interesting. It keeps us on our toes every day. Things change, spam filters change, our audiences change as well through time. It's not always that easy to keep up with the flow, and a lot of information is kept secret. Now, with social media, Instagram, the moment the algorithm changes, the whole world panics and goes finds out about what's happening, what did they change, and how many hashtags, and how many times I have to post, and what time, and this and that. And when it comes to email, we're not always so, we don't get the news, right? And in the last year, I think the biggest news was Apple announcing the prefetching of content for the people who turn it on, of course, or use an iPhone mail with the mail in there. And some of the news, if it's not shocking, like GDPR coming out or CAS and all those laws, it is hard. We're constantly, as email marketers or email specialists, we're constantly looking to see what is happening. And it's not so easy to get the information. Yes, we will be able, this is going to be recorded. So you guys, if you guys have some meetings, I assume it's Thursday. Some of you guys are on another continent and the day has not finished. So there's going to be a recording. So I assume now that you're in the event, you should be getting a couple of emails post-conference, and you'll have everything there so that you can maybe share some parts with your team members and so on. So, hey, Anu, nice to meet you. Nice to see you here. Really happy that you're here. Are you ready to share your knowledge?
I am always ready. Hi, and Yana. Nice to meet you. I was going through some of the previous speakers, presentation. Quite an interesting stuff over there, especially when it comes to content. I think content is something, as marketers nowadays, we pay a bit less focus on, given the fact that data is so much out there. But it was quite interesting to see how they are doing, especially with the onboarding series.
Oh, yeah, it is definitely interesting. And every business is different, right? So, a lawyer is not going to have the same thing as somebody who's selling shoes. But it's important. It's important to do it right, though, isn't it?
That is perfectly fine. True. Yeah.
So I'm going to let you go. I will hide in the shadows again and have fun on your presentation.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm going to start sharing my screen over there, guys. Bear with me. All righty. I'm guessing a lot of you can already see my screen over here. Yeah. So basically, what are we going to talk about today? Today, we're going to talk about experimentation and emails, and how experimentation is done across different industries. I can do a quick introduction about myself a bit later, but before I do the introduction, I actually want to just go over the fact that how experimentation has become such a key driver across so many different kind of email funnels that we marketers have been doing lately, not just for engagement. We always had were focusing on email engagement and what are the matrices when it comes to email adoption. But nowadays, experimentation has also become a very big driver when it comes to product adoption. Now, what do I mean by email engagement and product adoption and email adoption and all those words? These are buzzwords, reckon. But actually, I can go over a bit towards the next slide and tell you that email engagement is basically when you get an email and when your user is engaging on that particular email. That means that user is opening the email, user is scrolling through the email. You can get the heat map of the email, or user is clicking on the email to go somewhere. This is what we traditionally call email engagement. However, lately, because email has become such a big driver for us when it comes to like driving not just our email comms but also some of our business matrices. We also track a lot of product adoption through email. That means once your user gets the email, how are they behaving on your product? And now here, once again, when I talk about product, I mean product in terms of like a software as a service, or it could be any other product that you offer. For example, you're in food delivery, your product is like an app, or it's your website. You take the user from email to the website. Now how are they behaving on the website before they actually finish the conversion funnel? Once again, I work at Miro, which is like a visual collaboration board. It's a tool that helps people engage much more in a better way. I'm sure, like if you work during the pandemic, you might have heard of it. So I when I talk about product, I talk about a product that is a visual board, where users go and they engage with other users who are also kind of like knowledge workers or also kind of like being on that board. Um, so yeah, we're just not going to be talking about like email engagement itself in terms of experimentation, but we'll also talk about like this product adoption and how email actually drives this adoption funnel. So what do we have on the platter today? I guess I was told that I have like 40 odd minutes for this thing, but I don't want to take 40 odd minutes because I really want to keep some time for Q&A. I think Q&As are really important in these kind of sessions. Like the more I speak unilaterally, it's going to be less beneficial than when we have an actual conversation over here. So I want to keep my presentation to roughly about 20-25 minutes and leave the rest of the time for you folks to kind of like come with your questions, and I'll be happy to answer those. So before we go to Q&A, we'll be talking about three different things during this presentation, this session. We'll talk about, email experiments, what hypothesis is, how do we set up experiments on, from that product standpoint that I was talking about. Then we also talk about the setup of those experiments, not just the hypothesis building. And finally, we talk about, analysis, the data. We were hearing about the content part. So bear with me, guys. Like you hear a lot about the data part moving forward, and when is the right time to actually do the analysis of those experiments. All right, so I kept this slide for a bit later because I really wanted to warm up the audience, but now I'm going to do a quick introduction about myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Anuvind. You can call me Anu. It's one syllable. I've been working in the field of CRM and mobile in the past. Currently, I work in marketing automation and lifecycle marketing. I work as a lifecycle marketing manager at Miro, which is a visual collaboration board. I really like doing what I do because I've always worked in the domain of CRM in the past, more towards mobile in the past, but now I'm slowly and startlingly to discover the email domain. They say email is an old school channel. A lot of people are going towards mobile. I quite frankly disagree with that. I think email is a very strong and powerful channel even today. In terms of my experience, I've worked at Just Eat Takeaway in the past, which is like a food delivery company, and I've worked also at Estee Lauder, which is like this prestige beauty, prestige cosmetics company. So yeah, worked at food delivery, worked at prestige cosmetics, now working for almost a software company. So I'm going to be talking from the perspective of all these different industry. I consider myself quite industry agnostic, and keeping that industry agnostic mindset, I think marketers today need to keep in mind that users don't care where which industry you're from. You're kind of like competing with the likes of Uber, Amazon, and all those companies which are like highly marketing sensitive when it comes to customer comms out there. So yeah, let's get this started. So what do we do? I was talking about this kind of like I work in lifecycle marketing in Miro. What do we actually do? I'm going to go through quickly, in terms of what we do. We do emails. That's the short answer. Like there is no hiding from that. We do a lot of emails. We do emails like ad hoc emails. We do monthly emails, weekly emails, daily emails. Basically, a lot of emails that has to do with how you are engaging on the product. We take in charge of that. Not just that, we also run a lot of marketing based emails because as you know, it's a freemium tool. So marketing plays a key role from like, this free user to a paid user. There are also a lot of experimentation. That is the topic of this presentation, experimentation. And yeah, spoiler alert, we do a lot of experiments. In terms of other stuff, apart from email, we also keep in line, like the look and feel and the design of the email, and also make sure that the email, different components of the email are aligned with what the product has to offer. Because the last thing you want, especially if you have an online tool or you have an online sphere, is that your email looks way different than what your product looks and what your website looks. So we always need to keep that alignment in place. And by alignment I mean languages, or by alignment I mean like content. By alignment I mean like even how the wording is used. You don't want to use sign up on your product and say login in your email, because even if you do that, a smart user would identify and see that it's not in synchronous. So we, from an email standpoint, make sure that email is in line with what the product has to offer. All right. Again, before I start going into experimentation and what are the best way to do experiments, I want to go over some of the quick terms, and take you over what I mean by that. Basically, I talk about three touches over here. Touches, it could be like touch 1, touch 2, and touch 3. Touch 1 is when a user just open a board. They have created an account and now they have opened a board. This is what in my email terminology I say, hey, the user has reached touch 1. A touch 2 would be something like an discovery space where a user who opened a board had, let's say, one collaborative session or one session where they engaged with other user in X number of weeks. Similarly, a recurring user would be someone who had at least 3 collaborative sessions or 3 sessions where they engaged with other users over X number of weeks. Now, these X number of weeks are quite kind of like subjective, because these depend on seasonality, but also depends on what our use cases are. And that's why I don't want to put a number to it, but rather say having a certain number of sessions in certain number of weeks makes you go towards from a new user to a recurring user. But yeah, that's more or less about the user lifecycle. In terms of other user behavior, we would be talking about user engagement. That means user is engaging with the content of the email, the clicks, the opens, the generic stuff that we all talk about, the adoption. And here I specifically mean adoption to the product. That means, users who land on the product from my email. That means the attribution of landing is to the email. How are they behaving on the product? Like, are they engaging? Are they not engaging? Because usually we see that the users who actually end up landing on the product are much more active and much more engaged, even on email, as compared to users who are not landing on the product. So that is something we do have to keep in mind. And finally, we need to talk about churn as well. Let's say users who have not responsive after, let's say, next months of activity. So these are also very important subset of users, because basically no matter how many emails you send to them, these users will never be responsive. So what do we do in those cases? And keeping all those terminologies in mind, we're going to be start talking about examples of experimentation that we usually end up doing. Now, we'll have different types of experimentation. I'm sure in your domain you do experimentation differently. Maybe you're experimenting on certain content, maybe you're experimenting on certain time. But basically, in my field of influence, we experiment on 3 different things. These 3 things could be something like the content of the email. Basically, what it means is that what is the subject line, what is the CTA, can we can we make changes to the CTA? Maybe we can add a deep link, maybe we cannot add a deep link. Basically, anything that happens on the email is something we can experiment on. And that is basically our core context of experimentation. And that is also going to be one of the use cases I'm going to be presenting a bit later on. But apart from that, we do also have been experimenting on some additional components. Now, what are these additional components? These additional components are the likes, having additional banner to the email, or having, additional, CTA, maybe having 2 CTAs work better on those kind of emails as compared to 1 CTA. So these additional components could be the likes of, missed engagements that, hey, a user left a comment for you, go and check that out. Or maybe some pro tips that how to use our product usefully. Basically, what I've learned, working in 3 different industries across so many years is that users, no matter how well versed you think users are with your product, there's always this one element they're not very familiar with. Now, you can either go back to data and figure out what this element is. That means the element the user is using the least, the function of your product that the user is using the least, or you can just experiment on an hypothesis, build an hypothesis, go with like a certain use case, go with like well churned data, because without data it's just speculation, and test it out and see what works. And basically those are the kind of components we do experiment on, and we have started experimenting on. And also, apart from email content and the components, this is also quite a big thing right now. The rage is out there that the marketers have been experimenting a lot also on the send time or the send interval. Now, some of you might be working in the domain of e-commerce. Now, I worked in food delivery, and most of the times my users were in certain time zones, and I could basically time my kind of like my emails or my mobile comms based on what time zone they are in. Basically, if they are in like the Eastern time zone, I could say, okay, my email goes out at the Eastern time, or my mobile push goes out the Eastern time. You can do that when you are in e-commerce, but when you work in more like an industry which is kind of like not e-commerce, where users are basically all over the place, and you have also a lot of knowledge workers who are also traveling from one place to another, and a product that offers this functionality from basically which says that you can work from anywhere and you can collaborate from anywhere in the world, the interval and send time interval of experimentation becomes a bit more ambiguous. Now, it doesn't mean you don't have to experiment on that. It's just that the experiment needs to be very well defined to actually go out there and experiment on. And the question goes on to that: do you want to send the user in a morning send or an evening send? But again, that has to a lot to do with what is their, not the time zone that they registered on, but rather the time zone that they were last active on. And I think here the activity of the user comes a bit much into the picture. So these are basically the 3 types of experiments that we usually run. And yeah, those are the ones, and one of those would be the one which you'll hear from me in terms of a use case. Now, before I talk about a use case, I know we do have some time. Let me double check. Yeah, we do have some time now. I really want to talk about, how you actually set up an experiment when it comes to emails. Now, there are many ways to do it. Some people say just go with the flow. Some people say that, always have a proper, use case. I always say that before even having a use case or before even defining your experiment, understand why you are experimenting. Like, nowadays, with all this data readily available to us as marketers from our data warehouses, we have become a bit more impatient when it comes to having an idea and implementing it. But I always say that think about why you want to do it. Sum up what you want to do on a high level and what kind of user problem you're trying to solve, because in most cases there is not even a user problem. Now, I have worked in experiments in my previous roles where we were trying to solve, like again, user problems that didn't even exist in the first place. Now, these could be something like, and this is shown in the results. Sometimes the baseline of the experiment that you're working on has a better conversion than, this complex variant that you created. And basically, as marketers, that is the last thing you want to happen. Work for months on an experiment variant, and the result is that your baseline ends up having a better stimulation and a better engagement as compared to the rest of it. Now, you need to avoid that. So before you start doing all of that, put it on a paper, understand the why, and think about what business problem are you trying to solve over there. Once you have defined a business problem, you always need to also define the expectations, because at the end of the day, there is also this idea that even if you get the results, the desired results, are the desired results in line with what you expected them to be? Because, I mean, sure, you got an uplift, but is the uplift even statistically significant? And that is where, this idea about having the expectations comes into picture. Because even if you don't do, even if you don't run an experiment tomorrow, there's a very high chance that the email is going to behave naturally and you will have that uplift nevertheless, or you might not have that, but, there's still a chance that it might happen. So unless your results are very statistically significant, you need to really define the expectations to prove the value of the experiment you're trying to run over there. And finally, before you start running an experiment, you need to manage the stakeholders. Now, by stakeholders, I mean, like, in your case, there might be many stakeholders. In my case, there are stakeholders when it comes to, analytics. These are the people who help me, define my segmentation. These are the people who also help me do the analysis. There could also be, stakeholders in terms of design, from where you work on the copy and the content, as we have been hearing the last session by the speaker. We also have product, and don't think that product is not a stakeholder. It's a very big stakeholder, especially when you work on emails that lead to product adoption. This is because you always need to have a seamless user experience, kind of like we go back to the same use case I was talking about, having the language standardization between, the product and the email, or also even making sure that the content is standardized. Finally, you also have stakeholders in terms of backend engineering. If your emails are, API triggered, or if your emails are, even if they're not API triggered, they are triggered by a variant or an attribute, you still need engineering to make sure that, the backend is working as intended, the backend of the product is working as intended. And finally, and not lastly, we also have email engineering. Now, this is the most important component, I believe, of all the stakeholders, because no matter how good of a design you have, no matter how much well your integration is, if your email is not going to be as responsive to the different, clients that we have nowadays, what is even the point of doing all that? So an experiment is not good if you not make sure that the kind of like the email is responsive. A kind of like an example that comes to my mind, and I'm sure you guys can relate to it, is when the dark mode came out, a lot of us would just put hey wizard, because most of our emails were not dark mode friendly, and it just required a bit more additional coding effort. And hats off to that coding effort, that the emails could become, more dark mode friendly. And imagine that you're not making sure that your emails are dark mode friendly, where some of our, and rather many of your users are. You're just making sure that the email engagement goes down the drain. So that is why email engineering is also a very big component of the stakeholders that you're going to be working with. All right, enough of the talk. Let's do the walk. I'm going to talk about an experimentation use case that we have, that we recently had, and I'm going to talk about, how we can, like, tackle such use cases, and how we define the hypothesis to how we define the results of it. Basically, the email that I'm going to be talking about is kind of like, a daily sent email that we have. It's an email about, your daily activity on the product. So, for example, if some of you guys have used, our product Miro, you might have known that, you can comment, you can engage, you can collaborate, you can do basically a lot of things on the product. It's a lovely tool for engaging and collaborating with not just your colleagues in the town, but also your colleagues outside the town. Now, because you engage and collaborative so much, there might be a chance that, you miss out on some of those engagement. Maybe someone left a comment for you, or maybe there was an edit on your code which you missed out on. And keeping that in mind, we have this, this targeted email that says, hey, these were the highlights from this particular day. Now, it's a daily send, but it has, a specific, kind of like a content that talks about, hey guys, this is what you did, kind of like a recap of everything. Now, the idea of the experiment was kind of like to make sure that, we test out a lot on the CTA, and we test out to make sure that the user who engages on this email also engages on the product. Now, many a times when you have an email like this, it's seen as a recap email. The user just looks at that email, and they, just see that email and don't even bother to click sometimes, and, forget about going to the product email. Even the email engagement is not very high. Now, there are many ways to kind of like tackle this. One of the ways could be like, having an additional banner to it, but again, that's not minimalistic. But the other ways could be to just play along the content of the email, see if the CTA or the copy of the CTA we have is strong enough or is aggressive enough to make the user, go back to the product and actually engage with the product. There could also be some gamification over there that could be done to make sure the user actually goes on. So our hypothesis was that this CTA could do some more, like purification, and we can actually work on creating a more, indulging CTA. So basically, our primary KPI that we are trying to improve over here was like a click to open rate. That means users who kind of like open this email, how many of them end up clicking on the CTA? As you can see, there are two CTAs over there. And finally, how many of the users that actually, clicked on the CTA ended up opening a board on the same day. That means they go on the product and they actually, open the board, or, stayed on the board or engaged on the board that particular day. Now, this is what I actually call adoption. Adoption in traditional sense, that means the users are actually going on the product and engaging with your product. Now, what happened over there? Now, there were a few variants to it. I'm not going to go too much into the variants because, again, these are variants. But to give you some context of it, the variants were like, some passive, the baseline variant, as you could see, and some of them were like, inducing some emotion, so that one, for example, we had a team variant where users were told about, hey, you had a comment from your team. We had an assertive variant where this was more done in a bit more pushy manner. And finally, we had a very aggressive variant where we were telling the user, hey, make sure you check out your activities for the day. Now, we had all those different variants, and the experiment ran. But till when? That is another question that we as marketers always need to define. Now, an experiment can run till like months or days, but sometimes it just doesn't make sense for it to run for months or days. Sometimes the results can be seen within a week, or sometimes after a week you have to decide, do you need to keep running the experiment, or maybe just maybe what your hypothesis was, it was not strong enough, and you need to just close the experiment. I think this is what, as a marketer, we also had to decide. In some cases, as you can see, we did certainly see an uplift when it comes to the variant 3 as compared to the baseline. But yeah, it was just not statistically strong enough. And this is something, as marketers, we realize that when you experiment a lot, when is the right time to finish that experiment? And in this case, the right time to finish the experiment was when we saw no particular uplift after a certain X number of days. Well, again, the X number of days you have to define within your analytical team. But from your side, maybe you can define it in terms of what your benchmark you have, or what were the previous results. That unless you do define that, you would always run up with having experiments that run for days and weeks, but not having any result. But you're still having this hope of things changing. But yeah, for example, here we had to put our foot down and say, okay, the results were okay. We did see some uplift, but it was not significant enough to actually prove anything. So, as I said, you have to move on. But from this particular, use case of experiment, what we hear is that we don't just look at engagement matrices and like the adoption matrices. There are also many other matrices that you look at. There are sessions, there are the enter rate, there are the exit rate from that particular experiment. How many users are actually behaving on the NPS? Now, that is also a very key metric. Like maybe the users you are experimenting on, even though it's a very well-defined audience, they just don't have a good NPS score. So it might be a good idea tomorrow maybe to launch an experiment to also combine that NPS score with your experimentation, so that you have a bit more micro segment over there. Once again, in terms of subscription, there could be many other ways you can like kind of like filter down your audience and also tally the results. Now, in our case, we do have a subscription based product, but not entirely. So these matrices do come into picture. But in example, in your case, it's not a subscription based product. It's an e-commerce website, or let's say food delivery app. The idea would be more to look at the order matrices or the purchase matrices. But yeah, long story short, don't just look at one KPI that you're trying to target with experimentation. Always have a second and a secondary and a tertiary KPI, so that even if the primary is not working as intended, see if the tertiary or the secondary is, because sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But it's just that unless you try, you would never know. All right. So as a retrospective and as a recap, what have we learned today? We have learned that you should always identify your objective. When you set up a test, you can learn about what are the testable elements on your email. It could be the subject line, the copy, the content, the time of the day, the time of the week, the CTA, and always identify the objective that got you the uplift. Don't go without an objective. The second thing is, aim to get the information that will help you resolve a pain point. Basically, it is like, what is the problem you're having? Why are you doing this? Is there a gap? Is there because you have a low coverage on one end of your email spectrum as compared to others? Is it because you are not having enough conversion from a free user to paid one? But do identify that problem. So the problem and the objective needs to be hand in hand. Otherwise, you'll end up creating a problem out of not being a problem there anymore. Finally, think about the testing process. And I think this is way more important than actually making sure that the hypothesis and the different factors that we have and the results we have are valid. So you need to sit down with your analytical team, look at the data that you're trying to experiment on, see how the data behaves in a natural course, and then experiment on it. Like, just don't go with any subset of data. Go with a subset of data that is engaging, that is unbiased to tertiary activities, and also the users that can actually iterate to something significant. So don't just go out and experiment on inactive users unless you're trying to reconvert them. Don't experiment on inactive users when it comes to product adoption, at least. Finally, don't shy away from stopping your experiment, reiterating it. Now, a lot of times, because we think that we have put too much effort into creating this experiment, we should always go with the flow. My answer is no, don't. If it's not working for a reason. It's better to stop it and rework on it than just playing on with a dead sheep. And yeah, finally, that is all I wanted to talk about in terms of this high level session that I had. And now I'm going to open the stage to questions. So I do have some questions. What is the first thing you do when you want to boost your email engagement? I'm going to let Yana ask me that.
No, you read it perfectly. So tell us, what do you need to do?
So once again, we have to go back to the drawing board. Like when we talk about email engagement, we need to talk about what kind of email engagement do we want to boost. Email engagement comes in all shapes and sizes. It could be your opens, it could be your clicks, or as I said, it could be your something like a click to open rate. Now, the first thing that we always need to do is the easiest thing to always do is experiment on content, or make some small changes within the content. Now, there are many reasons the engagement is lower, and you can usually look at a heat map of your email or like the basic KPIs that you see. But the most common reason of the engagement being lower is your content is not working as intended. So I will always say that look at the data, find the gap, and work on your content. This is in 80% of the cases, it's going to solve your email engagement problem. There will be 20% of the cases when this will not, and that's when you have to create this complex hypothesis to run an experiment on. But sometimes, and I say this with quite a confidence, that you don't even need an experiment to prove anything. There is a problem with your CTA, just work on it and launch it, and don't just bother with an experiment. But there might be cases when even after a relaunch it doesn't work, and that's when you have to reiterate to an experiment.
That's very great advice. So I guess at the beginning, people should start with finding what the goal of the campaigns that they're sending are, and then create all their strategies, their hypotheses based on what's the purpose first. Get them back on the product, get them to learn something new, get them to try something again. That's really good advice. I hope everybody is taking some notes down. And what do you think people can do if they're sending emails that people are really engaging with, but might not actually be converting a little bit further or not buying things from you?
Yeah. So there are two sets of it, right? People are engaged, and I always say, I'm gonna say 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I met someone from this very popular social media company. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get sued if I say the name, but let's say this very popular social media company, one of the biggest in the world. And they were telling that hey, engagement on our advertisements always lead to conversion. And I always disagreed with them, that said that hey, engagement doesn't mean conversion. Engagement means they like your ad. Engagement doesn't mean they like your product. There's difference between liking your ad or email, your content, and liking your product. And that's how we also have to look at emails. Emails are, you can make really great emails. I've seen some best emails in my career so far, but some of the emails have never converted. And why is that? It's because even if you create a good email, you still need to have a great product to associate it with. And unless you fill the gap between email and product, and you have an unbiased sync to it, you will always end up having users who do engage a lot with your emails, but don't necessarily go out being paid users, or from free to paid converters. Now, what do you do in this case? You first of all define the problem. Is the problem that your product is just not well suited for the email audience, or is it because there is a gap between where you're taking the user from the email onto the product? Now, as I said, when I started on saying that sometimes the easiest fixes are just changing the CTA. And when I talk about CTA, I also mean the landing pages, the deep links. Now, you need to make sure, especially for emails where you want the users to convert, that is the monetization emails. And these emails, you need to make sure the user land on the right page where the conversion will happen. Don't just take them to the dashboard. Don't take them to the page from where they have to choose a payment method. Don't just take them to a place where they have to find the payment method. Take them to the exact spot from where they will convert within the next click. Now, that is what I call the one-click solution. If you are not doing that within your email, you should start doing that right now. And unless you define that problem and find what the issue is, you will always end up having this gap.
Awesome. Very good advice. It's important. You know your audience. It's easier to make your tests as well. And we got one more question actually. How is your email creation workflow then? If you're creating all these experiments, are you guys creating some flows, testing them out, and then doing the experimentations? Or, when you're creating the flows or your life cycle for your subscribers, or you're already thinking about what kind of experiments you'd like to test?
Yeah. So I hear there are two questions over here. The first thing is, sometimes you want to launch a new feature email, but you're not sure if the effort to kind of like combine that email and make sure you automate that email is good enough for you to actually launch this as a journey, launch this as a workflow. In those cases, it always makes sense that anything that requires more than, let's say, your 2 sprints, that is your 4 weeks, always experiment on it. You don't want to end up having a product or an email that doesn't end up working. Experiment on something that requires a lot of effort. Why so? Because then you can already prove some value out of it. And secondly, you have a stronger use case to ask for resources from your engineering team, from your backend and the product teams to kind of like also launch, the full-fledged variant of it. Now, in cases like this that requires a lot of effort, always experiment. However, it's more like a double-edged sword when you already have an email or like an email workflow, but it just doesn't work. Now, what do you do in that case? Now, you can either experiment on it and have some variations and test and see which variation works, create an hypothesis and experiment on it. But sometimes, as I said, you don't need to create an hypothesis. You can see the problem. The problem could be in the data. See the problem, solve it. If it doesn't get solved, maybe then it makes sense to experiment. But I've seen so many times that marketers have an running email. They just don't like what the adoption is out of that email, and they end up creating 5 different variants and testing on it. They have the same problem again. Now, why do you want to test out on something where you can actually see the verifiable problem? Okay, your CTA is not taking the user to the right landing page. Change that CTA, change the deep link. Now, unless you need to figure out, like once again, you need to step back and sit with your team and figure out what the issue is. But once you do, take a call. Do you need to experiment on an existing flow or do you not? Maybe you do, maybe not. It just depends on a use by use case scenario.
Amazing. Okay. And what do you think people that might have never done anything before, like you said, we can start working on the call to actions, the subject lines, the content. What if a business is just starting? When do you think it's the time to start doing some experimentations? Should they start from the beginning? Especially if they're like a one-man show and they're doing everything, including the business part of it. When do you think it's a good time to start looking at things?
Spoiler alert, I was there a few years ago. The answer to that is when you have the audience for it. Now, think about it. You are a business that's just started out. You are rolling out your email flows. You're rolling out your onboarding flows, let's say cart abandonment, your typical e-commerce flows. Like, I'm not going to go into details. We all know what they are. Now, let's say you only have like 1,000 users now, maybe 10,000 users after a while. Does it make sense to roll out a 5 variant experiment for 10,000 users? Again, I don't know. It just depends on how engaged your users are. In most cases, especially in new age businesses, existing users are not very well engaged with the kind of like comms, and that is because they're not familiar with the comms. Now, the first phase, even before you experiment, is making sure your users are used to the familiarity. You make sure that your communications have a standardized versions to it. It has a unique design, a unique flow, which differentiates you from others. Even before you experiment on the last thing you want as a new age company or a new age business is that you start your business and you don't have a standardized version of your email and you end up experimenting with 5 variants and your user is like, wait, what? Like, I just saw something else. And now this, you've all seen the Spider-Man meme, right? Like, no, you don't want to end up creating that. You need to standardize, make your emails familiar. And it's not even a question of how much audience you have. Actually, let me recorrect myself. It's not a question of that. It's about when is the right time. The right time is when the users are familiar with your emails, especially for new age companies, especially for one-man shows, CRM managers out there. And when they're familiar with your emails, then is the right time to kind of like experiment on. Now, this could be a typical A/B test or a multivariate test. It just depends. It depends on how much your audience is. Defining what kind of test you want to do does depend on the audience, but when you want to test does depend on your familiarity.
Okay, very, very cool. And do you think that people should be spending the time in like maybe not completely documenting, but keeping track or a timeline of the different tests that people that you're performing, so that you can see if you're going to reuse them later, or so that maybe, you know, when you're doing your you know, every trimester you're checking how things are going, that you can go back and be like, look, we tried these things, this worked, this doesn't work, let's take them and maybe push them a little bit further. Or is that not necessary because audiences change, time changes, products change, and the experiments maybe need to be rethought again and again?
You know why we call, yeah, I do get your question. And you know why we call it experiment? Because yeah, like we are experimenting. And as I really like the last phrase of your question, because audiences change and time changes and interval changes, things change. And should we keep a log? Firstly, always keep a log. Like, you know, don't experiment and, you know, without documenting the results. The results are important. They're there for a reason. Even if they're not significant, they're there for a reason. The reason is that you don't end up doing the same thing again. Now, again, as you said, the audience would have changed. Now, here I slightly disagree. You know, even though the audience overall changes, you know, you get new users, you get old users out, but there is a reason we have user funnels. The
Yes.
reason, you know, user funnels are there, and they have been there in marketing since last, I don't know what, 1,000 years, or I don't know, not 1,000, maybe 100 years or something, is because users behave that way. New age users behave differently than middle age users, than users who are recurring, than users who are churned. Now, if you know that was a particular segment you experimented on, and that result was significant or non-significant, for sure, don't experiment on the same audience again, at least for the next 24 to 36 months. It doesn't make sense. You know what the results were. Don't pick the same segment again for your experiment. It's just going to be the same results for a long time. However, unless something drastic happened, I mean, you know, unless the company changed or they got rebranded or something, the results are going to be the same. However, if you're going to be using the same experiment but testing out on a different segmentation or a different audience, for example, you tested out on your recurring users, but now you're testing out on users who had one engagement over the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, maybe it does make more sense, because now you're changing the scope of the experiment. Now you're having a different audience. Now you have an audience that behaves differently on the product. But again, this is something that needs to be defined, and you need to define before you go on an experiment. But for sure, don't end up running experiments again without having a log of them. Do log your results and make sure you go through them before you end up launching the same experiment again. Spoiler alert, there were times when we all had done it in one way or the other, and it just costed us, you know, all those resources. And honestly, it just doesn't make sense to relaunch an experiment with the same audience.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any like weird things that you've tested or weird hypotheses that you never thought would work, or you were like, let's just try it, there's something weird? Like, I remember a long time ago, there was that fact that was going around the email geeks that if you change the color of your links from the, you know, the original blue to red, it would convert better. Have you had any like weird things that, you know, if you just tell people just like that one sentence, people would be shocked of why it actually worked, and then let us know why it worked, maybe?
Yeah. I have one example from my previous role and my previous experience. It's more tailored towards food delivery, but again, you know, I think a lot of people here can relate with that. Now, again, you know, if you know food delivery, you know, like, you know, companies do like to give you recommendations and personalizations that, you know, hey, this cuisine might work with you, or this restaurant might work with you, so on and so forth. Now, I had worked a lot with an analyst, you know, to work on a model in food delivery to show that, you know, hey, based on the user who is in this particular urban area, this is a particular much better restaurant type, and these are the restaurant suggestions that will work much better for them. And you know, this was very much tailored based on their delivery location, based on, you know, how far they are from, you know, a restaurant, and also based on the local recommendations and local most popular restaurants. Now, very complex model, took me like at least 2 months to get started on. Now, before I had to prove the value, I thought, okay, let me do an experiment. Let me do an experiment where I have this highly complex model that goes very personalized about restaurant recommendations, versus a randomized model that has basically a random list of restaurants, which could be, you know, as far as from the user they are. I mean, within the same delivery area, I mean, or, you know, as close they are. We did an experiment. Turns out the randomized model won. It won
No
by
way.
a huge margin. Yeah, by like a huge margin. Like, it was not even like, okay, it was slightly significant. No, it was very significant.
Huh.
Now, this really, like, you know, surprised me. I'm like, wait, what? How? Now, I don't know. But again, you know, coming back to the question at hand, Yes, things like this happen. That's why we experiment. We experiment because we don't know what the right results are. We experiment because we do need to figure something out. And these are the tricks. I mean, I don't have a pink to yellow color change kind of like a example in my experience, but I do have an example that says that, hey, before you create, go on and create like, this complex model, maybe take a step back and try to experiment or something simple. And that's why I say, always say, sometimes you don't even need an experiment. The solution is right there. Just implement it.
That's crazy. That's very, very interesting. Well, thank you very much, Anu, for your speech and your super useful presentation. I can't wait to go experiment things. I don't think I do it enough. And everyone, please make sure to connect and learn more from him. Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Anu. Have a
Bye.
great day.
You too. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye. So I hope you guys liked the presentation, learned something new. I know I sure did. This testing and sending emails does take time, right? We're sometimes we're stuck on what we should be sending and making sure that we're consistent, and we forget to do the experimentations to push it further and ensure that we're getting more for all the work that we're implementing here. So please leave a plus in the chat if you thought it was informative, or thank you, Annie here, Yasmin here. Yeah, I like that. You have one that's really good. If you just put 0 instead of just free, it converts better. Very interesting thing to try. I like it. So thanks everyone for sending questions, reacting so quickly. After the next speech, guys, don't forget, we're going to have a small coffee break. So this is the last presentation back to back. We're going to have a tiny little break. I'll let you guys know how much right after the next presentation. So right now we're waiting for Emily Ryan, who's going to be talking about the following topic. She's going to be presenting about 6 hacks for designing emails that convert and increase ROI. So Emily's work in email has been featured in Inc. magazine and entrepreneur.com. Amazing. She's worked with brands such as Orangina, Columbia University, and so on. Hi, Emily. And she has amazing experience in email marketing, and she's here to share it with all of you. How are you, Emily?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
In what part of the world are you in today?
So I am outside of Chicago in the U.S.
Nice, Illinois.
Beautiful, like fall day here. So
yes, are the leaves red? There's no red leaves here.
Yes, it's gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Send some cold this way.
I know. Not yet.
So I'm going to let you present your screen here. Please let us know if you can share your screen and present. Let me know.
Yeah, and I think you guys have my slides. Is that correct?
Okay. So let's see if we can bring them up.
There they are.
Perfect. There you go. So I'll let you guys go and enjoy, everybody.
That's amazing. Awesome. Hi, everyone. And hopefully, are you guys controlling the slides, or can I control them? Let's see here. Hopefully I can control them a little bit. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, so just a very, very quick intro. I like to just dive right in because we only have 30 minutes. So yes, I'm Emily. I am obsessed with email, so I'm so glad to be here at this conference. That's all email. I like to say I'm an email geek on Twitter. You guys are probably you probably have seen that hashtag email geeks. I'm the co-founder of an email agency, Westfield Creative. I am based in Chicago, but I've lived kind of all over. I was in New York many years. I'm from North Carolina, so I say y'all a lot. And I lived out west in California as well. And I have been helping clients, big brands and small businesses for the last 7 years with their email marketing. Yeah. And I'm also the mother of 3 kids. So one may wake up during this and we're just going to have to go with it. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. So the first slide. So today I'm sharing 6 hacks. We're going to do 6 because I think these are really powerful. And if we can nail some of these, then you guys will be good to go. And these could be game changers for your business. So if I could teach you one hack today, and it's not really a hack, it's more of a tip, one thing and one thing only, it would be this, to simplify your email campaigns. Simpler, in my opinion, simpler is better when it comes to email marketing. Many of the big brands these days, they send very simple emails with a big button, a great image, and maybe a teeny bit of copy. And I'm going to show you a lot of great examples. But this is really like, if I could just teach people one thing, it would be this: create simpler emails. So here is an example actually from one of our past clients, Urban Sitter. It's not the most gorgeous email, but their emails have a crazy high conversion rate because they keep things extremely easy to read. They keep everything, almost above the fold on your phone. We call it above the fold. So if you don't have to scroll, and it's literally a headline or your logo, a headline, an image, a little bit of copy. This email actually has a lot more copy than they usually put. They usually put 1 or 2 sentences max. I always have to tell people, I'm like, no, 1 sentence is totally fine. And then a big button. The button is the most important thing. So I really like them to stand out, be a contrasting color, large buttons. But this is really all you need for a great email campaign, especially if you're an e-commerce company or sell anything. This is really all you need to be successful. So the next slide, this is just an example of that layout. And sometimes I just have people like jot this layout on a piece of paper, literally logo, headline, image, copy, button, and then your footer at the bottom. That's all it is. That's all it is. And here I'm going to show you just a couple design examples. People just really overthink it because they think, okay, this is my one email, my one chance this month to send tons of content. So I'm going to send like 5 different sections of content. And like here, I'm going to have a blog feature. And then I'm going to, showcase our Instagram here. And you just really need to focus on one thing at a time. Here are some emails. And again, you can see it's a big graphic. And then a little bit of copy and usually a button. But these, obviously a great graphic goes a long way, and a great photography is really a game changer for email marketing. If you don't have great images of your product or whatever it is that you're sharing, it's going to be hard. So invest in great photos of your product. So again, here is a great example on the right. I love this example. The headline is really just big and simple, save 25%. And we'll talk about headline size in a minute, but this headline is big. It's like probably like 50 point font, huge image of their product. And then obviously the text and the button. Again, that same layout. You will now see that layout over and over. And so an email that converts has these things. One main idea. It's simple, very little copy, easily readable. I like to always say, like, write your emails like 5th grade reading level, so people can quickly. The average time people take to read an email, this is crazy, you guys, 10 seconds. It's like 10 or 11 seconds. That is so short. So you have to make it so easy for people to get to the CTA. And of course, branded, you want your email to be branded and not too busy. Branded meaning your brand colors, your brand fonts. All right. And then email hack 2, if I could teach you something else that's super important, you really need to have a great welcome series. Before you do anything else, if you're just starting in email marketing, build your welcome email. And it's one of the smartest things you can do for your business, because welcome emails have a very high click-through rate, 26%, which is crazy. Like most click-through rates, like on average, are like 2-3%. But a welcome email, it's, right after someone signs up, they are interested in your business, 26% click-through rate. So it's one of the best ways to really help your deliverability and your sender reputation right off the bat. So if you go to the next slide, basically what happens, when people are clicking on that email, it's telling Gmail and Yahoo and Outlook, oh, wow, people are interested in my emails. Let's keep them out of spam. Let's keep them in the inbox. So a welcome automated email is just a really easy way to make sure you continue to stay in the inbox. It's also just a smart way to, bring people into your business. So build out your welcome series. That is hack 2, tip 2. All right. And then, oh, of course, this is really important. I love showing the screenshot because welcome emails can make so much money that it's crazy. This is a simple welcome email from an e-commerce company. They have a 10% off your purchase pop up, and then they get the welcome email. And this welcome email has generated $37,000 just off a simple welcome email. So absolutely go and set that up. It is so smart. So the next slide, hack 3, as I mentioned, always have a big headline. The bigger, the better, in my opinion. And honestly, like these days, you can't really go too big. I've been doing this thing on Instagram where I post a screenshot of an email and I'm like, guess what size font this is? And then I try to recreate it. And I'm always blown away because it's like 60 or 70. And most people think it's like 30 point font. So the next slide, I'll just show you. So all of these are great examples of having a large headline. And obviously you have to test this on mobile so that it doesn't look crazy on mobile. But you'll see here, especially the one on the right, enjoy 30% off everything. It's huge. I think that one was like something crazy. It's like 60 or something. So don't be scared to try larger headlines. And I really love those examples. And again, yeah, like you just can't go too big, in my opinion. So I think that is a super important thing to, and really look at the letter spacing as well. They call it kerning. Look at how the letters are spaced apart. Like you could space things apart, so it's easier to read. So that's a good idea too. All right. And email hack 4, email design hack, 2 fonts max for your email. I often see emails where they have some things in Arial, and then they'll have a cursive font somewhere, and then they'll have, the footer is in a different font. Pick your like headline font and pick your kind of body text font and stick to those throughout. It just gets too crazy when you're weaving in all different fonts. And of course, really try to stick to these, what we call web safe fonts. They're the fonts that come in your email platform that are going to work in, Gmail, in Yahoo, in Outlook, and all of these other email clients. Don't try to get too fancy with your fonts. Obviously, you can create images with your brand font. So if you have a very specific brand font that you want to use, you can obviously create graphics with that. But Arial, Helvetica are great. And then here's just some examples. You'll see the women behind the pizza is kind of their one kind of main brand font, and then they have their body font below that, and the same thing with the other one. All right, and then email hack number 6. We're kind of like blowing through these. Let me just see here. Oh, I sorry, I'm missing the comments here, but I'm going to go through them. Thank you for the comments. I'll be right there. Number 6, sizing your images correctly, you guys, is so important. Obviously, emails have a very specific sizing. Many email platforms are 600 wide for your graphic, and then any kind of height is fine. And then you want to really make sure your images load fast in your email. This is a huge thing. So many times I'll see people create these like gorgeous graphics, put them in their email, and then someone's viewing it on their phone when they're out and about, and the image doesn't load because it's too big. So you really need to make sure your images are somewhat compressed. And I love this tinypng.com because it will compress your image without losing the quality of the image. So I always, if I have a huge graphic at the top, I always try to compress the size before we send. If you use Canva, this is TinyPNG. Canva will also compress your images, but really having the images formatted correctly within your emails is so important, so important. All right, we'll go to the next one. Yeah, this was just an example of an email that had a huge main image. And you just need to take this particular image and make sure that it's not too large, or it doesn't take too long to load. All right. And then just a bonus hack. I love the idea. I've seen this a lot lately of surprising your audience with just a very simple plain text email. Throughout the mix, if you send graphic heavy HTML emails, throw in a plain text email, like a letter from the founder or a note from the founder every once in a while. It's super effective. I've seen like some pretty large brands. If you show the next slide, I just got this one the other day from a beer company. Athletic Brewing Company. They always send these like really fun, bright emails. And then the other day they just sent this like very simple letter. And I've seen even like more plain than that. And it always catches me off guard because I end up reading it. So I highly recommend throw in just like a really simple plain text email every once in a while. And I've seen it done for like Black Friday, where a company will, always sends these beautiful emails, and then they'll send like one sentence that's like, hey, don't forget our free shipping offer ends tomorrow. Here's a link. And it will be like literally a sentence, plain text. And I think that's really cool. Cool option. Did I miss email hack 5? You may have missed. Did we miss email hack 5? I think we did that. Headline size, two fonts. So if you keep going, I think that's really it for the 6 hacks. Did I skip number 5? Well, I'll give you an extra hack. I'll give you an extra email hack. Let me think of this. What would be a good extra hack? Maybe just make sure to always like check email on mobile. I think is the biggest thing you can do, and not check it like on the preview screen on your computer, but check on your actual phone, on your actual device, and send it to 1 or 2 other people who have different phones, because emails render differently on iPhone 11 versus iPhone 13 versus, Android, whatever. So making sure you're testing your email on all devices. And of course, especially test it for Outlook. We have so many issues in the email world with Outlook. Emails just never render correctly in Outlook the way you want them to. So you really need to have something where you can either run it through a program like Litmus or Email on Acid, and run it through and make sure it's rendering correctly. Yes, the plain text. So saw a lot of these plain text. This from Luke, plain text style from major retailers during the pandemic to let people know about store reopenings. Yeah, I really think there's a great place for a nice plain text email from the founder or, from whoever. So yeah, I would love to take a couple questions if you guys have any for me. And if you go to the next slide, actually, and I'll just show you guys where to find me. I'm on Instagram, mostly at Emily Ryan Likes on Instagram, like likes your photo. On Twitter, Emily Ryan Tweets, and Emily Ryan Talks on TikTok. And my website is westfield-creative.com. I send out a newsletter every single Sunday with like really fun links to all kinds of random stuff on the internet and like all kinds of email stuff. So go subscribe there, because I love sending my Sunday email out. And so you can get that on my website. But I was number 6. And then someone asked about a GIF, videos versus animated GIFs. That is a great question. Obviously, videos and emails, anything moving in an email is awesome. Like I love animation with an email. You have to be careful with the sizing of these things. So it often puts another layer of work onto what we do when someone says, hey, I want to animate a GIF in our email. Because GIFs need to be sized under like 1 megabyte, which is sometimes really hard because sometimes they just don't load. They're so big. But yeah, videos are great. Oftentimes you can't really put the video right in the email, but you could make a short GIF of the video, or you can, you can drag in like a video block and it will go to YouTube or whatever. But absolutely recommend anything moving in your email. Have a recommendation. Do you have any hack about audience or triggers? You'll have to elaborate on that about audience or triggers. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff we could talk about in terms of like audience management and, keeping your list clean. making sure, you know, everyone on your list has opted in. There's so much we could talk about in terms of that. Let's see here. Recommendations as far as animated formats. So a GIF is really the best, and some people say GIF. A GIF is really the best format for moving images within your email. That's really the best format. Like an MP4 will not play right within your email. Let's see here. Best conversion rate percentage for email marketing. For example, if we send 5,000 emails to introduce a service or product, what is the best conversion rate from those 5,000 emails? So that's a great question, and it really depends. So we can talk about like what's the best open rate and click rates. Obviously, open rate, the average is like 20%, 21%. Click rate is about 2-3%. It also really depends on your list size. Like if your list size is massive, it's going to be hard to get that. It's going to be hard sometimes to get that open rate really high, or click rate really high. But conversion rate, I mean, it's really hard to say. It would depend on what your industry is, what your service or product is. So I would have to know a little bit more about that. All right, awesome questions. What shall we do with those receivers who don't open the email and or don't click on the call to action section? Great question. So there are many things you can do, and feel free to go to the last slide if you want. Many things you can do. We call these like inactive subscribers. So if someone is not opening your email after many emails that you've sent, like say you've sent 10 emails and they've not opened any, we will call those inactive subscribers. And that is the point where you want to either re-engage them and send an email out saying, hey, we haven't heard from you in a while. Do you still want to be on this list? Or you should think about archiving them or cleaning them off of your list. We don't want people on your list who are not opening your emails, because that's bringing your open rate way down, which is going to tell Gmail that people aren't interested in your emails. So if you have people, you know, you can run a segment of people to see, you know, who is not opening, who is not clicking. Now, clicks are a little bit different. So people that are not clicking, you know, there could be reasons they're not clicking. There are lots of things we talk about when someone says, okay, I need to get more clicks on my email. It could be the time of day you sent the email. It could be the content's just not interesting to them. It could be the button was not styled correctly or is too small. So there are many reasons that people might not click. What you can always do is resend your email the next day. We call it a second send or a resend. Send it again to the people that did not open or that did not click. So oftentimes, especially for e-commerce, I'll send it again and hope that the people that did not click, maybe they just missed it the first time, and we'll just kind of remind them, and hopefully you'll get some additional clicks. But I always recommend replicating your email and doing another send. Hi, Yanna-Torry.
Hi, I'm back.
Awesome.
I'm back with more questions. I like the questions from the audience. They're really good.
Yes.
The video one, and there's like so many ways, right? Like you said, there's GIFs, there's like products like iMail that some companies use in order to have videos in the email. But yeah, I know video is the thing to go with, right? Everyone is wondering how they can shove a video in there, and sometimes just like a screenshot, right, with like a play button and redirects them to the video can help. Yeah, it's great, and I really like the list cleaning. As a deliverability specialist, that's all I want to hear.
Yeah, we actually create that a lot. Like you can use Canva or a free graphics program. You upload an image from your video and then search for like play button, and there's literally like a fake play button you can put on your graphic to make it look like the video box that you would click on.
Yeah, and it does. A lot of people are going to spend so much time on videos. Why not also share them outside of social media or the regular places you share video?
Yeah.
And also powerful, and it's engaging, and hopefully it gets people to interact with you even more than 10 to 11 seconds. Totally. Engagement is important. Have you had any We were in the previous presentations, we were talking about experimentation. Do you often experiment to find out what the best design is, what is your flow there? Like, what do you think of first? What do you test first? Is it content, or is it really just the design part and you try to make the content fit in there?
Yeah. Well, testing and experimenting is like so much of what email marketing is about. And I think every client we work with, we are constantly A/B testing, and we pretty much A/B test every email campaign because it takes time to really understand like the A/B testing results. Like if you're testing an 8 a.m. versus a 10 a.m., I need to test that for a while to get the best, answer. But typically I start with like the easy things. Like I love testing the from name for emails to make sure because that's like the easiest thing to nail down first. Like, okay, should this come from Yanna-Torry at Selzy or just Selzy? Or Emily Ryan. So really the from name can make a big difference, because if people recognize a name or recognize a brand, they might be more likely to open it than if they don't. So we'll start from name. I love, obviously, subject line testing is huge. If you're not sure what your audience likes, testing with an emoji or without an emoji in the subject line is a great A/B test. But then when you get into like testing the design and the content, it gets a little more tricky, but it's so powerful when you start to see what works and what doesn't, because it's almost shocking sometimes, because you'll think, oh yeah, this one with the big red button, like that's going to do way better. And then the data will show you that the other email with the smaller, whichever button, I don't know. It's really interesting. It's really interesting what you can find out.
Yeah, I've had some weird moments. Well, had some weird tip. Well, it's not a weird tip. It's weird because it's too simple. Where like sometimes you're I'm promoting conferences sometimes in the emails that I sent out, and I tend to have like a button where people go, and then somebody replied back, like a friend of mine was like, why don't you ever put the link in the image of the conference? And every time, and sometimes I still do it. I send out emails and there's a button, and the moment I press send, I'm like, I forgot to put the link in the image again. People, the way people behave can be so so logical, but when we're designing the emails, we're not necessarily thinking of how they're going to behave, or like, or if the images or the buttons are too small and things like that.
Yeah.
How do you think people can track? Because, over time, when we're sending out emails, the content changes, we're promoting different things. So how can you measure the success, for example, of your tests when it comes to design? And, should you be doing, we shouldn't be doing drastic changes so people recognize the brand, but how can you do this like slowly, but still be able to see if it's actually working,
Yeah. Well, it to me, it all comes down to if people are clicking. Like the goal of an email, in my opinion, is to get people to click and do something, click and buy, click and read something. Obviously, you can measure from if people are unsubscribing. That's always something really important to look at. If those unsubscribers are going up, there's my littlest one. If the unsubscribers, the rate is going up, then that should be a clear sign that something is not really working so well. But you can really look at those things like click rate and when it comes to design, like what are people clicking on?
Okay, perfect. I have here another question, and they were asking what to do. Is there anything you can do on the design side if receivers clicking on the call to action, but they're not buying the services or products?
So yeah, that's a big red flag too. And what we'll often do is really start to look at what's happening once they click and go to your website. Like, is your website loading too slow? Like sometimes it can be that simple. Like, is your website loading slow? Is the checkout process as easy as humanly possible? Is there any friction? I love when people say remove all the friction. Like you want to make it so easy for people to check out. If I go to buy something and it's like this long process of typing in so much stuff, I'm like, oh gosh. And so you can also look at your abandoned carts then and see, okay, are a lot of people abandoning carts? Like why are people abandoning the cart so much? But if they're clicking and not buying, there could be a whole host of reasons. Maybe it's the price. Maybe the pricing is too much. Maybe they don't want to pay the shipping. We have a client where people always get to that point and they're like, oh, $10 shipping. I'm not paying that. So there could be a whole host of reasons.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's email's supposed to work in synergy with everything else that we're doing, right? And
Yeah.
sometimes it's just hard to decide what to be looking at and what to work on and what to
There's
change.
so much. Yeah.
There's so much.
But
And it changes
go
all
through
the time,
it
isn't it?
as a customer. Like, go purchase something from your site and really, really see how it is, how everything flows.
Do you think that sometimes the content and what we're promoting in our emails doesn't always reflect what people are going to expect after or should be expecting after? And that can create a clash, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's important. You said like do the flow as a user and see what stands out, I guess, and fix it.
Yeah. If someone clicks on something, they're going to want to see whatever they're clicking on. Like, so if you say, okay, shop all of our lipsticks here, you better take them to the lipstick page. Do not take them to the homepage of your website. Take them straight to the lipsticks category page. So yeah, really making sure that what people are clicking on is what they get.
Perfect. We got a question here about the Apple MPP. So how do you analyze things now that the open rates might be protected based on your user or your audience that might be more Apple prone than Samsung or,
Oh, yes.
The discussion of the decade, isn't it?
It's really changed so much for email marketing, this Apple Mail privacy protection update. You really can't look at that open rate as much anymore because it's not totally accurate at all. One thing I highly recommend you doing is going into your contacts and trying to create a segment or filter to see what device people are using or what email client. And if it is Apple Mail, then you have an idea of like, okay, well, it's only like 20% of my list is using Apple Mail, because you can find out that data. Or say, you know what, like 75% of my list are iPhone users. So this is going to be an issue. If that's the case, then you really need to just, you have to focus on click rate and like actual metrics besides open rate, because open rate is not accurate.
Do you have a good idea or a good strategy how to convert? Because I know like a lot of people are sending emails to remind people they exist. It's not always right to convert, but if you're trying to see how it's working, if people are doing stuff, do you have maybe some tips of how you can convert, your tests to be done in a way where instead of looking at open rates, you can now convert and look at click rates or maybe website metrics. There's Google Analytics is, the beyond the email, right?
Yes. And thank God for Google Analytics as well. It's like so important. But just tips in order to get people to convert. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like moving from, because if you have a strategy which is based on, are they going to read the email? Like I know a lot of businesses don't necessarily, they put everything in the email. There's no action to go somewhere else or do anything. What should they do?
Yeah. You always want to leave a little bit that's not in the email. If you give it all away in the email, there is no reason for people to click. And I've even had clients that send me this. They're like, no one's clicking. And then I'm like, well, there's nothing to click on. Like there was literally someone that sent me an email and there was like not a single link. And I'm like, well, there's nothing to click on. You got to have a reason for people to click. So in my newsletter that I send each week, I just send a very simple like list of like fun links. And I'll often use kind of like curiosity when I write the links so that people will want to click on it. So I'll be like, oh, this is something super cool. And people click on it because they're like, what is it? But you want to make sure you're being honest and make sure that whatever it is, you're doing that with is something really cool. Yeah. So I think last week I used something that was like, I'm gonna use this tool often, but I didn't say the name of the tool. And then people clicked and saw it was this like animated emoji library that I found.
Ooh, cool.
So really like getting people curious, they're gonna click.
Oh, very nice. Okay. We have here somebody who's asked us, what brand emails are you the most excited to receive in your inbox? My favorite is Chubby's. I find them hilarious.
Yes.
Especially the footer. Like I'm always looking for the end. Like I've never bought anything.
Yeah.
But I do read all of their emails.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? It's so similar for me. I love brands that send like funny emails. Postable.com is like a greeting card company, and their emails are just really simple and fun. So I love, and it's just such a great, it's a great example that you need to inject fun in your emails. Yeah. Every single one of us likes to laugh, likes, to see something fun. So even if you're a very serious business, you can still have fun with your emails. I also love J. Crew's emails. I'm just a big fan. I just think they're always beautiful. I love, there's so many, like Chipotle, the burrito company.
Really? I haven't subscribed to that.
Super fun. They inject some really cool animations. Even Starbucks emails, I'm like, these are beautifully done. They always use really large CTA buttons.
Okay.
I mean, I could go on and on, but my favorites are companies that send funny fun.
Yeah, me too. Like the really good emails, which is a really good website. If you guys want to see some examples of like what other brands are doing of really great emails, actually not good. And their weekly emails that come out, they're super informative. They start with a GIF at the top, right? Great title. I definitely like.
They're really good emails. Their emails are really good.
Exactly.
They better be, right?
Yeah, right. And it's informational as well, right? It's not they're not really selling anything. They're a library of templates.
Exactly.
And they make people read them, and they're lengthy enough, and there's enough to read. It's not like just these little blurbs that you're trying to get people somewhere else. The information is there. It's almost like a tiny little email blog post. Exactly. And we read them all. We go and we look for them every week, I'm looking for the GIF, honestly. Let's all be honest. The GIF and the smart ass subject line.
Yeah, totally. Oh yeah.
Yeah. We have a question here about bounces. So Hannah sent a campaign to 5,000 emails, 300 of them bounce. What do you think that means with your perspective, and how we can improve it?
What is the best bounce number?
Yeah. What are the thresholds?
Yeah. So bounces, obviously you can have a host of reasons that an email bounces. There can be like a really permanent hard bounce, which is, this email maybe no longer exists. Someone was at a company and they no longer have that email. It's gone. Or a soft bounce, which is like a server is down, or their inbox is too full and they can't accept more emails. There are a host of reasons. If you have a very high bounce rate, it is a little bit of an alarm that your list needs to be cleaned, and that you need to take a real good look at the emails that are on your list and maybe run them through some sort of email validation tool. There's many out there, but run them through and see if maybe a lot of them are just no longer good emails. Or there could be typos. I've had people that upload lists and there's like typos in the word gmail.com. But if there is a high amount of bounces, then there needs to be some cleaning done. And hopefully those 300 that bounced, like they'll be cleaned for you. And then your next campaign should be a lot better.
Awesome. Is there anything you'd like to see in emails? So a lot of people are asking for videos. Is there anything that you wish would work in emails? I always wish forms could work in emails. And there's some workarounds, but they don't work everywhere. Like just these 2-question forms.
Amazing.
I would love to have forms in emails.
And even just and videos, like having like just a video, not linking to YouTube, but a video playing right in your email. It's not a GIF. But yeah, forms would be incredible. Like survey, there are ways
surveys,
can do like surveys and polls, but having like an actual survey in your email would be really cool.
Yeah, I had seen this email a couple of years ago. It's my favorite email on the planet, and I'm pretty sure it is on the Really Good Emails website. It was an email from Nest during Black Friday, and you remember that one, the super block one, and then you can like buy stuff. Yes. And I remember being like, and then we checked the code, and they did everything with CSS. Like there was no plugin or like a weird thing. It was literally CSS, and like based on if you would click, like I want one of these cameras and one of these, the temperatures. I don't remember. It was one of the Nest products. That's crazy. What would happen was that it would update the price inside the email because the CSS would get called. I remember like, wow, can you imagine the time it took? And like the person who's like, I'm gonna sit down and work on this for 50 billion hours to make this one perfect email. favorite.
Yeah, I remember people talking about that nest email. That's amazing.
It's really interesting. There's a lot of workarounds that people are doing. Do you have any favorite workarounds that people don't think about? Like maybe adding the pre-header text if your ESP doesn't allow you to do it, or things like that. What's your favorite?
Yeah, workarounds. One thing I've seen lately is people doing like the emoji. You put in like two emojis and say, this is a great way to get people to engage. And they say, did you like this email? Did you enjoy this email? And they can click on either of those emojis.
Ooh.
And it'll take them to, a landing page or something. But that's a great way to kind of pretend like it's a survey or a poll. But, or you could even do it as 2 links. Like, did you enjoy this email? Let me know. Yes, no, and they're both linked to something.
Oh, I like that trick. It gets people to engage and go to the website.
Exactly. Yeah. There's some tool that you can do that with, and I can't remember the name right now, but yeah, you can just do links.
Yeah, very interesting. I like it because engagement is key, right? If we want the emails to continue to inbox or people to continue to care about our emails, we need to psychologically make them engage and keep them there and happy as well, right, over time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Emily, for coming and sharing your 6 points.
Yes. No, those were just kind of some quick ones, and this was super fun. Always like working with children in the background. But yeah, always feel free to reach out anytime if you have email questions. And this was great.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank
you. We'll connect again.
Awesome. Everyone enjoy your day. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Bye.
So everyone, we are ready for our first break. Please let us know in the comments which one was your favorite tip when it comes to marketing and the design hacks. So now that you have time for coffee, it's time also to network. And what I want you to do is open up the Slack community, find the networking channels, say hi to people, post a message about yourself, tell us what you love the most about the conference so far. Is there anything new you learned? Just let's talk a little bit. Go grab some more coffee. I should probably stop prompting you to go get some coffee. It's be like a lot of adrenaline here if we keep drinking so much coffee and tea. So make sure to Hello, everybody. We are back to the Email Growth Conference brought to you by the amazing Selzy. So how's it going, everyone? Are you learning stuff? Are you new? Have you just arrived? We are inviting you to join our Slack community where people so far are connecting, talking to each other, and soon we're going to be learning from each other as well. And hello, we got Jeanne Jennings here.
Hey, Yanna-Torry. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So Voila, we've got the amazing Jeanne Jennings here. Her topic today is which test won. So putting under the microscope, 6 to 8 actual A/B split tests to see which one works better and why. So let me talk a little bit about Jeanne. She's amazing here. So Jeanne is a recognized expert in the email marketing industry, of course, and a consultant who helps medium to enterprise-sized organizations make their email marketing efforts more effective and, of course, more profitable. She's also the chair of the annual Email Innovation Summit in Las Vegas. So everybody, let's welcome her and prepare your questions. I'll leave it to you, Jeanne.
Hey, thanks, Yanna-Torry. Hi, everybody. How are you doing today? It's a beautiful day here in Washington, D.C., where I live. It's actually warm again. It's in the 70s. So it's a great day to talk email. But then again, when isn't it a great day to talk email? I am so excited to be here. Yanna-Torry is part of Only Influencers, which is how I know her. And so I just think it's really great to be here with you all today. So why don't we go ahead and jump in? There are so many reports out there about how great email is. And if you're doing email in your organization, you know that it's profitable. This is the latest figure from the DMA UK on profitability. They found that on average, companies are bringing in 35 pounds for every pound that they spend on email. You can translate this to your own currency if you're not in the UK. But it can be a very effective channel. So here's the thing of it. With email, it's kind of a double-edged sword because it's easy to make a profit because the costs are so low. But with just a little extra effort, you can kind of boost how much money you make. So if you're not making 35 pounds for every dollar you spend or 35x ROI, I'm going to give you some tips to get you there. If you are, good for you. And the tips I'm going to give you can help you make that even higher. And who doesn't want to make more money from their email marketing? I do. All my clients do. That's what we do for a living. So how do you go about doing that? Well, my key to success with this is A/B split testing. This is a holiday campaign I did for a client a year or two ago. And you can see that we actually boosted year-over-year revenue by 64%, which is not too shabby. A big part of how we did this was a very extensive A/B split program that we put into place. Now, initially we had thought we would stop this program come November. It was so successful. We actually kept going right until the end, and the results were pretty amazing. We got an average lift of 188% revenue per email. That means we almost tripled revenue on average every time we did a test. Our median lift was 53%, also not too shabby. The results of our tests ranged from plus 9% to plus 1,221% revenue per email, RPE. For those of you who aren't familiar, revenue per email is a metric that I love. It basically takes all of the revenue you made from a campaign, divides it by the number of emails you sent, and voila, revenue per email. So it basically tells you how much money you made for every email you sent. It's a great way to do your KPIs for A/B split testing because revenue is typically what really matters. If you have some other type of non-revenue conversion, you can use conversion rate, but make sure it's conversion rate from sent. In this particular example, our test beat the control 67% of the time. That is pretty much true. I would say actually, usually I do a little bit better than that. The single largest lift loss that we saw for this program was that 1,221% lift. It was from a test where all we did was we took the email they usually send, we duplicated it, we took out a bunch of bullet points about the products, and that's how we got that huge increase. So didn't cost a lot, generated a lot more revenue by taking out some of the clutter. Finally, we did a subject line test, and we got a 730% increase in revenue. Once again, didn't cost us hardly anything, huge impact on bottom line, also learnings that we could apply across other subject lines. There's a lot you can do with A/B split testing. I'm here to show you how. We're going to do this in a fun, interactive way. I am watching the chat, the comments here on Hopin. I'm going to be honest with you. For some reason, I'm not allowed to contribute to that chat, so I can't talk to you via that comments bar, but I can watch. So what we're going to do is we're going to present the setup for each test that I did with a client. These are actual tests that I did with clients over the last couple years. And then I'm going to ask you to guess which test won. And then we're going to tell you which one won. So which test won. So let's go ahead and give this a start. This is the control. This was a business to consumer, B2C, e-commerce company. They were selling things online through their website. When I started working with them, they had an email sign up call to action, basically a box that said sign up to get email from us. Wouldn't you like to have an email relationship? It was at the bottom of the page, right below the fold. We did a test where we took that exact same box, same creative, same offer, same everything. And all we did was we moved it up to the top. It was right under the navigation. It was above the fold in a prominent place. That's the only change we made. So my question to you is, which test won? Use the comments. Let me know whether you think the control or below the below the fold, or the test where it was above the fold. Which one do you think generated more revenue per email? If you're not sure, just take a guess. Anybody out there? Yanna-Torry, are you still listening? Do you have a guess for me? Ah, there's Anna. Anna's weighing in and saying the test. Taylor is saying she thinks it was the test. All right, let's see if you guys are right. Yes, it was the test. By moving that call to action box above the fold, we actually got a 30% lift in list growth. So what does that mean? If they were getting 100 people a day before this with it below the fold, once we moved it above the fold, immediately they got 130 people a day. Now, I don't know about you, but that kind of list growth was really valuable for this company. People who are new to your list, they tend to open better, click better, convert better. So anytime you can boost the number of new people you're adding to your list from a qualified source, you're going to get more revenue out of it. Nice job, everyone who got that right. I am impressed. Okay, ready for the next one? This one's actually B2B, business to business. Here we were doing a list test. So we had one list in their database that was mostly an opt-in list. We used this as the control. We had a second list that they had purchased from one source. It was not opt-in. When you purchase a list, by definition, it can never be opt-in because those people have not raised their hand to receive email from you. So this was list A, which is test number 1. And then we had a third list, which was also purchase list from a different source. This was list B. Again, also not opt-in because anytime you buy a list, it's not going to be opt-in. It just simply cannot be. All right, back to our comments. Which test won? Which list drove the highest revenue per email? I'm watching. Let me know what you think. There's some conventional wisdom around things like this. Ask yourself if the B2B nature of this makes a difference. Anyone who's worked with opt-in versus not opt-in lists probably has an opinion about this. What do you all think? Which list drove the highest revenue per email? Ah, there's an answer. A couple people are saying the control. Wow. I see control. Okay. So pretty much everyone so far is saying the control, which is a fair answer. I can see why you would say that. Higher intent. Yeah. All right. Ready for the answer? We got a 205% lift in revenue per email from purchase list B, the one that wasn't opt-in. So that seems like it tricked some folks in the audience. Anyone who said control, are your ears perked up now? Anyone who didn't respond, are your ears perked up now? Yeah, you're reading this right. That purchase list B actually performed better than the opt-in list. So I can hear what you're thinking. You're thinking, Jeanne, is this usual? This goes against the conventional wisdom. This is unusual. Only a couple times in my career have I seen purchase lists that perform better than opt-in lists. And it's always, in my world, it's always been in a B2B situation. Doesn't always happen. but once in a while it does. So what this really goes to is, in general, opt-in lists perform better than not opt-in in general, most of the time, probably 95, 97% of the time. But every once in a while, you can find a purchase list that's going to be good for your organization. So in this case, that's what they had done. So it's unusual, but you should always give it a try, especially in the B2B world, because you never know. It's interesting, though, again, that other purchase list A, that was a total dog. You can see here that there we got a 95% decrease in revenue per email. That one we got almost no revenue off of, but the other one was really good. So a lot depends on the source. Awesome. Ready for the next one? I tricked some of you on that one. All right. Which email template drove more revenue? This again is for a B2B company. So they are selling things, they're e-commerce. This is our control. You can see it's got an image, some copy at the top, call to action buttons. It's got 2 product blocks. The product blocks are a picture of a product with the name of the product and a link to learn more about that product. So this is our control. So Deanna is asking on that last question, what was the audience of the bought list? If they matched past purchasers' demographics, then I can understand. Yeah, they didn't. The one that did so well was actually a list of employees, a key title for them from the top 500 companies in the country. So it was a list of the top 500 companies and the title that we had selected on that. So that's what did so well. If I had to venture why, I think it was just a good quality list. And I honestly, between you and I think the other list, it was different. It was not best companies. It was supposed to be people that would buy. I think that was just a poor quality list. So I think it really goes to list quality and who you're buying your list from. All right, let's continue with this one. So this is our test 1. Our test 1 is exactly like the control. The only thing we did is we added 2 more product blocks. So this one had 4 products in it to try to see if that would help give us more revenue. And then test 2 was actually 2 product blocks like the control, but the top of it was different. We gave it a big, big hero image. We moved the copy below it, the call to action buttons below it. So really different in terms of the wireframes. So I know there's a little bit of delay here, but really quickly, which test won? What do you all think? A little bit of a delay, but take a look at the wireframes. Which one do you think drove more revenue? They were all sent to roughly the same sample size. We're working on revenue per email here. So it's not a question of which one went to more people. It's literally which one drove more revenue. Test 2, test 1, test 2. Interesting. It seems like people are really divided on this. I see a lot of test 2s, but I see a lot of test 1s. Nobody's going with the control, which is totally fair. Interesting. All right. You ready for the big reveal? Let me show you. There's another test 2. The control won. Oh my goodness. Nobody said the control won. Everybody was stumped on that one. Now, if you were stumped, don't be upset. This is why we test. Because it really doesn't matter what I think or what any of you think, nothing personal. It just doesn't matter. What matters is what our audience thinks. Because the audiences are the ones that are voting. They're voting with their clicks. They're voting with their sales. They're telling us with their sales which one they prefer. That's the one we want to go with, because that's what really matters, is what they prefer. So if you take a look at this, you'll see that the control had our baseline. Test 1, which some people thought was going to drive more revenue because it had more products in it, decrease of 61% in revenue per email. Much less revenue was generated from that one. That's something we call analysis paralysis. If there's too many choices, people take a lot of time. They're trying to figure it out. A lot of times they go away without doing anything. I think that was the culprit here. Now look at test 2. Do you see that one? 28% decrease in revenue per email. All we did there was we gave it we made the image a lot bigger. But here's the thing about that. Big header images are really great for web pages. They're not good for email because a lot of email clients are still blocking images by default. And if the images are blocked, that big hero image at the top isn't going to show up. And there won't be anything there to engage your reader. And if you look at the size of that hero image, you'll see that you have to scroll past it to get to the copy. If there's nothing there for people to see, they're unlikely to scroll. They're likely to just move on. So if you're sending emails that have a big hero image at the top, this is your call to action to test that. Make that hero image half width, put your copy next to it, and see if that doesn't boost the response of your email program, because that is what I find whenever I test it. Not a fan of the big hero images. Doesn't matter what I think. What I find is people receiving emails, not a fan of those big hero images at the top. All right. For all of these tests, you'll see in the bottom, there is a link that goes to a blog post where I've written about this. So I think most of the ones in here have that. If you want more information, take a note about that. Most of these are on my blog, and you can get more information about it there, as well as look at other tests I've done with clients. All right. Number 4, I think we're halfway through. After this will be the halfway point. I love that. Someone found that last one interesting. I agree. It's so much fun to learn these things. Okay. The test here was pre-headers. Which pre-header text drove more revenue? So you'll see here, this is the subject line of the email. Time is running out on our best-selling custom items. The control that the client had been using, time is running out on our custom items. The test that I recommended was great personalized gifts for veterans. Take a look at these 2 pre-header texts. See which one you think drove more revenue, understanding that for both of these, the subject line was exactly the same, the body of the email, everything else was exactly the same except for the pre-header text. If you're not familiar with pre-header text, you really need to be. In the Gmail inbox, it shows up right to the right of your subject line. Your subject line's in black. The pre-header text is in gray. They typically truncate that subject line about 25 characters in, so they have room for the pre-header text. If you're using Outlook or if you're on your phone, the pre-header text is going to appear below the subject line. Again, in both cases, the first 25 characters are what matter most. All right, we've got some answers here. Ooh, test, test, test. I see a lot of tests. Everybody so far who's weighed in on the comments thinks the test is going to win. What do you think? Is that what you think? Another test. All right, let's see it. We got a 96% lift in revenue from the test. Yay, nice job. Nice work, audience. So why do we think this is? So again, if you're interested in learning more about this, the link at the bottom right is an article I wrote from my blog. The best way to use pre-header text is to not duplicate what's in your subject line, to use it as a way to add on and enhance whatever you wrote in your subject line. I think that's why this did so well. When I looked at this subject line, it's interesting. They use the word custom items. What they mean by that is personalized. They'll put your name on it. In this case, they deal with a lot of people who used to be in the military. They'll also put whatever your unit name was. I think that this particular company was missing out because everyone knows what a veteran is. As soon as you hear that word, you know it's someone who used to be in the military, and they were missing out because they were missing out on these keywords in that subject line. So this almost doubled revenue, which is amazing. We continued to test putting these important words up into the subject line, and we're able to boost performance even more. So I love that. Julia says, wow. Kate says, yeah. But test these things. How much did this cost? This cost pretty much nothing to do. All it took was a little brain power, a little bit of thought, and we almost doubled revenue. And you can do this too. This is not difficult. This is not hard. This is just using your noggin, taking the time to think through what it is that you're doing, and then making sure that you're setting yourself up for success. All right. Let's move on. Test number 5. In this case, it was a company in the B2B space. They were selling customized products. So they were selling, for instance, to companies that might give these out as holiday gifts to all of their customers. If you ever worked for a big company, I've got a bunch of them. They might be doing like fleeces and put the company logo on the front, and then they give that out to all the employees. So that's a lot of the things that they sell, things that you can buy in bulk and get customized with your logo. I love this. On that last example, Luke says, I like that you tested pre-header text. I rarely see people do that. It's always subject line. I agree. And I have gotten a lot of extra revenue from my clients just with pre-header text. So if you're not testing pre-header text, either in addition to or just solo, either addition to subject lines or just solo, you definitely should do that. All right, this is a control for this customized products. This email, we had a product with a generic company name on it, and then there was a little starburst in that image that said, your company name here. So it's a very traditional way to show customized products. There's a generic fake company name in there with a note that says, we can put your company name in here if you buy this. So what did we test that against? Ooh, personalization in the email. This was hot. We had the same product. In this case, it was like a little notebook. And instead of that generic company name with a note, your company name here, we actually set it up. This was pretty fancy so that it pulled in the recipient's company name. So if you worked for Amazon, this image would have the book that it wanted you to buy, and it would have the Amazon name on the front. If you worked for Johnson & Johnson, it would have the name Johnson & Johnson on front. So it actually showed you what that imprint would look like, what that actual product would look like with your actual company name on it. So this was pretty cool at the time. We were so thrilled we were able to pull it off. Took a lot of thought, took a lot of planning. We used a great company called Campaign Genius to pull this off. They have a system where they do a lot with personalization. You're going to see an example later of what they do. Some people are weighing in that the test won. Which one do you think won? Do you think the personalized image won? Do you think the generic image won? I'm going to give it a minute. This was a really cool test. We were excited that we were able to do this. This is the reason I got into email marketing, to do cool things like this. So which one do you think won? We have one person who's weighed in with the test version. What do other people think? I like that. Kate says test for sure. Beatrice, test. Tina says test. There's so many people weighing in. Pamela says the test. Anna says the test. Not sure I've seen anyone think the control is going to win. Shall we see how it did? Yep. We got a 96% increase in revenue per email. We got a 55% lift in the number of orders from the test. There is conventional wisdom in the industry that says personalization works. Personalization boosts revenue. This test completely supports that conventional wisdom. What we found, again, we saw the revenue almost double, 96% increase. Now, it's interesting because looking at the orders and the average order value, what we found was that a lot more people, 55% more people, ordered when they saw their name on the product, which is pretty exciting. Luke says you would think it's test, but I would not be surprised if it was control. I like that. Luke is like, it only works if you really did the data prep to make sure. So that is true. This took a lot of setup. This is a lot more difficult than a subject line test. But if you have a product that's personalized, if it really makes sense to show the personalized, you should try it. But again, do that test. The other nice thing about that is when someone came to us and said, I noticed that was a lot more expensive. It took a lot more time. What's up with that? We were able to say it did, but we almost doubled the revenue. Therefore, it was worth it because it didn't take twice as much time and energy and cost to do it. It only took a little bit more. So definitely try personalization if you're not. This is a fun one. I was working with a client. We were doing a campaign where we were sending 2 days a week. We were sending on Mondays and Wednesdays. We needed to add a third day. This was actually a holiday campaign, so we needed to up our frequency when it got to be November. And instead of sending 2 in one day, we were like, let's test and see what day would be good to add as a third sending day for us, because we're already sending Monday and Wednesdays. So what days do you think we took a look at? We took a look at Tuesday. We didn't have a real control because we weren't doing this at all. So we just made Tuesday the control just for simplicity's sake. We also tested Thursday. We also tested Friday. So we tested the 3 weekdays that we weren't already sending to figure out which would be the best day to add in this third send to the calendar. So take a minute, take a look at this, work on what you know from your own program. Tell me in the comments which day you think is best for an email send. Rather than saying control or test, you can say that, but you could also say the actual day, say a Tuesday, or give me a Thursday or a Friday. This was a B2B, business to business organization, which is why we didn't test Saturday or Sunday. We knew from previous that Saturdays and Sundays were not a good day to reach these people, but that weekdays in general were. So what do you think? Which day do you think was the best day? Now, if you haven't already guessed it, my favorite KPI is revenue per email. So that's what we're using for the KPI here. We're not looking at opens, not looking for clicks. We're looking for honest to goodness. They made a purchase and gave this company revenue, because that's the day that we want to be sending this additional effort, the day when people are in a mindset to open up their wallets or write that purchase order and make this purchase. I love this. I love this. I love this. I've got some Fridays. I've got some Tuesdays. I've got some Thursdays. I've got Tuesday. I've got another Tuesday. I've got a control. I think the consensus here is Tuesdays from what I can see. I feel like I see a lot of Tuesdays. Monday. Well, we were already sending on Monday, so that really wasn't an option. Revised for revenue. Kendra says Friday now. Interesting. You guys ready to see which test won? Did you get it right? Luke says Thursday. He did this test last week with a client and they found Thursday. So that's a good data point. We got a 59% lift in revenue per email on Thursdays. So interesting, Luke. This client test agreed with what you found with your client. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, our control was Tuesday. So that's what we judged everything about. That was our baseline. Sending on Thursday, we increased revenue by almost 60%, and that's revenue per email. So the dollar amount for every email that we sent. That Friday send, revenue went down by 63% right off the bat. So yeah, this is really interesting. I think it's important here because this is one of those decisions. And in fact, the company I was dealing with, they said, well, I mean, we're sending Monday and Wednesday. We should just make the third send day Friday and be done with it. And I was like, no. Let's just test. Let's just test and see. So imagine how good it is that we tested this. If we had just gone with Friday, because Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that seems logical. It's well spaced. We would have been losing 63% of revenue that we could have gotten every time we sent on Friday instead of on Thursday. These things have an impact. But you won't know what the impact is unless you test it. Because if you just think in terms of, well, Monday, Wednesday, Friday makes sense, you're going to be leaving money on the table. So all of these things you should test. And Luke, kudos to you that you're testing these things with your clients, because that is the way to make the email marketing more effective and more profitable. All right, let's move on to number 7. We got 2 left. This is another question about which email drove more revenue. So in another company, I guess I have a couple of these in my stable that does customized products, B2B world. Oh, it's another personalization test. So this time we had a product. Instead of just the generic company name, we actually had a generic logo on there. So it was a generic logo and it said your company logo here. very important. We tested it against the same email, but in this case, the image had the recipient's logo on the product. So again, when they opened it, they saw the product with their logo on it as opposed to a generic logo. Which one do you guys think drove more revenue? We have that data point from the last test. We have conventional wisdom that says personalization increases revenue. Probably you've done tests like this with your email, hopefully. You may have some data points there that you rely on. Which test do you think won? The control on the right or the actual test version on the left? You can also say generic, or you can say personalized. I see a couple people saying test. Tina adds to that. Tina says test. Because, I mean, it's personalization. I don't know about you, but for me, if I opened it up and I saw my company logo, that would immediately catch my eye. How did they do that? It would make me want to dive into that email. It would make me feel like they cared more about me. I know that sounds crazy, but it would make me feel like it was well thought out. This is again something that Campaign Genius helped us with. Campaign Genius is really cool. They actually look at the domain part of the email address, and then they reach out to the domain's website and pull the logo in from the website. This all happens in an instant when people open the email. It's really slick technology. Something to think about if you're doing this. Kate wants to know if it's a trick question. A trick question? I wouldn't put in a trick question. This is all just based on what the audience told us, what the recipients told us. You guys ready for the answer? I think a lot of people are hesitant to weigh in. The control one. Can I just tell you how shocked we all were when the control won? We were like, what? But yeah, the control won, including that personalized image, actually decreased the revenue per email by 70%. The reason the revenue went down is because there were 62% fewer orders than the control got. So Luke says depends on data quality. I would agree with that. There was a sort of a thing here. The product was actually like a tote bag. I know Kate says, whoa, I hear you. You should have seen us when we did this test. We're all like, what? Hannah says, don't we need to have permission to use the logo of a corporation on our email campaign? Nope, you do not. You do not, as long as you're not using it in a malicious way. The reason we think this failed wasn't so much a data failure. It was a failure. I don't even know who to blame. I didn't think of it because we were talking about this and I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it with a bag. It was a white bag. Think about a lot of logos. A lot of logos are white. So a white logo on a white bag, it didn't show up. So we think that was part of the problem. There were a lot of issues. We think maybe the logo wasn't big enough to be seen. So this was really a failure, and we didn't look at the creative with a whole bunch of potential samples of what the logos were going to look like. We think that's why it failed, but we don't really know. It's not Domain Genius, it's Campaign Genius, which is a pretty cool tool. How does that work with test 5 results? Aren't they testing the same personalization concept? Yeah, it was honestly based on the results of that first one I showed you. We had a whole program to personalize like everything going forward. And then we did this and it failed. And then we kind of stepped back. And I got to be honest, we did a bunch more personalization tests. None of them made more money than the control. So we ended up not doing any more personalization, which is really odd based on the fact that we're selling customized products. For some reason with our audience, it just didn't work except that very first test. So always test things. All right. I'm going to jump on because we have about 3 minutes left, I think. This is our last one. For all the money, well, there's no money involved, but you know what I mean. Which subject line pre-header text pair drove more revenue? So in this case, we're testing both subject line and pre-header text. This was the control. This is what the company had been using before I started working with them. I won't read it to you. You can read it yourself. This is the test that I reworked. Which one do you think drove more revenue? Everything else about these two creatives was exactly the same. The only difference was the subject line and the pre-header text. You can see what we used. What do you guys think? Which one of these pairs, the control or the test, which one drove more revenue for this client? Kate says test. Taylor says test. Kendra says test. What else do people think? Control or test? Test. All right. Test. Easier and faster to read. Yes, my friends, you are right. It was the test. We actually saw a 43% lift in revenue per email from that test. I'll tell you why I did this. I did it because I wanted to get gift sets and value packs together in those first 25 characters. I felt like that was the most important part. I was like, what are we trying to get across here? Well, we want to tell them they can spend less and get more. You'll notice the date in that pre-header. This happened in 2020. Does anyone remember 2020? It was a couple months into the pandemic. We were really worried. We didn't know how holiday was going to be. People were either out of work, and so they didn't have a lot of money to spend for gifts, or they were still working, but they didn't know how long this whole thing was going to last. But yeah, that is the one that won. It doesn't even matter why. All that matters is that's what drove the audience to spend more money, and that's what we needed to do to keep the lights on with our organization. All right. Before I leave you today, I wanted to give you some additional resources. If you liked what we went through today, I have a blog that is full of A/B split test examples and results. There's a free newsletter you can sign up for. If you're not a member of Only Influencers, Yanna-Torry and I are, and you should join us. Community of email industry professionals. It's super fun. We learn a lot from each other. We have great discussions. And then if you're looking for a conference to go to, Only Influencers annual conference will be in Las Vegas, June 2023. We've been doing this like 8 or 10 years now. Super fun, super knowledgeable. Please join us. And thank you very much for coming to my session today. Thanks for having me, Yanna-Torry.
Thank you. We got a couple of questions here from the audience. So let's start. Somebody asked, can I test more than one thing at a time? That's a question that pops up quite often when it comes to this.
It does. And there's two ways that you can do that. So one way you can do it is, if you notice on some of my slides, we had a test A and a test B as well as a control. So if it's one thing where you're like, well, I want to try this headline versus that headline, you can do it like that all at the same time, where whatever you're testing is the only thing that changes from the control. The other thing that you can do, let's say that you're like, well, but I want to change the headline and the hero image and the body copy and maybe the call to action. You can do that, but that is you can test a completely different version of your creative. And you can do that as an A/B split test and see which one won. The only downside there is you will never, ever know why it won. If you change everything, you're not going to know whether the headline helped or the headline didn't have an impact, but the call to action helped. But it's certainly viable to do that. With most of my clients, I try to do those little single change tests a lot. And I do that big, let's just change everything and see how it does, either once a month or once a quarter, depending on how frequently we mail.
Awesome. Yeah. And we forget that everything with email takes a little bit of patience, right? If we test everything all together, we might have some shortcomings. The second question we have here is, if my contact list is small, should I do tests? How big should my list be so that it becomes worth doing some A/B tests? I understand that, because if you have a very small list, maybe it's harder to have a control group. There's a lot of things going on there.
Yes, this is a super important question. So I'm lucky. Most of my clients are big companies. They've got 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 4 million people on the list. My rule of thumb, there's two answers to this. My rule of thumb, I like to have 20,000 per cell. So if you're doing a control and one test, that would be a total of 40,000, split it in half in order to get good results. The other thing you can do is you can use a sample size calculator. And with a sample size calculator, you put in your number of what do you put in? You put your number of people on your list, you put in what you think your results are going to be, and it kicks out how big your sample sizes should be. Zetasphere, Tim Watson has a great one online that's free. So that's another thing you can do. So if you don't have 40,000 on your list, try the sample size calculator. The other thing you can do is you can test something that's a formula over a couple sends. So let's say you have something like, I want to test that big hero image versus a half-width hero image. Let's say you're sending 3 emails a month and you have a small list. You can just do that in each of those emails, even though the image itself is different and the rest of the email is different. Testing a full size versus a half width over 3 sends usually will get you to that 40,000 total, and then you should have stat sig results. Did that make sense, Yanna-Torry?
Yes, it does. Very cool. I've never thought of doing it that way, actually. I don't have a list size of 500,000. I wish I did. And earlier today with Anu, we were talking about experimentation as well. You know, how do you experiment? How do you make decisions as well before? I like that. I'm actually going to test. There's a lot of things I heard today. I was like, I'm going to test it. I'm not on the marketing side, guys. I'm usually on an advising role and deliverability on the side. So it's nice to hear all of these things. Because even though we're all in the email geeks, only influencers, all these things, there's still so many things that all of us don't know from each other. Email can be more complicated than we think.
It can be. And I would love to have you join this marketing side and strategy side of things. The trouble is you're so good at the deliverability stuff. So
thank you.
Maybe you can do both. Could you do both?
Yes. Yeah, sometimes I advise what people can do because I'm always the bearer of bad news. Rarely people come to me and say, hey, can you just make sure everything is okay? They come to me crying, oh, my emails are not landing anymore. And then I'm the bearer of bad news. You have to clean your list. You can't do this. You can't do that. And it's like, okay, but then what? And it's like, well, figure it out with your, I don't work at your business. I don't know what you guys are testing, what you guys are doing. I'm here to make sure you land in the inbox. So it comes out a little bit that way when they're looking for ideas. But yeah, when it comes to like the details of things, you know, some people specialize, right? We have like people who specialize in welcome emails. Like they're the best at creating like welcome emails or creating subscriber lifecycle journeys. And A/B testing is definitely something that you can like really, it's like niche, and email is already niche enough. And I think that's the most interesting part of email. Everything is so detailed.
It's very fun. It's very fun.
Well, thank you so much for coming, Jeanne. We'll see each other. Oh, we're already Thursday. So next week, hopefully other people can join OI. It's definitely great. Makes you think about emails. So many topics from political things to, you know, industry making changes without notifying people. There's a lot of things you guys can learn from. And of course, we hope that you also join the Slack channel group that Selzy has put online. So if you guys you just arrived or this is the first presentation, Selzy is going to be putting a link where you guys can come and network all together, and we'll be sharing resources and things like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'd love to connect with you. Have a good day, Yanna-Torry.
Have a good one. Bye. See ya. Okay. So everyone, we are going to have the next presentation, which is going to be extremely interesting. It's going to be how to multiply by 10 your sales with emails throughout the customer lifecycle. So the speaker is Sarayna, and she helps business owners and entrepreneurs attract, engage, and convert their desired audience. So through her signature framework, the CPR Blueprint, trademarked, Anna helps clients across the globe to craft an effective customer experience using email strategy, of course, and copywriting that results in higher engagement and sales. So we're gonna wait for Selzy to bring in Anna. We're very excited about this because can you imagine if you're able to do that 10 times? Amazing. Hi, Anna. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Anna. Nice to meet you too. How are you?
I'm good. Where in the world are you today?
I'm currently in New Brunswick in Canada.
Ooh, I'm Canadian. Are you Canadian too?
No, actually, I'm Jamaican. I recently relocated, so that's been interesting.
Ooh, how do you like it so far, New Brunswick?
It's good. It's very different because I'm from the tropics.
Ooh, oh yeah, okay, yeah.
It's cold here.
It is. Yeah, I'm from Montreal and it's cold only like 3-4 months a year. New Brunswick is colder a little bit longer. Why New Brunswick? Are you ready to start?
I am.
Perfect. So I'll go back into the shadows and I'll let you do your thing.
Let me just make sure my slides are here. All right, just a second. All right, just waiting for that to load. Let's see. I feel like there should be like cue music for this. It does say processing on my end. Okay, here we go. Let me know when you guys are seeing my slides. Okay, perfect. Hope everyone's doing good on this here Thursday. I'm excited to talk with you about emails and the customer lifecycle, how to 10x your sales with emails throughout the customer lifecycle. But I'm going to start with a bit of an introduction so that you guys know who you're speaking with and why you should be taking any advice from me at all as far as email marketing. Got my first taste of email marketing in 2015, and that was on the Fiverr platform, believe it or not. I was a general freelance copywriter, then got pulled into emails, did the freelancing bit for, I think it was about 2 years. And then I shifted to corporate role, went to a company where I was working as a senior operations manager and also part of employee engagement. So that was a little bit of a shift. And then in 2018, I gave it all up, found my way back to freelancing in 2018, #Nomad Life. And copywriting was how I financed my travels. Did a stint in Southeast Asia, Japan, South Africa, lots of traveling, and really copywriting was how I paid for that. I actually started working remotely with an agency in 2018, and that's where I got the bulk of my email experience. During this role, I was writing emails for just about every kind of customer, lots of e-commerce, but there was also B2B coaches, consultants, large brands, small brands, writing emails for Honda, HP, just lots of different clients. And so that's when I really had the opportunity to hone my chops in email marketing. Then I transitioned to a SaaS role, which gave me a view of another angle. In the agency role, it was mostly writing and planning the email sequences, while in the agency role, I had more of an opportunity to go on the back end, look at the data, the setup. So there was more digging into segmentation, all these other elements of email. And so that's a bit as far as how I got into email. During that time, I was also working with clients on the side, but now I work with private clients full-time through my one-woman agency of Affiliate Marketing. And we work primarily with SaaS brands, coaches and consultants, as well as e-commerce brands, helping them with emails throughout the different stages of the customer life cycle. All right, so now that I have a bit of an idea, now that you guys have an idea who I am, it would be nice to know who's here. So if you could just let me know by typing a letter in the comments, what industry you're from, whether you're e-commerce, B2B or SaaS, freelance, whether you're a coach or consultant, just so I can have an idea of who I'm speaking with here today. So drop an A if you're e-commerce, a B if it's SaaS or B2B, C if you're a freelancer, and then D if it's coaching or consulting. Awesome. So I'm seeing e-commerce. That's good because one of my, more e-commerce, freelancing. Okay, B. All right. So there's something for everyone in the presentation because I do have industry examples from e-commerce, B2B SaaS, as well as for coaching. So e-media. Awesome. I left somebody up there. You can draw. All right. So now that we're a little better acquainted, I'm going to dive right into the presentation. So by the end of the session, you will have an understanding of why lifecycle marketing is a better approach than the traditional sales funnel. Not knocking the funnel, but I'm a lifecycle marketing advocate. And you will also get ideas for different emails you can include as a part of your own strategy. And as a bonus, you'll know where to find swipes and inspiration for your emails, right? So that's what I'm delivering today. Now, at this time of year, Black Friday, Cyber Mondays are on the corner, the holidays, Christmas. There's a lot of talk about generating sales, but I feel like we don't spend enough time talking about what happens after the holidays, right? How do we keep people engaged and invested after they've made that first purchase? But also beyond that, how do we engage prospects who are not yet ready to buy? Because not everybody who stumbles across our messaging at a particular moment in time is ready to make a purchase, right? So I do want us to kind of think about how do we navigate those two groups and those two scenarios. I propose lifecycle marketing primarily because unlike the traditional sales funnel approach, that's really just kind of focused on getting to the sale and like, that's it, that's the end goal. With a life cycle marketing approach, it's a little more holistic. It focuses on so much more. Like after that initial sale, how do we turn this customer into a repeat customer, a brand advocate, somebody who promotes the brand beyond just that first purchase? How do we get them there? And for those persons who are not yet ready to purchase, what do we do with them, right? How do we engage them? How do we stay top of mind for them so that by the time they're ready to make a purchase, we're there and we're present and we're their first option? A life cycle approach addresses a lot of this because it looks at the customer journey, the customer's experience with your brand throughout these different touch points, many of them which have nothing to do with the actual sale step, right? And as part of this, you'll see newsletters more than once on this little graphic, and that's because emails can be a very effective resource for connecting with prospects and customers alike at the different stages of that journey. And so that's why I'm such a huge advocate of a life cycle marketing approach, but more so for your emails, all right? And so why choose life cycle marketing over just sending out an occasional sales email here or there? Because it's focused on repeat customers and increasing lifetime value for each customer, but it's also more concerned with providing value. And we know as marketers, as business owners, that at the end of the day, while our goal is sales, more conversions, reduce churn, whatever your industry, at the end of the day, the best path to that goal is by providing value. And that's one of the things that's kind of front and center of this approach and why I'm such a huge advocate. All right. And so I stumbled on this conversation on Twitter and thought it would be interesting to share as part of this talk. There was a conversation around whether or not the customer journey matters at all anymore. Like, do customers really take the full-on journey when they buy? Or are we all just buying stuff based on emotion, cued by social media and FOMO? And it's a very valid question that was raised by Kaylee Moore. She's a content marketer that I follow on Twitter. But some of the responses I thought were very interesting as far as the way other marketers and consumers look at the idea of the buying journey, right? For some of us, the journey is very short. Like for Annette, you think of a product, you ask a friend, and then that's it. There's no research, there's no lengthy process. That's the shorter version of the journey. And then for B2B SaaS, depending on what you're selling, enterprise level software that requires the approval of 2-3 individuals and requires an implementation team, that journey will look different. It may mean the downloading of a case study, followed by maybe attending a demo, additional conversations, multiple comparisons. And so the key takeaway from this conversation for me was that while the customer journey will vary from person to person and from industry to industry, at the end of the day, I do believe it's still a valuable framework for crafting your content, for mapping strategy, even if every single user doesn't take that same path. And so that's something to be mindful of, even as I'm sharing examples and just throughout the course of today, just being very mindful of your own industry and what could possibly apply and what may not, or what you could take from another industry and put your own tweak on it and implement it based on your use case. All right, so now we dive a little further into the life cycle approach. And so just to reiterate, it's about multiple touch points. And for me, that's through sending emails at different stages of the cycle, the long game, staying top of mind and not just waiting until Black Friday, Cyber Monday to send that blast, or until Christmas or Mother's Day or any other special occasion. It's also about providing value through education, information, inspiration, depending on the nature of your product, and entertainment as well, right? So these are just some things to be mindful of as you think about and consider using a life cycle approach with your own email marketing. Some questions that would be beneficial to ask. And just a quick caveat, we know that with emails, the goal is to sell, right? There's no secret. The goal is to sell. Whether it's getting someone to sign up for a free trial, to join your newsletter, the ultimate goal at the end of all that is to sell. But it's critical to make sure that these things are part of that strategy beyond just selling. So ask yourself things like, how can I add value for this prospect, this customer, this subscriber? Have I made it clear how my product or service helps them achieve a particular goal or solve a problem that they're having? In the case of B2B, we talk about jobs to be done. What job is the prospect trying to achieve with my product or service? And how can I make it crystal clear that my solution is the best solution to get them there? Right? And so some very important questions to ask as you think about crafting your own strategy. And now we dive into the fun stuff, examples. What can an email strategy look like with a life cycle marketing approach? Now, I have examples from actual clients I've worked with, but names have been redacted and the specific names of like programs have been changed. So some of the information may seem a little generic, but these are projects with actual clients, and I'm just protecting privacy for NDA reasons. All right, so now we've cleared the legal stuff. Let me dive into the first example I have here. And the first one is from the SaaS space. Now, this client has a software that pairs designers with brands that need design services. And when they approached me, the biggest hurdle they were having was that new customers were not creating their first task after signing up. So the model is there is a 7-day trial. They sign up, they get to create a test task just to experience the product and get a feel for what it's like to work with the brand's designers. The secondary challenge was that even for some customers who created a task, many still were not progressing to a paid plan after the trial. When I assessed what they were doing, the first thing that popped out to me was the fact that they were sending a single email. So at the start of that trial, subscribers or customers, because by now they've opted in, and so they were sent one single email, which welcomed them to the platform, did not provide any insight into how to create tasks, did not highlight or reiterate the value of the service, It was just, hey, thanks for joining us, and kind of leaving them on their own. And so what I proposed was a strategy that involved 5 emails. And in this case, it was a little tricky because we're dealing with a short trial window. It's 7 days. You certainly don't want to overwhelm your customers, but in the same breath, you also want to ensure that you're answering questions, overcoming objections, and providing value so that they actually use your service during the trial period, right? And so we settled on 5 emails. Some persons would have gotten 3 or 4, depending on when they took which action. And so the sequence became a little more complex as we had to do all these conditions. And so that very first email was a welcome that was rewritten to really highlight the value of the service that we were providing, right? Unlike working with a freelancer, which can sometimes be a little dodgy, this platform had dedicated account managers that you could speak with if there were challenges. You were able to speak one-on-one with the designer inside the platform. And there were all these benefits that were not highlighted in that single email that we've pointed out throughout this sequence. For the second email in the sequence, we sought to overcome another hurdle. Persons were taking forever to create the task, the first task, or many did not create a task at all. And so there were 2 versions of this email that we split tested. The very first version had a link, very short, 2 sentences with a link to a video demonstrating just how quick and easy it is to create a task. That video, I think, was about 3 minutes long, and then there was a link to go ahead and create your first task. Version 2 was more text focused, and again, it was focused on providing value and just kind of reminding them, hey, this is why you signed up for this thing. You wanted to save time, you wanted to save money. Let's get you set up for those outcomes. The third email was an email that was really focused on providing specific tips. So we looked at customers who had success in the free trial period, and we looked at what they did differently. So a few of the things, they had a very clear brand guideline. Their instructions were very specific to the designer as far as what they were looking for. They were clear, concise with their feedback. They communicated with the designer. They were not uncomfortable about providing feedback. And so we used that data to inform this third email. And then the next email was, again, more customer education. And the goal with that email, again, reminding them why they've signed up. You signed up for this platform because you're either not ready to hire in-house, or you don't want to spend that much time managing a designer in-house. So we're giving you back time, we're giving you back money, the service is cost-effective. Those are all elements that we highlighted throughout the entire sequence, but more so in email 4. And then the very last email in this sequence, we set 2 versions. One, if they had not set up their first task. So what we did was to extend the trial. This email came directly from the founder. And so in this one, it was, hey, life happens. We know you haven't set up your first task. We'll give you another week to get going. In the meantime, if there are any questions, let us know. And then the second version was for those who had completed their task. And it was an upsell where we're like, okay, now you've gotten some results. You've seen the value of the time saved, potential money savings. Let's get you set up to continue that journey. And that was the framing for the upsell for this particular sequence. And so we took, for this particular client, we went from one single email that really wasn't customer focused at all and created an entire sequence that spoke to all the potential objections and concerns that customers would have had that could impede them moving forward beyond the trial, right? And so my next example is from the e-commerce space. This client she's very early on in her entrepreneur journey. So she has a great product, she's validated that, but there was no email strategy. She had a discount code on her website, but there was no automation set up to deliver the code and make sure that she was communicating with subscribers. And so the approach for her, of course, was an overall strategy that spoke to all the different areas that needed to be addressed. But at the core of the solution was a welcome email sequence. And I know this is something that's been talked about several times earlier today, but that's because welcome emails are so critical. And so that's the first thing we did. Created a welcome sequence that, one, delivered on the promise of that 10% discount, making sure that people got what they signed up for at the start of the journey. And then there were additional emails in terms of like the brand story, setting expectations. And then we added a cart abandonment sequence. There was the post-purchase sequence, so that we're really connecting with subscribers at different points in their journey, whether they've purchased or not. Now, the element of this approach that I know a lot of brands tend to skip, and I've seen it with both small and large organizations, is the continuous nurturing through newsletters, which can be a pain to set up. It can be difficult, but absolutely worthwhile. For this client, we went in and set that up to run alongside the other email efforts. And the advantage of this was that we weren't waiting until special occasions to reach out to people with a one-off blast. And so emails in general were more better received because it was more of a relationship. Now, as far as the emails from those sequences, I mentioned already the welcome sequence had that delivery of the coupon. We talked about the brand story, more about the brand. We highlighted products. And that final email in the welcome sequence, which I think is a critical step, is really setting expectations for what's to come for your subscribers. Or do you email frequently? Is it once a week, once a month? Is there any content that you have that's valuable that you could share with your subscribers? Can they connect with you on social? Anything else? It's kind of like that last, hey, we're shifting the dialogue a bit, but here's what to expect going forward. And I think that can be a very powerful email if it's included in your welcome sequence. For this client's newsletter, so she makes handbags and other accessories that are all handmade, African inspired. And so some of the newsletter email ideas we came up with were directly connected to that, but none of them were explicitly salesy. One thing that's important to note was that every single newsletter email either mentioned the linked products or linked to blog posts that mentioned and linked to products. But it was never overly salesy. It always felt very conversational, informative, or entertaining. And these emails were written in first person, coming directly from the business owner. So how to choose a handbag, what your handbag choice says about you. That's something that's kind of interesting that people may want to read about. Handbags to pair with outfits, that kind of a thing. So even as you're thinking about your own newsletter sequence, just consider what would be valuable to that audience. Don't necessarily start with, okay, we need to sell, but how can we provide value? How can we entertain? How can we inform? And then on the tail end of that, you squeeze in those products. It works. All right. And so my last example for today is a coaching client example. This client sells courses and memberships, and she approached me because she didn't have an onboarding sequence. And so there was low usage and engagement around the courses on her membership platform. Persons either didn't know how the program was hosted on Discord. A lot of people are uncomfortable with Discord. And so what was happening is that over time, the churn was going up because, of course, if you're not getting value from something you're paying for, you're likely to just opt out and be done with it. And so the solution here was to create welcome sequences. Again, with the welcome emails, I told you guys that it works and it's important, it's valuable. We created welcome emails for her free offers. And then there was some upselling there to her paid offers. But more importantly, we created onboarding emails for those paid offers that spoke to some of the pains and concerns that she was hearing from her students and her users, right? Nothing particularly revolutionary here in this welcome sequence. You know, it's the confirmation email, the product delivery, introduction to the brand, encouragement to use the material, and what that particular email looked like, kind of similar to the SAS case earlier. It was digging into why they signed up in the first place and reminding them of that thing. So was it financial freedom, generational wealth, whatever those things were throughout the emails? I really made a point of reiterating those and then saying to them, hey, this is why you signed up and this is why you really should continue. And then for the upsell, here's how to build on that freebie to take your journey to the next level. And then the last email in the welcome sequence, we did a downsell to her membership, which was a lower priced offer that we found that more persons were likely to opt into if they weren't ready to invest in the paid offer. And then for the onboarding sequence, again, similar, we knew what the pain points were because there was some research and we had some data. And so the email sought, one, to ensure that users knew how to use Discord effectively. So there were video resources, text, and we spoke to all the different learning styles. So there's documentation, there were links to videos, demos, etc., so that we figured if people understood how to use the platform, they'd be more likely to log in and reap the value. And so the rest of the emails, again, were focused on that. Another one that I think in the coaching and course creation space that gets missed a lot is reminding your users. We all lead very busy lives, and sometimes we sign up for things and we forget, like it's just the reality. Your business is not top of mind for your subscribers or your customers, sad to say. More often than not, the only time they'll remember you is if they remember specific instance. Okay, there's this thing I need to get done, and this is how I can get it done. And so that's the value of the emails. Again, going back in to say, hey, you haven't logged into the platform in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, what's happening? Did you forget why you signed up? Is there something we can help you with? Are you struggling with this module? Those kinds of check-in emails I find can help with engagement and also help reduce churn if it's like a membership model where people may opt out after disengaging for a while, right? And so that's the other example, the final example I have here. And these are just examples of emails that you can make part of your own strategy, again, depending on your industry, the nature of your business. It's a good starting point. And so I know there may be some questions from the skeptics. Does any of this actually work to increase sales? Because that's the goal at the end of the day. It's all well and good, but does it work? In my experience, and again, with different industries, lots of different kinds of campaigns, clients across the globe, there have been different results. In one instance, there is a campaign that increased sales, and this is just in a 1 month period, by 47% for an e-commerce brand that was just selling dog treats. That's it, dog treats. And with the implementation of a welcome email sequence, that's the uplift that they were able to get. I've seen email help sell property. This one was a little more complex, and I wouldn't attempt to convince you that it was just the emails, right? Because sometimes it's more nuanced than that. But there was a campaign that emails were a critical part of, and the goal of those emails was to get people to those viewings. And based on the number of viewings that we were able to book through emails, we were able to help the developer close on 60% of those units. And so email does work. It's not a pie in the sky thing that people just talk about for the sake of talking about. There is data that shows that for a lot of brands, and we've seen examples earlier today too, that email does work when you implement an effective strategy that's informed by your customers' needs and their desires, right? And so the last thing I want to share with you, if you've been looking and you're like, okay, Anna, this all sounds good, but I'm not ready to hire an agency, I'm not ready to outsource this, but I have no clue where to start. Swipes are your secret weapon. They're a great place to start. Marketers use them, agencies, everybody uses them. And so I'm just letting you know. Swipes are a great resource if you're not sure where to start as far as the specifics of the individual emails, right? What should the copy look like? What are my options? What can I experiment with? Swipe emails, and for those who are not familiar with the terms, swipes are essentially examples from other brands that you just pull in. That's it. Just swiping, taking examples from other brands. And as far as where you can find good swipe emails, these are a few of my favorite resources that I go to repeatedly. reallygoodemails.com, emails.swipefolder.com, and swiped.co. The first one is my absolute favorite, but those are all good options. And your own inbox is often an overlooked resource for email inspiration, right? Look at what you're getting from brands in your industry, in your space, competitors, whoever it may be, and pull on that for inspiration. And don't be afraid to look outside your industry, because sometimes that's where that inspiration comes from. You may not be able to implement that idea exactly the way they've implemented it, but maybe there's an element of it that could be really fresh, unique, and valuable for your industry. All right. And so to wrap up, just to reiterate, a life cycle marketing approach is really about putting the customer experience first and staying top of mind every step of the way so that you're not just bombarding people when you're ready to sell, right? Email is an effective tool for achieving this particular goal. And so my recommendation is for you to use emails to improve your customer experience, and the sales will follow on the tail end of that. All right. And if you have questions or questions beyond this presentation, because I do know that Yanna will be taking questions. But if you want to connect, there's my website. I'm most active on Twitter, so that's the best place to find me. I'm also on LinkedIn, but on Twitter, I'm at Anna Sarayna. My website's also listed here, and email. And if you're interested in the presentation slides, you can grab that as well. All right, so over to you, Yanna.
Hey, thank you so much. It's so much insights, and I really like how you presented everything. I was like zooming in on the screen. I was like, okay, screenshot, let's go. I didn't keep them for later and like reanalyze them and like create my own stuff now.
Awesome.
So much content today is great, and like there's a lot of between the presentations, got a lot of like experiment testing, really understanding your audience so you can make better decisions. We tend to kind of think of like, okay, what do we need to sell? Let's sell it, and we don't think about how we should kind of present the idea and make it valuable for them, and then of course make it valuable for us. So we got a couple of questions. So somebody asked, if I've never built a marketing lifecycle, where do I start?
So that's a great question. I'd say, so there's some questions I have here in the slide that kind of addresses that. As far as your customer, your prospect, I think that's always a good place to start. Whatever the nature of your marketing strategy, I always feel like getting crystal clear on who you're serving, what that solution is, and why you're the best one to provide that solution. I think that's a great place to start. And then allow the answers to those questions to inform what that journey may look like. It's kind of a top level response. I'm not sure how helpful that is, but I think it's a great place to start with the who and answer all those questions around the who. And then that will tell you where to go. Your customers will literally tell you where to go based on what they need.
Yeah, I think we tend to think more about what we need from our email list instead of what our email list needs. And sometimes we can be surprised with what they want, like sometimes I use the lawyer example, or the mattress example. If I bought a mattress, I don't need another mattress. Listen, like there's certain things we need to be tracking,
Yes.
certain decisions we need to be making. Like the abandoned cart a couple years ago, when abandoned carts were really a big thing. Like a lot of people rushed to add them. And, at the beginning it was interesting, but it wasn't necessarily okay. Like we all know about Amazon, you go buy a spatula and then they send you an email to buy more spatulas. And you're like, how many spatulas do I need? Yeah, definitely looking at the audience. And every business is different. Even similar businesses that sell same products are not going to have the same audience. There's a reason why, like you said, tell people why you're different and why they should be paying attention to you. Like that.
Yeah.
We have another question, and this is a little bit close to the previous slide, but for a different reason. Instead of templates, they're asking, what are the best resources to learn more about building marketing life cycles?
Okay, another good question. I sometimes hesitate around recommending specific websites because, again, I feel like so much of that is personal, based on learning styles, preferences, etc. One of my favorite resources for marketing overall is Copy Hackers, but I'm a copywriter, so that speaks to me. I think Digital Marketing Institute is another good resource I've used. There's several of them. I'd say a good place to start is maybe just Googling some articles. I know one popular phrase that you could search for is lifecycle marketing versus the traditional sales funnel. Like you'll find a lot of content around that, and it really highlights the distinction between the two and why there's kind of like a shift from that approach to a more customer-centric approach.
Oh, interesting. So you like reverse engineering the why or the how from the why changed. I like that.
Yeah. So that's a good place to start. Beyond that, I can't really think of any specific resources. Most of what I would recommend are going to be focused on copywriting and just email strategy overall. And I'm not sure. And that would be Copy Hackers. I do have a bias toward them because I consume so much of their content and I write for the blog. Shameless plug.
Well, it's a good place to start, right? Coming from the pro herself.
That's a good place to start.
I tend to just look at my inbox, like I go and I subscribe to other people's stuff, and it's sometimes confusing because, like my competitors don't have the same audience, they don't do the same things, and that creates issues because then I have all these misconceptions, like, well, they're doing it, maybe it will work for me, and sometimes I don't do it as a test. I do it more as in like, well, they're doing it. They have the budget to do all this research. I might not have the same budget or the same list size, and that becomes a little bit confusing, or I guess mistakes are made. Testing is good, but maybe being more organized would be better. Like you who actually knows.
As you mentioned that, I thought of another resource. As you mentioned, Inbox. So Litmus has really awesome emails and blog posts. That's Litmus. Their website, their service is really around testing your emails. I'm sure you know about this, Yanna, but like testing emails for the different platforms where your emails render, like on, say, Outlook versus on Gmail on mobile versus desktop Yahoo, etc. That's a really good resource, Litmus app. So you can check that out. I forgot it earlier, but it's a very good one.
Yeah, and their team is very like public. They're like, everyone's on Twitter, everyone's on LinkedIn. They're writing articles, doing webinars. They're like, I mean, email geeks are kind of like, we like talking. I tend to stalk people who do think, well, now I have like so many more names to add today, but I tend to stalk people that do different things. Email can be so niche, and like everything is another thing. Like you can be doing marketing, you can be doing content for email. Hey everybody, we are getting ready to come back and continue the Email Growth Conference. Please let us know what you think of the event so far, what you've learned, what you've liked about it. We'd love to hear your opinions so that we can create more events that cater to your needs. Please continue to be active in the Slack channel. I see messages popping up here in the event as well. Any comments are always wanted. And we have 4 more speakers. We're going to be covering so many things. I hope you guys still have some place left in those notebooks and the ink hasn't run dry. Yeah, Julia, we're excited. So I'll give everybody a couple of minutes to come back from lunch, or maybe you're still eating at your desk. I don't know. Or maybe you're not in the right time zone for it to be at lunch at the moment. So let us know what you like, what you would like to see in the future, and what we can do for you to make this as amazing as possible. Don't forget to connect with your peers, to connect with specialists on LinkedIn. Of course, try to be polite and think of their time. But we, as email geeks, we definitely love to share a lot of things about email experiences, knowledge, thoughts, news articles. Things change all the time. And connect with Selzy on LinkedIn. Go check them out. Check out the brands from the speakers as well. They have so much content that they're writing and publishing. It would be a shame for you guys not to read it and learn from the experts out there. So the next talk we're going to be going through is extremely interesting. We have Melanie Balke. She has experience working with global brands and startups in e-commerce, automotive, beverage, skincare, retail, clothing, consumer electronics, and more. Her speech is built on the huge experience she has accumulated over the last couple of years, over the last a lot of years, actually. So here we have Melanie here. I don't know. Oh, hey, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's getting late here. What time is it over there? Where are you?
It's 1 p.m. I'm based in LA.
Oh, nice. Oh, you guys have nice weather as well.
I know we do, as you can see in the background.
Very nice. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, perfect. So let's kick it off.
Fantastic. Okay. Please let me know if you guys can see the presentation fine. Should be okay, right? Okay. If you guys can't see the presentation, just feel free to post into the comment box and I will make sure to come back and fix whatever technical issue we may be going through. So welcome to 6 email hacks that drive immediate results. I'm so happy to be here. The first part is I'll give you a little bit of an intro about who I am, what I do, why you should be listening to me, or maybe why not. Then we'll dive into the 6 email hacks. If we do have time at the end, I have a little bonus for you. And then at the end, we'll leave some time for questions. So let's dive right in. Who am I? Why should you be listening to me? Why should you not be listening to me? So my name is Melanie Balke, in English, Balke. People say it many different ways and I accept all of them. I am the founder and CEO of The Email Marketers. We are an outsourced email marketing team. So technically we're an email marketing agency, but we love to call ourselves an outsourced email marketing team because that is really how we want to function, like a team that you would have internally, just outsourced. We're a 7-figure agency. We work with e-commerce predominantly, but we also work with a lot of VCs and aggregators. Within e-commerce, we work with a lot of health and wellness and food and beverage brands. But before I started all this, I was a former head of email marketing for one of LA's fastest growing agencies. Before I did that, I was in-house for, we always say, if not the first, one of the first furniture brands to sell made-to-order sofas online, Apartment 2B, which was then later acquired by one of the largest furniture companies in the US. And before that, I actually worked in marketing consulting in Germany, where I was born and raised, for very traditional conglomerate brands in automotive, telecommunication, and healthcare. So far, we've generated over 10 million in online sales through email marketing. And, just so you know about me, besides being an email nerd and what I do professionally, if you guys are thinking, wow, Melanie's so cool, but I don't want to talk to her about email, come talk to me about surfing. I love pasta. I love dad jokes. Come talk to me about Germany. I think it's one of the most underrated humors in the world. Or come talk to me about email. I talk about email quite a bit, and presenting and sharing value is one of my favorite things. Which brings me to our next section. Why is email still important? So there's a ton of points here, and I'm happy to share the presentation after, but I want to point out 3 really important things. The reason I want to point this out is because most people keep coming back saying email is dead. I think for the past 10 years, people have been saying email is dead. Email is like the walking dead of marketing channels. It's still not dead. And here's a couple of key reasons why. Number 1, Facebook, which is one of the top acquiring channels for people, is really struggling at the moment. Not only are the cost per acquisitions on Facebook vastly, vastly higher than they used to be. I mean, here we see that the average cost per acquisition increased by 61% just going from 2020 to 2021. But we're really seeing e-commerce brands are actually struggling to grow and succeed the way they were after iOS 14. But also, do more people spend more time in their email than they do in Facebook? So the average Facebook user spends about 41 minutes on Facebook. Gmail, and that's only one platform, has over 1 billion monthly active users who spend 6 hours in their inbox daily. And think about yourself. How much time do you spend in your emails, and how much time do you spend on Facebook? The shift towards email has gotten much stronger again. On top of that, we have a looming recession, and everyone is really, really scared. In recessions, what is the customer that will keep your business afloat? It's your existing customer. It's your loyal customer. Not only is email a super cost-effective way to get access to that existing customer, it's 8 times cheaper to retain a customer than it is to acquire a new one, but email also builds brands. Email builds community and loyalty and brand affinity that will make sure that your business is recession-proof. Of course, there's more points, but to me, these are always the 3 most important points of why email, after all these years, is still relevant. So, my purpose for today is if iOS 14 or 15, or maybe the looming recession, or whatever is going on in the marketing and business space has made you look something like this. I want to share 6 super effective email hacks, also strategies, that you can use to drive immediate impact in your business or for the businesses you work with. One key thing here is that not all of these might apply to you one-to-one, right? Maybe you don't even have an e-commerce brand. The principles, however, are still very much applicable to your business. So my purpose today is I want to show you the 6 hacks that we use in hopes that you are inspired, take that back home and say, man, this really made me think. Now I have an idea of how we could use this for us. So let's dive right in without further ado. Email hack number 1. Email hack number 1 is actually super boring. It's nothing new. You've heard this 1,000 times. But before we can talk about the entire email lifecycle, we need to talk about the first part. How do people even get onto the lifecycle? So it is very boring, but some people go and they buy an email list. And then they come and they're upset that they didn't get any leads. Trust me, we see this every day. People come and they say, we have this huge email list. We bought this list. It's super, super effective. And then we try to send them and they get 0 leads or 0 customers. So if we're not getting people into that life cycle by buying lists, how do we get them there? Well, your pop-up, obviously. Again, very straightforward. Why am I saying it's straightforward and it's boring and you've heard this 1,000 times before? Because I know you have. Why am I still presenting it? Because out of 20 clients, I can tell you 19 clients will not think about their pop-up as one of the most important levers in their email marketing lifecycle. Yet it is. So what we do when people come in, the first thing we do is we optimize the beginning of the email marketing lifecycle, which is how people get onto the list. You can only email people when they're on the list. And so we A/B test. The average benchmarks for pop-ups are about 3%, but we're not happy with that. We want to be in the top 10%. So we want to go and increase the pop-up conversion to 10% for our clients. We have one client that has 1 million site visitors. They started with us and their pop-up conversion was 1%. 1% of 1 million is 10,000. We came in and we changed it to 10%. That's 100,000. So through A/B testing, we increased their monthly new subscribers by 90,000 new subscribers. You can imagine what that did for revenue. So let's say you believe me and you say, you know what, Melanie, you're right. We should A/B test more, but man, I don't know. We just never get around to it. Well, I'm here to show you some more data of what a little bit of A/B testing and what 10 minutes of your day can do for you in terms of results. So we A/B tested for this client and we A/B test everything. We A/B test images, copy, the offer, the pop-up type, the pop-up design, when it pops up. We A/B test everything. In this case, we A/B tested on an exit intent. This is a super, super small brand, still founder-led, apparel. Average order value was $120. And their offer was 10% off on the exit intent. We came in, we did some tweaks with the copy, and then not much change. And then we said, okay, let's tweak the offer. Let's go with $10 off instead of 10% off. And so we thought, hey, this is going to be a smaller offer, right? Because 10% off $120 is more than $10 off. But let's see what happens. The consumer isn't logical. And lo and behold, we were correct. The signups jumped from 1.6% to 8.7%. The orders jumped from 26.9% to 47.5%. That is almost double the amount of people that used to sign up now order. So before, only 26.9% of people who signed up ordered. Now double that ordered. And on top of that, we have more signups as well. Our discount, however, is much smaller. Our discount used to be 10% off of $122 average order value, which is about $12.20. And now our discount was $10 off, which is $10. So we have savings of $2.20 per order. What did this mean for them? This meant that one small change that took less than 10 minutes generated a 5.4x lift in conversions and $2.20 of savings per order. For a small business with 10,000 site visitors and 300 orders per month, this means 8,520 additional subscribers a year and $7,920 in savings per year. But what does it mean for a larger company? For a larger company with 74,000 site visitors and 2,220 orders per month, it means 63,048 additional subscribers and $58,608 saved per year. I don't care how big of a company you are. You could be Walmart. Even Walmart can make $60,000 extra for spending 10 minutes. Doesn't matter how large you are, that is a huge win. And if you look here, you'll find that actually most brands, this is a brand called 8 Sleep, they're a mattress, over $100 average order value, use a dollar per dollar offer off and not a percentage offer. Why is this? Well, it's the psychological effect when you have $10 off versus 10% off. What happens is how we perceive value is based on the absolute number. Because as humans, we're always trying to reduce cognitive load, which means our brain is super lazy. Our brain wants to do the least amount of effort. So when we see an offer like 10% off, our brain goes, oh, okay, this is 10% off, whatever. But our brain doesn't actually go to do the math and say, hey, this is $120 order, 10% off is less than, or $10 off is less than 10% off because 10% seems less. This is especially relevant if you're doing something like $20 off versus 10% off. If you have an item that's $200 or more, because our brain then goes 20 is more than 10 and immediately thinks that $20 off is a better deal. So as a guideline, if your product is over $100, use a dollar amount off. If it is under $100, use a percentage amount off. One note here, you might be thinking, why do we feel like 10% off is less than $10 off? That's really weird. Well, because we are used to getting the 10% offers on smaller, lower average order value items. So in our brain, based on our experience, 10% off amounts to like $3 or $4. We don't actually go to do the math. So this was the first hack. Again, super simple, but so impactful. As a side note, I want to say one other thing here that's very dear to my heart. You should offer free shipping. There is literally no reason your business should not be offering free shipping. There's thousands of studies out there on how much more impactful free shipping is to your business than even a very low offer around a $1 shipping. If you have to bake the cost into your product, do it. If your product was $5, make it $8, but offer free shipping. And I want to explain to you why based on a really interesting experiment. This is the Hershey's Lindt experiment, which explains the zero pricing effect. They gave, in a study, people the option to either get Lindt chocolate for 15 cents or Hershey's chocolate for 1 cent. People chose, 73% of them chose the Lindt chocolate because they felt like Lindt chocolate was better quality and it was a better deal. 15 cents for Lindt over 1 cent for Hershey's, that's a better deal. It's way better chocolate. And then they said, okay, now here's the second option. You're going to get either the Lindt chocolate for 14 cents or the Hershey's chocolate for free. And now it flipped. 69% of people now chose the Hershey's chocolate. However, note that nothing has changed in the difference of pricing between these two products. There is still a 14-cent difference between each of them. But people now vastly preferred the Hershey's chocolate. Why is this? People prefer zero price things. They prefer the number of zero, and this is called the zero pricing effect. This is, in fact, not only why you should offer free shipping, but this is also why brands like Amazon and Amazon Prime are so successful. In fact, the second most cited reason that people subscribe to Amazon Prime is their free 2-day shipping. On top of that, people have found that free shipping can improve your average order value by as much as 90%. So just a hint, this is super dear to my heart. I know it has nothing to do with email, but it does have to do with pop-ups because people often offer free shipping in their pop-ups. You should offer free shipping anyway. This should be core baked into your pricing, and this should be a standard to your products. Okay, now moving on to something more exciting, something you probably haven't heard yet, which is our email hack number 2. It's one of my favorite hacks because I actually came up with it. So you all know the abandoned cart flow. You've heard of it. You know how impactful it is. But there's a certain problem. After the first abandoned cart email, what we found is there's usually a steep drop in conversion rates. We get like 6% conversion rates, 10% conversion rates on the first emails of the flow. And then it drops very steeply, 1.6% next. Why is this? Well, e-commerce has been around for a while, and we have trained our customers so far. Everyone knows what an abandoned cart email is, and everyone knows how to get these abandoned cart emails. The discounts that we usually provide in these emails, therefore, have lost their effectiveness. People don't respond as well to an email at the end saying, hey, you still left this in your cart? Okay, come back, get 15% off on us. Why? They know exactly how they can recreate that email and that trigger. There's no urgency. There's no scarcity. None of these psychological effects actually work. And so I said, okay, the problem is the conversion rate drops. People know exactly the games we as marketers play. What if we do it differently? What if at the end of the abandoned cart flow, we add one more email with a really long time delay, right? So we give them a little bit more time to actually think about the purchase decision. Maybe it wasn't the right timing. Maybe they were waiting for their paycheck. Who knows? So we'll let it simmer a little bit, and then we'll send them another email that's a flash sale. However, it is important that people don't know this is part of our flow. This is part of our abandoned cart flow. So we're not actually talking about their cart. And it's important that this flash sale really plays on urgency. So they have 1 day only to actually redeem this offer. And so when we tested this, we actually found some really cool results. This is an abandoned cart email 4. Again, we tested this with a smaller brand, and the placed order rate was 1.6%. And this was a regular kind of abandoned cart, get a discount type of email. And then we did the abandoned cart email 4, and we did a longer time delay, right? And we said, okay, let's do the flash sale now. And what happened is our placed order rate went from 1.6% to 3.4%. So instead of normally getting smaller and smaller and smaller because they're already getting a discount in email 3, now it went back up because the flash sale made people feel urgency and scarcity. They thought this was only coming once and it's never coming again, and it's not part of the abandoned cart email. So for this particular brand, this led to $20,400 in free money. I say free money because it takes you a minimal amount of time to actually go and create this email. And it's an offer that you probably would give anyways during a sale month. So what counts as a really long time delay? Great question, Hillary. It totally depends on your brand, right? This brand here, they did 60 hours, which is actually a super short time delay, I would say, right? I normally would do for a brand like this is a vitamin brand. It's a small average order value product. I'd probably do like 4 days. If you have a higher average order value product, I might even do 7 days, 10 days, right? It depends on the purchase life cycle of your brand and your customer. So that kind of is, unfortunately, I know you guys hate the answers when I say it depends, but it really does depend on your purchase life cycle. So here my question to you guys is, are these emails flash sales or are these emails part of a flow? You could never know. These were probably campaigns, to be honest, but I wanted to give you inspiration of what a flash sale email could look like in your abandoned cart flow, your flash sale email. Why does this work? Okay, really quickly. I already mentioned it, but we've trained people to know what to expect. In this email, we're giving them the feeling that this is a scarce thing. They don't know how to get it again. It's only going to last 1 day, and it's going to be gone very soon. The psychological trick is very, very effective. Apple, in fact, has built a $2 trillion company with this. And the way they do this is actually very sneaky. When they launch a new phone, I don't know if they still do it, but they've done it multiple times in the past. They launch the new phone, they create the hype, and then they say, hey, by the way, you know, the phones, I think they're going to sell out. And they leak that information to the press. iPhones will probably sell out after the first couple of ones. And what happens? Scarcity is created. Now, getting a new iPhone is something rare. It's something difficult. People now want it to show that they're a first mover. They're one of the special people who got a new iPhone. So what happened? People were happy to camp outside of Apple stores overnight for hours and actually, in fact, pay what, $200 more than the average phone on the market, simply because Apple was very smart in how they marketed access to their new phones via scarcity. Here's another good example. You'll see this up here in the top corner when people have the countdown timer. This is creating scarcity through urgency. It's going to be over soon. It's not going to be here for a long time. Limited edition stuff, again, plays on scarcity. And most of all, the whole entire NFT craze is based on scarcity. There is literally only one ape that looks exactly like this. There will never be an ape that has this exact background, shade, color, yada, yada, yada. There may be similar ones, but this one is completely unique, and so it is scarce. So use scarcity, not just in your emails, but use it in your entire company, obviously ethically, right? With everything that I'm saying and teaching here on the psychological tricks, I trust that you guys are using these ethically and not scamming people and not just making up that things are scarce. But I do think that it will teach you how to better communicate these opportunities for you. Okay, let's move on to email hack 3. Now, I did not come up with this one, but this one is by far my favorite one. So with iOS 15, as you guys know, we have lost the ability to really track people's opens on Apple products. That means we are now further incentivized to get people to click emails. Here's a really cool way where you can not only get people to click emails, but you can also get more information about them and make their purchase decision a lot easier. So what are these emails? These are quiz emails. On the right side, you'll see two examples. One is the Zen and the Art of Scent Matching, where this was for a perfume brand or cologne brand. And they said, hey, tell us what your favorite drink is. And then at the end, you can calculate, like we used to do in the old magazines, your results. And so you kind of choose your drink and then you get your result. And then okay, this is the cologne I should be buying. On the right side, you'll see a quiz that's actually interactive. And this works through something called AMP. AMP is a super exciting, very, very new technology, not fully fleshed out. Well, what AMP will allow us to do with email is actually take all the actions that we would normally click and then do somewhere on a web browser within email. So in this case, you could actually take this quiz within this email. We do this a third way. We actually do a mix of both. We use Klaviyo predominantly for most of our clients. And what we do is we have people click on an image, and then Klaviyo automatically tags their profile with what they've clicked on. And based on what they click on, they're automatically redirected somewhere else. So why is this cool? Why is this so exciting? How does this actually work? This is really cool, number one. If you have a product where people have a hard time deciding which product they should buy. I'll give you an example. We used to work with an olive oil brand. And, I don't know if you guys are big olive oil fans. I love olive oil, but I am yet to taste what they put on the back the olive oil is supposed to taste like. Hints of green apple and lettuce. Hints of almond and, tomato. I've never tasted that in olive oil. And so these guys, they had something that would say like, this is our robust variety. This is our everyday variety. This is our organic variety. And we found that it really confuses people in their purchase decision. People didn't know, what variety should I buy? And so what we did is we sent an email and we said, okay, and we actually made this part of the welcome flow, in fact. We said, hey, tell us your favorite evening snack, popcorn, chips, whatever. And based on that, we'll tell you which variety is best for you. This was something that the olive oil expert kind of came up with, like, hey, yeah, we kind of can translate this into that. And we're like, cool, let's do something fun. And we sent this email, and then people would click, my favorite midnight snack is popcorn. When they click popcorn, they would get redirected to the product page of what product they should buy, right? Because we would say, tell us your favorite midnight snack, and we'll tell you which variety you should buy. And automatically, their profile would also get tagged in Klaviyo with popcorn. So now if I ever wanted to do a campaign around olive oil and popcorn, I know exactly who my high users will be, who the people will be who are going to be most interested in this campaign. Another way you can do this is if someone comes to your website, signs up to your emails, but never looks at a product. This is a really cool way to actually get them to the next step of using your or looking at your product. So super, super fun, super, super cool. This stuff works for one and one reason only. Excuse me. And it's the whole reason the company BuzzFeed exists. As people, we always need to know about ourselves. That's why people do online quizzes. That's why people need to do tarot readings. We are on an eternal hunt to get a deeper understanding of who are we? Who are we anyways? That is the reason we get excited by stuff like, tell me your favorite pizza flavor and I'll tell you which country you should really live in. As an example, like why are such silly quizzes like that successful, right? Like, why is a quiz like everyone has a Pop-Tart flavor that represents them? Which one are you? Why is that successful? Because as humans, we always try to understand ourselves and who we really are in this world and how we fit in. What is our place in this world? We are consistently trying to figure that out. So that's why these emails are super, super impactful. On the note of AMP, I'm super happy to see you guys love AMP. We work with Mailmodo. We are just rolling out tests for clients now. It is still very much in its baby shoes, but definitely experiment with it. Sorry, I had a little lapse of brain power there. Definitely experiment with it. And Mailmodo is a platform of our choice, so highly, highly recommend them. Okay, email hack number 4, and I think we're going to be good in timing. Email hack number 4, I'll make it super quick, is actually very easy and something we did for a client after Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So after Black Friday, Cyber Monday, what happened is the sales really dropped. And the client said, hey, we need to do something in December. How can we get these sales back up? And I said, let's do something fun. Let's do the 12 days of Christmas. And you don't have to do this as the 12 days of Christmas. You could do this as the 5-day anniversary celebration of your company, or 4 days of summer, or the, your start of spring sale today only. And what you want to do is you want to send a different offer every day. So this is a really great way to keep people engaged, to get people to come back and actually open your emails. And also a really great way, if you have a lot of SKUs, to discount the ones that you might want to get rid of. So what we would do is we would do something like, okay, today, 30% off chicken breast. And then the next day we'd be like 15% off pork loin. And the next day we'd say 10% off ground beef. So always a different offer, always a different product, totally unpredictable. And this generated in 12 days, $45,150, which was 64% of their Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales. If I asked you, hey, do you want to do 64% of Black Friday, Cyber Monday in 12 days in December only? I'm pretty sure 100% of you guys would say yes. So highly recommend this. Tailor it to what you need. If you don't have a lot of SKUs, how can you still use this? Well, these guys, they have only 3 SKUs. And what they did is they said, hey, use code TREAT and see how much you're actually going to save. Why is this so brilliant? Because me, even if I have no interest in buying their product, now I'm curious. Now I want to see how much off am I actually going to get? And guess what? If I go and I press shop now and I put something in my cart and I go to the cart, now they've managed to push me through the entire purchase life cycle to the very end. And if I put in the code TREAT and it is 30%, then maybe I just got a really, really good deal that I don't want to lose out on. So again, this also plays on scarcity, which we talked about before, and urgency, right? It doesn't come often. It's only today, and you're getting a really good deal. But why does this actually work so well? It is the same reason that slot machines work well, or that these spin to win pop-ups are so successful. As humans, we enjoy variable rewards. What does this mean? I'll give you a good example, and this example is actually with rats. So there was a with mice. They're way cuter than rats, at least. There was a mice experiment in the 1950s where they would put mice in different cages, and then some mice, they would press a lever, and every time they pressed the lever, they would get a treat. Other mice, they press the lever. Sometimes they would get a small treat. Sometimes they would get a big treat. Other times they would get nothing at all. And what happened is, unlike the mice that received the same treat every time, the mice that received different treats every time, they started pressing the lever compulsively. Because for our brain, it is so exciting if something's not predictable. Because we actually crave predictability. So when something's not predictable, our brain, the variability that comes with it, kind of triggers our brain to try to find a pattern. So we keep pressing. That's the same reason these variable discounts, different discount today, different discount tomorrow. What kind of discount are you going to get with this discount code? Hey, are you going to win at the slots today? Maybe not, maybe yes. Or the spin to win pop-ups, which I guarantee you play even if you have no intention to actually purchase, are so successful because our brains get excited by the variability. Okay, I know we're running a little shorter on time, so I'm going to breeze through the next couple of ones in the next 9 minutes. The email hack, number 5, the re-engagement giveaway. So we usually find that when we work with brands, they have a super large list and they're super excited, and we come in and like 50% of their list is dead. No one's engaged. It's normal for about 30% of your list to churn every year. People stop using the email. People stop being interested. Some people pass away. It's just natural. 30% of your list will decay every year. However, there's still a large chunk that you are going to be able to re-engage. And we said, you know what? Let's find out if these people really aren't getting our emails, if they really stopped using this, if they really don't want to hear from us at all. This is after people have already gone through a re-engagement flow. And let's try to get them back with a giveaway, because people always love free things. Go back to the zero pricing effect. People love free things. And so we said, okay, let's run a giveaway and see which of these inboxes are actually totally dead, meaning no matter what we send them, they're never going to open this email. And so we sent a super easy giveaway. It was like, get 6 months of vitamin goodies. And we got astonishing results. We had 5,075 inactive subscribers, again, very small brand, of which we re-engaged 1,413 subscribers with this email. That's 28%. And I just want to emphasize, guys, this is people who've already gone through a re-engagement flow. People who we've said, hey, we're going to unsubscribe you. Are we broken up? What could we do better? Here's 20%, come back. They went through all that. They didn't engage with any of those emails, but they engaged with the giveaway. 28%. That means now we had 28% of this list where we knew, hey, they're still getting our emails. We just need to change our strategy with how we're trying to talk to them because it's not effective. Super, super big hack and super excited about that. Email hack number 6. This is one of my favorites and one of the easiest, and it's going to take you 5 seconds to do it. Just because someone is unsubscribing from your email list does not mean that they don't want to purchase from you. It simply means they don't want to receive your emails. Maybe your emails are terrible. Maybe they're not an email person. Maybe they're in a moment of anger because their inbox is super crowded. I went through 2 days ago. I unsubscribed from like 1,000 things, and I'm an email marketer, so I subscribe to things just to stay updated. So just because they're unsubscribing doesn't mean they don't want to purchase. So we said, you know what? We're going to go and we're going to give them a 30% off discount after they unsubscribe. So, hey, before you unsubscribe, come here, get 30% off, and this discount code's only valid once. Go do your thing, and you can still unsubscribe. So what took us like 5 seconds to put that together. And what happened is we made several clients 5 figures like this easy. So even after people unsubscribe, they're still willing to purchase. Go add a discount code to your unsubscribe page and give them the incentive to come back and purchase. And the reason this works, I don't have a slide for it on here, but the same reason this works is scarcity. People don't see unsubscribe stuff here a lot. In fact, I would say this is the same reason some people, when they're breaking up with their partner, start having doubts whether they should start breaking up, right? It's because when we're ending something, it creates more scarcity, right? This is over. This is not happening again. And it incentivizes people to come back and actually purchase that emotional feeling. So again, takes 5 seconds, will make you lots of money. Highly, highly recommend. Okay, before I go into this little section, let me answer some of the questions. Re-engagement content that doesn't include a promotion coupon. Yeah, I mean, again, it really depends on your brand and what you do and who you are. If you are let me think of something like, let's say you are a dentist, then maybe your re-engagement could be around, hey, here's my checklist you can use for your kids before they go to bed, right? We developed this really fun checklist game that incentivizes kids to brush their teeth. Boom, send that, right? Let's say you are a coffee brand. You could send them a guide around the best beans or the best roasting process, or you could give them access to an exclusive community that you have, your coffee aficionado community, something like that. How would that unsubscribe discount work when both existing customers and leads use the same preference center? Actually, it doesn't really matter. It can be both for existing customers and new leads. I would give them the same discount. Is that an unsubscribed web interface? Yeah, so it's depending on what platform you are. For example, in Klaviyo, which we predominantly use, you can have that. You can edit your unsubscribe and preference center within Klaviyo. So it is somewhat like a web interface, but it is through Klaviyo. Okay, it's not over yet. I have one more thing for you guys. SMS. So as 2022 is almost over, and I've been saying this for the entire year, I think 2022 is the last year that we're experiencing as SMS being in the wild, wild west. So there is really no rules and regulations right now, but they are going to come. I, for a fact, know some companies are already testing the preference pages. So I highly, highly recommend you get in on SMS. Number one, not only do more people open it, but people are more likely to respond and actually start a two-way conversation with you. And the last thing is Gen Z doesn't really use email. So I highly recommend you get in on SMS now so you can take advantage of the low regulations, talk to Gen Z, and create a two-way conversation with your customers to actually learn about what they want and build a stronger relationship and community. Okay, that was it from me. I know we are also at the end on timing. I do have a really good example of what good texts and not so good texts look like. I'm happy to share that if we have a couple more minutes, but I also want to give you guys some time to ask questions. So I'll stop right here.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Let's get down to the questions, and you can show us that slide again. And I do love that you ended with SMS. They work very well together, or not, when your audience has a lot of different types on it there. And yeah, the regulations aren't coming, I can imagine. And everybody panicked when the email ones came out, so imagine for SMS. And it's hard enough to begin with SMS already. It's not as easy as just, opening an email and sending emails. SMS a little more complicated, so definitely time to get into it. But be respectful, right? Because it's a lot more annoying if we're getting text messages 20 times a day.
Yep. And I have a good, that was what the slide was on. Like SMS is really about doing it right, even more so than email.
Oh yeah. If there weren't any regulations or people complaining, it'd be the same. Just the people would be really angry at the brand, and the last thing you need is people angry at the brand just because your marketing is a little bit too forceful,
Yep.
So we got a bunch of questions. So some people are like, I need to try AMP. I'm really curious to know if it integrates with CRM marketing platforms. Do you have any? I know there's a couple of tools out there that kind of help you do it so that you don't have to code it yourself. What are your favorite?
Yeah, Mailmodo, mailmodo.com is the one that we use in our favorite so far, and it integrates pretty well with Klaviyo, which we use.
Awesome. Yes. I think Stripo does it as well, but you have to export the templates and but there are a lot of tools out there that will allow you to do that. And hopefully it's here to stay. More and more mailbox providers. It would be really nice to see all these cool AMP emails in them. Another question, any ideas of re-engagement content that doesn't include a promotion or coupon?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, content, right? Content, exclusive access to content, communities. It totally depends on your brand, right? Again, because it depends on what would your customer find interesting. So if you're in a business where you're, again, like I said, you're like a dentist or in whatever, then maybe that's interesting for them. Like, hey, this is a really cool thing that I get access to that now is going to get my children to brush their teeth. So it completely depends on your brand, but I would just think about what do your customers find interesting and what could add value and what's something exclusive, whether it is access to a community or content or something else. That's how I would think about it.
Awesome. Okay, so somebody asked about the unsubscribe discount. So they were asking, how would that unsubscribe discount work when both existing customers and leads may be using the same preference center?
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't differentiate. I would give them both the same discount. And I would make it a good discount too on the unsubscribe page.
Awesome. Okay. Yes, it has to be valuable or else, it might not help that much. A fourth question, does it feel bad for your email? Oh, is it bad for email deliverability if you don't unsubscribe to users with one click?
I would say monitor it. That's always something we think about, right? Like, do we send them to the preference center? Do we get them to unsubscribe right away? It depends on how frustrated your customers are when they go to unsubscribe. If you've been doing pretty well around like, hey, we're really sending them valuable stuff, then you're probably fine. If you've been spamming them for forever, then, probably give them the right unsubscribe right away. So it can be unique to your brand. It's something I would definitely just keep an eye on.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely. We all prefer the unsubscribe rather than the report a spam button. You have to log back into something to unsubscribe, it does make it difficult, and the human behavior will create the deliverability issues, not necessarily what you're doing.
Yep.
Well, do you want? Oh, the screen is gone. I just realized a thing. Would you like to finish? We do have a couple of minutes before Nate's speech.
Yeah, I'm really excited to share this part because my favorite part is always examples. And I want to give, and like you said, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? SMS can be super annoying. I don't know if you guys receive SMS. I do. I subscribe to everything because, again, I'm looking at competitors. But it can be really frustrating. Like, imagine you're working and your phone goes ding, and you go and you look and you're like, wow, I just got out of my zone because someone texted me, get 20% off. It can be really annoying. So more so than email, right? So I want to talk about what do good texts look like and what do not so good texts look like. Let's start with a bad example. On the right side, that's Ease. Ease is a cannabis delivery company. I subscribed to them again, looking at competitors, and they would send me every time at the same time, the same discount. Come get 20% off, yada, yada, yada. Every single week. And I'd be there sitting there going like, man, these guys sent me the same offer 4 times and they're just not getting that offer is not going to get me. Like, I really wonder, there's like no one sitting there going like, I wonder, we sent it 4 times. She didn't react. Should we send it a 5th time? You know, I'm like, who runs their marketing department? I will say they have great funny copy, right? They always do like funny puns, but it was just unimaginative. And if you actually Google Ease and SMS, you will find a bunch of tweets about people complaining because they purchased a bunch of lists and just started illegally texting people. And people lost it. Listen, a bunch of people still do this with email and no one says anything because we're so used to it. But they have a class action lawsuit going on against them right now. And the internet is just type in Ease SMS, go to images. It's all angry people tweeting about Ease buying text lists. So don't buy a text list. Even if you've done it with SMS, email, do not do it with SMS. People will go bananas. And if you text people, make sure that it's valuable, right? We always say this about email as well, but with SMS, so much more even. So really good example I have is a company called We're Not Really Strangers. They send, or what they make is these card games, right? And it's basically you ask each other questions to build more intimacy, right? Like you might play it with your partner or family or kids or friends, and you might ask them like, you know, what's your favorite thing about me? Or what's the first thing you ever noticed about me? Or it's something even deeper, like what's a dream you've never told me about? Just to build intimacy. And they have a brilliant text game. So they've actually texted me before at night, like 8 p.m. at night. I'm like working and I'll get a text from a random number and it goes, hey, bestie, I'm proud of you. And I'm like sitting here, I'm like, who is this? This is really sweet. Who is this? And so it turned out to be them, right? And immediately a positive emotion, positive connection with the brand. Now I'm excited to receive their texts. And if you Google We're Not Really Strangers and text messages, you'll see that they're going viral for the good text messages they're sending. Like here in this example, they sent this text that said, what are you overthinking tonight? Or who, right? And they went so viral with their texts that this is now a whole separate service. Their text list is a paid list. You have to pay to be on this list. It's now a whole own product of theirs and revenue driver. So if you're doing texts, of course, you probably aren't a brand that can send something like, hey, what are you overthinking tonight? Want to have one of our lasagna dinners? You know, make sure that it's in the realm of what your brand is. But think about what Ease could have done. They could have sent Friday night messages saying like, here's the 3 funniest stoner movies for you tonight or something like that. Or here's a Sunday brownie baking recipe for your hangover or something like that. They have such cannabis users, pretty tight-knit community too. So they really failed at that and they had so much opportunity. And someone like We're Not Really Strangers, such a small brand, they really crushed it. So yeah, this is my example of what good and bad texts look like.
I like that a lot. And hopefully people can reverse engineer that into their email strategies as well, right? Like I said, you sell a mattress, you don't need to sell another one tomorrow. Yeah. Value is key here. Thank you so much. I really, really like the presentation. A lot of tips and hacks. Hopefully we can connect together, all of you guys, on the Slack channel, on LinkedIn, so we can stock more of your content.
Yes, absolutely. Find me on LinkedIn, find me on Slack. And if you have an e-com brand and you're like, hey, I don't want to do this on my own, you can also come and talk to us. We do free email analyses for you guys and either send you away with your own strategy or, come hang out with us and grow with us together.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. So for anybody who might have just arrived for the next talk, I would like to remind you that we have shared a foolproof email list building guide that the Selzy experts have created. It's already waiting for you in the Slack channel under useful resources. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. It's a very obvious name for a channel. So useful resources. The thread is going to have the document there. Let us know in the comments what you think if you're browsing through it. And let's get ready for the next talk. So today I'm going to be introducing Nate. He's been working at pandadoc for almost 2 years now. He was the first email marketing person at pandadoc. Hey, Nate. And currently he's growing his team into a larger lifecycle marketing department that will capture more channels and help facilitate larger campaigns than pandadoc has ever run. So this talk is called Getting Your Emails Seen in an Age of So Much Stuff. I love it. Are you ready?
Perfect. I'm always ready. I think I have to be ready, because if I'm not ready, then you guys got to wait and we got to keep going. So
Okay.
Anyway, hi guys. I'm Nate Torvik. I am the head of lifecycle marketing at pandadoc. I will get my slides up here, and hopefully, yep. All right. Ooh, look, it works. That's always exciting when everything works the first time. And I'm here to talk to you guys today about getting your email seen in an age of so much stuff. Some tips, some easy stuff that you guys can do to get in front of your audience, in front of your users in what I like to consider very frequently one of the most intimate spaces. Everybody's very, very protective these days of their inbox and what goes in and out of it. And I loved the tail end of that last talk about SMS stuff, and now we got to get worried about TCPA compliance and all this other fun stuff that we get into. But yeah, so I'm going to be talking about that. Hopefully, give you guys some thoughtful, helpful tips, tricks, what have you, on things that you can do that are fairly easy. Shouldn't take a ton of time or bandwidth to get taken care of. And that could really start to create kind of some foundational elements for you to get your email seen in an age of so much stuff. Like I said, I'm Nate Torvik. I'm the head of lifecycle marketing at pandadoc. Just a couple brief things about me. I started working at pandadoc in November of 2020. I was the first email marketer, official email marketer at pandadoc. So I've since grown our team into a lifecycle marketing team. That actually happened just very recently for us. And we're going to be expanding our team into more channels like SMS text message, like direct mail, and things of that nature. So I found my home here at pandadoc. I've loved it ever since. Coming up on my 2-year anniversary next month. So if anybody wants to send me a present, I will wait. So my goal here today is to kind of help you guys learn how to block out some of the noise and get your emails in front of your target audience. So some of the things that you're going to be thinking about, and these are the things that I think about when I think about all of the noise that we're getting into. So we've got all of these different things that happen actually, let me present. I'm presenting the wrong slides here. Let me find the right one, because that's definitely not my brand approved slide. Hold on one second. I've got my other one in here. That one. And let's kill this one. Just want to make sure I get you guys the right slides, because my design team works so hard to get me the right stuff. That's better. That looks like what my design team designed. Quick shout out to my design team. Anyway, so as continuing, when we're talking about an age of so much stuff, these are some of the things that we kind of get ourselves into, right? I want to reference all the different social media channels that we have, all of the different streaming services. I'm sure, you know, like many of you, I spend entirely too much money on all of my streaming services every month. I still have cable. I'm one of those people. All of the different chat bots that come up on any given website. We're talking about SMS text messages that go off all the time. You know, we're even getting into, you know, in-car stuff and different screens there. So, you know, what are all these things combining to do? They're combining to distract your user and distract your audience. So what do we really want to do though, is we really want to get that email in front of your user base. So email is one of the oldest, but still one of the most powerful ways to get in front of your audience. So we know email has been around for a long time. So we want to make sure that we are getting in front of those users in that, like I said, intimate inbox space, and kind of go on from there. So a couple quick points. Did you know that decision-making teams get larger by the day, making it harder than ever to get things done and to get noticed? So you might know that, you probably do know that, but up to 7 people at a time now are making decisions at any given company. So it's no longer a team of 1 or 2 people, depending on the size of the company. It's not just kind of like a universal decision that 1 or 2 people is like, all right, this is the direction that we're going to go. You have to convince upwards of 7 different people that your product, your service is the right decision for them. And one of the ways that you can do that is to give them thoughtful emails, the right content in the right place, and actually have really strong communication channels with them. Did you know, obviously, that users not only use multiple channels, like we just talked about, they're also using multiple devices to make their decisions every day. So they can go from their phone to their tablet, to their iPad, to their smart TV, the tablet and iPad, to their desktop computer, and again, even into some of their car screens and stuff like that. So now you're not only trying to compete with multiple channels, but you're also trying to compete with multiple devices and try and get those users' attention every single day. Now more than ever, as many of you know, leadership wants to know how you can increase ROI through marketing, specifically email marketing that we're talking about today. But how can you increase that revenue and make sure that what you're doing is productive? You can show the measurable outcomes. You can show all the great work that you guys are doing, and making sure that everything is actually happening and moving forward through email marketing. So the 3 things that I'm going to talk about today for improvement are deliverability, testing, and trends. So deliverability, you know, are your emails getting to those inboxes? Testing, how are you measuring success? What do those metrics look like? And are we able to communicate those metrics appropriately? Trends, are you keeping up with the ever-changing landscape of email marketing? So are you doing the appropriate things this year, maybe that came up that you didn't necessarily need to focus on in 2021? So again, deliverability, what I'm talking about here is it's the ability for your emails to get into their inboxes. And by their inboxes, of course, I mean your users. So it's really, really hard, common sense, to get your email seen if you can't even make it into your users' inboxes. That, again, common sense, sounds really simple, but it is kind of the end-all be-all when it comes to deliverability. So really the first thing that we want to do or talk about is optimizing your opt-in function. So making sure that your users have a very clear understanding that they are opting into receiving your emails. You get into things like GDPR compliance. You talk about a double opt-in process to make sure that you are compliant. Any other channels, we were just talking about SMS and text again in that last one. There are TCPA compliance issues and other things like that. Is your opt-in process and function optimized to handle all of these channels should you choose to expand across any or all of them? If somebody opts into receiving your emails, especially that double opt-in process, you can almost guarantee that your users actually want to receive emails from you. Having those things done, having those users that want to receive your emails reduces your unsubscribe rates, reduces your spam rates, which will obviously increase your deliverability. That shows a little bit of trust. That shows some other things to internet service providers to increase your reputation. Getting a dedicated IP and or subdomain. This one is a little bit more for people who have, tech or IT teams that they can work with and things of that nature. But a dedicated IP address builds trust with internet service providers. These aren't necessarily needed if you're only sending a few emails a day, week, month. But if you're sending 25,000, 50,000, a million emails a day, having a dedicated IP address is actually very, very important to make sure that you're creating that trust and that it's coming through for those internet service providers. You can use a VPN. NordVPN is one thing that comes to mind as people are fairly familiar with that brand to set that up. A similar tactic and similar idea around creating a subdomain, which you can usually do through through your cPanel and things like that to also help increase some of that trust and send some of those emails. How clean are your audience lists? So are you maintaining your audiences well? Are you using list cleaning tools, combing through and removing unengaged users, and doing more things to help keep your lists shiny and new? I know you don't think about lists as being shiny, right? They're this long laundry list of people or emails or whatever that you have in front of you. But one of the big things that we're dealing with at pandadoc on a regular basis is our unengaged or our gray mail list. So we use HubSpot to send a lot of our emails, especially on the marketing side. And we deal with a good chunk, about 10 to 15% of our users that are unengaged or gray mail. And by that, we mean they haven't opened the last 11 emails that they received. So they got 11 emails, they didn't open any of them, they became unengaged and are gray mail. That could easily mean a couple different things. That could mean that your emails aren't valuable to them. That could mean that they have a bad email address. The bounce is just there. So you want to make sure, though, that if those users are there, if they are coming through, and if they are not using or receiving your emails or looking at your emails, you might as well clear them out so that you don't have this database of dead emails that you have to kind of go through. You can use list cleaning tools as well to make sure that any new lists that you're uploading, if you're getting new users in, are active, right? So if somebody's, we know especially in a remote work environment and things of that nature, people are moving jobs a decent amount. So, between today and tomorrow, I could potentially have a new email address and the old one is dead, but I would never know because I didn't actually clean it out. The last one on deliverability for me is seemingly the simplest one, but it's also the most difficult to do, right? Send great emails. All the best practices in the world can't help you if you don't invest the time, energy, resources, and to just creating great emails, because those great emails, will get opened, they create value, they get clicked on, you get responses to those emails. That's ultimately the best thing that you can do from a deliverability perspective, because when you finally get the chance to be in those inboxes and you finally have the opportunity to talk to that end user, you want to make sure that you're delivering a great email. You're putting the right content up front that they find to be valuable, and you're doing the right things. You're hitting them at the right time in their journey to make sure that they get what you need. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not about us, the people who are sending the emails, or the company that's sending the emails. It's about the value that we can create for the user. And if we're not creating that value, then we got to go look somewhere else. I've got a quick example here of one of my favorite pandadoc emails that we've ever done and created. It's our success KPIs for our customer base. So these are actually emails that we send out monthly. I need to remember to do that actually today or tomorrow to our customer base to kind of give them an update on what they did last month inside of pandadoc. So we want to make sure that we are showing them the value that they are getting with the tool that they are using, and making sure that they have something to kind of look forward to every month. This is easily our most valued. Our open rates regularly for these emails are over 40%, which means they're being A, delivered, and B, looked at. And we are getting lots of clicks, lots of interaction. And the best part about sending these emails is when we get social media engagement and stuff like that on these. I've got a few quick examples of people that just notified us and tagged us in their social posts about how great they thought these emails were. they really enjoyed seeing the environmental impact that they were having. 999 sheets of paper saved might not seem like a lot to us in any given day if you're looking at a ream of paper or something like that. But over time, if we have, because we currently have, 40,000, 45,000 or more customers right now, and if each one of those customers is saving 1,000 sheets of paper a month, that actually has a very, very large environmental impact. Something else that's done for us from an internal perspective, it's helped us come up with our own social content. It's helped us come up with new content ideas to create and put on the website. Can potentially give our sales reps new opportunities about things to talk to with our prospects, gives our customer service team and our customer reps actual opportunities to talk through these things with our clients, and just really starts to create a little bit of energy and excitement. So this is just an example of something that gets delivered at a high rate, it gets engaged with at a high rate, and it's easily one of my favorite projects that I've ever worked on at pandadoc. The next thing that I want to get into is point number 2, and that's testing. So testing, obviously, it is what it is, right? That's the word is testing. So we want to continue to kind of move through what this looks like and make sure that you are actually testing what you can when you are able to. One of the notes that I wanted to make was that testing doesn't have to be perfect. And in reality, part of testing and part of what makes testing great is that it is measuring the imperfections. So making sure that everything doesn't have to align. It doesn't have to be the perfect subject line or the perfect graphic or it's actually better if it's not. Make sure that you're testing some bold things and you're really going after it and you're making something that you want to ideally be perfect a little more imperfect. So the first point that I have in here is that you should just be testing something. It's difficult a lot of times if you don't have a team of 3, 5, 7 people to run with and have bandwidth to run a proper what would be considered a testing framework, right? Where you're tracking every little detail of every email that you're sending out. You've got that whole growth marketing, growth hacking kind of concept happening. But for those of you that don't have those things, do the best with what you have. Try and track some stuff. Track some of those bigger emails that you're sending, and make sure that you have tests actually happening when you're sending out an email that with a quantity that would give you some sort of statistical relevance. So just do the best with what you have, but make sure you're just constantly testing so you can start to get into that mindset. Subject lines are obviously one of the biggest things that people like to test, and especially when it comes to emails. There are countless tips and tricks on how you should write subject lines, what you should include, whether or not emojis are a good idea. But I encourage you to just kind of find out what's best for your audience. At pandadoc, we have tested just about every different iteration of subject line at this point. We've done, used all kinds of emojis. We've used very professional language versus very conversational and amusing language. We've used, when you're talking about promotional materials, should you use a $sign or should you just say the word gift card and things of that nature? These things also impact and influence deliverability. Some places, some email providers don't like $signs. They think it's spammy. There are certain words that you shouldn't include, but you don't necessarily know how those things are going to impact your audience until you try and go through those things. So there's no magic bullet when it comes to subject lines. Don't just blindly buy into an article that you read somewhere one time. Make sure that you kind of collate and combine all those things as much as possible. Start to gather as much stuff as you can and try and find out what works for that specific audience. And by that specific audience, I mean, it could be your SMB audience versus your commercial audience. It could be your retail audience versus your B2B audience. Make sure that the subject lines that you're testing are relevant for that specific segment of your entire audience, because not everything is going to resonate with everybody the same. One thing that we're doing something we're doing at pandadoc is we're talking about various teams that like to use our product, right? So we're talking about sales professionals versus HR professionals. I know that a sales professional is going to read and react to something very differently than an HR professional. They should. Their careers are different, their experiences are different, and the things that are important to those individuals are very different based on the product that they're selecting. So we want to make sure that we're testing those things and we're not blindly saying, okay, this subject line and this verbiage is going to work for everybody across the entire gamut of pandadoc, because that's just not the case. Get your metrics right. When you're looking at current privacy rules, changes to various email providers, and the way people are looking at engagement now, it's important to look at the right numbers. Open rates are great, but realistically, they're not as influential as they used to be. We know that because of that deliverability factor. If the emails aren't getting there, or if they're not getting seen, they're getting spammed or filtered out, that open rate is going to go down. So is it really an accurate number to look at? How often do you look at response and reply rates when you're setting up your inboxes? One thing that we tend to look at a lot, especially with our SDR and AE teams, we look at reply rates and responses way more than we look at open and click-through rates. We want to make sure that the users that we're talking to are actually talking back to our reps. If they're not, we need to make sure that we're providing better engaging content. We need to test a couple of different things, make sure that we're working through, adding links, removing them, different images and graphics. But we want to make sure that we're actually looking and measuring the things that are important for our teams, and making sure that those things are important. Do you want to measure clicks or overall email engagement? By that, I mean, are clicks important, or is it more important that everybody reads all of the content in that email? The Success KPIs email that I used for an example, we have over 70% of the users actually scroll all the way to the bottom of that email, which is fantastic because our average is usually around 45%. So they're actually taking in all of the content. So for us, that's a really, really great metric for that email, because we're able to see that people like what they're getting and receiving from us. They're reading all the way to the bottom, and we're able to kind of catch them and provide that value. Stay creative. So I know that we test subject lines, obviously, but what are some other things that we can test? GIFs versus static images is one that we've tested quite a bit. Sometimes, and again, it depends on the audience, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Mobile versus desktop is obviously another easy one. Dark mode, which we'll talk about in the next segment here, is another one that's become more and more popular and more of a trend. Maybe I'm a downer, but colors for CTAs doesn't help too much anymore, especially when you're talking about accessibility. I am personally colorblind. So testing CTAs for me as an individual and testing those colors doesn't necessarily resonate for me. And I know that there's a large population out there of colorblind people just like me, so I'm not alone, that some of those color changes and color tests don't necessarily provide as much relevancy. I'd love to hear, from all of you guys. I'll give you like 15 or 30 seconds here of weird, awkward silence that we could play maybe like Jeopardy music in or something, of just what are some things that you all are testing that are kind of outside the norm that you feel are a little bit more creative. If you don't have anything, I'll just move on and we'll continue to go. But I'd love to see some of the stuff maybe that you guys are testing on a regular basis. Well, doesn't look like I have anything, and that's totally fine. I'm not worried about it. We'll just continue to move on. The third thing that I want to talk about is trends, and how what trends are kind of not necessarily becoming more popular right now, but what's become popular in 2022, and what some of those things that should continue to look like moving forward. So what are some of those trends that I've been looking at, especially in 2022, that would be really, really great? So I feel like if you aren't staying ahead of the game, you'll find yourself miles behind before you know it. And especially when it comes to the World Wide Web and all the technology and everything that's kind of coming out, things are happening very, very fast. So if you aren't one of those early adopters, and you're one of those that tends to constantly be behind, or you're a late adopter, you're really going to find yourself at a disadvantage when you're trying to compete with some of your competitors that we're going after. I will come back to some of those comments in a minute that I loved. Be conscious of all of your users when it comes to these trends. Too often we get stuck on certain revenue generating audiences. I know that we've done it plenty of times in my tenure at PandaDoc. Don't forget about all of your users throughout your funnel. So, by that I mean lots of times we focus on those bottom of the funnel users. How do we drive those users to purchase the product, to purchase whatever it is that we're trying to get them to do, to fill out that next thing, to try out the product, etc. What are some of those top of the funnel things that we can target? What are things that we can do to create interest at the top of the funnel to kind of continue to move them down? One other piece that I want to include in the all users aspect of it is an accessibility piece. Something that we've really started to focus on and look at from an email perspective is that accessibility. We know that there are certain color combinations that don't work out. There are certain font sizes that don't work correctly. Having alt tags and images and stuff in your emails are very, very important. So we want to make sure that we're conscious of all of our users as much as possible. That's the entire buyer journey, but also just from an accessibility standpoint, again, that's kind of some of that color and CTA stuff that I was talking about. Those users are really, really important too. And we want to make sure that we're actually targeting all of them when it comes to following up and leading the way there. Dark mode is rising. So dark mode usage is only trending in one direction, and that direction is up. More and more users are changing settings on their phones, tablets, computers to ease the strain on their eyes. I know that my phone, roughly around like 6 or 7 p.m., changes to dark mode. All of my settings on my phone are in dark mode. And this is something that we actually didn't really design for in 2021. We didn't really take that into consideration very much. And it was one of our goals in Q1 of 2022 was actually making sure that when we send out emails, we're accounting for the fact that somebody might be checking their email at 8 p.m. Or 6 in the morning or something like that. So we want to make sure that we're actually addressing the fact that those users have dark mode turned on their devices, and we want to make sure that we design accordingly. This would include things like having your logo in an appropriate way. The PandaDoc logo, if you've ever seen it before, is a green on green with white text. So that green on a white or dark background in the white copy, if it's a transparent image, gets eliminated. So we actually can't see the color, we can't see the text, because then it changes it to a black on black background. So we took that into account. We changed the way that our logo colors are. You can see it up here in the top left corner here. We did a black on transparent so that we could those colors would actually flip in dark mode and people could actually see the PandaDoc logo. We've done similar things with some of our transparent images and backgrounds. So making sure that we don't have a darkly colored transparent image on a dark background, and making sure that those things are easily visible if that means a white outline on something, and kind of going that route. So making sure that we design in a way that is readable by everybody, so when no matter what mode they're using their device in, you can actually make sure to take that into account. Your device type, or rather your audience's device type, tells a really good story. So are your users generally viewing your emails on their mobile devices? Is it a specific audience that's doing tending to go one way or the other? It's really important to gather that information and look at creating specific emails for the devices being used. An example that I have right now of stuff that we're working on at PandaDoc is that we're looking at, there is a specific audience that likes to sign up or that signs up to use it to do a PandaDoc trial. That specific segment of our audience is mobile heavy. Roughly 65% of those users actually view the emails that we send, just those users specifically, on their mobile device, whether they're getting a PandaDoc to their phone or something like that. So we need to make sure that we're accounting for that subset of users. So if they're viewing our emails on a mobile device and we're not sending them to a mobile friendly page, we haven't designed the email in a way that is mobile friendly, we're going to lose them, because we know that the majority of those users are actually on their mobile devices. So make sure you meet your users where they are. Don't forget about any of them. Make sure that you're using that information and that content to tell a better story, communicate with them, and continue to work through some of those pieces. And at the end of the day, and this is kind of, my second to last slide technically, and again, this one seems very simplistic, right? Give your users the best experience possible. And that's not really a trend. That should just be a commonality. But more and more, it is trending that you need to provide your users with the most valuable assets, emails possible. So it might seem silly to say it out loud because you want to give your users the best experience. That's the whole point. But a lot of times we get caught up in this concept of, I really want my users to see this thing. I really want them to download this ebook, or I want them to look at this part of the product, or I want them to learn about this feature that we have. And we think that that stuff is very, very important. But does your audience actually feel the same way? Do they find that value? Are you targeting the right audience that would potentially have that value? So just because you think something is really, really important and you find something to be very, very valuable that you are sending, that doesn't necessarily mean that that audience that you're talking to feels exactly the same way. So don't necessarily focus on what you want to send or what you want your user to do. Understand, look at the interaction that you're getting with some of these emails, look at the interaction that you're getting with the content that you're putting into those emails, the offers, etc., and see what they want to do. Because ultimately what they want to do is going to create a difference, and what they want to see and what they want to purchase from you at the end of the day. And that's what email marketing is all about, generating that ROI. And if you're not creating that value for them and you're not creating that better experience for them, then sending them the greatest piece of content that you've ever created, it doesn't really matter. So email is just a start. Expand and grow your channels to experience real growth for your business or your company or your career. If you're just an email marketer looking to work and try and help grow your career and expand in some places there. By this, I mean, expand into those other channels, that the SMS channel, expand into direct mail. If you have an app or a product, expand and make sure you're communicating with your users there. Old school TV commercials and things of that nature are still relevant. Are you creating streaming ads for Hulu? Are you talking to your users via LinkedIn conversational ads? There are so many different opportunities that you can get into, just like we talked about all of that noise. Email is probably, in my opinion, hopefully as an email marketer, the most important place to get it right. And once you get it right there and start to develop that, you can expand and grow your channels and start to experience real growth for your business. So that's all that I've got for you guys today. I'm going to take a little bit of time and look at a couple questions, go through some of those comments. And hopefully I didn't go crazy over. I feel like I hit like 30 minutes exactly on the head. So I'm really hoping that I did. Perfect. So good.
10 out of 10. So and I'm so glad you started with the first point being deliverability, Yes, all the marketing in the world ain't going to help if no one gets the message or sees it, right?
Exactly.
So we do have a couple of questions. Somebody asked, do you recommend using email avatars to make emails stand out? So I don't know if they mean like the BIMI or the logo. Is that what an email avatar is?
So I'm gonna assume that means the little avatar like at the bottom of the email in your signature area. I'm just gonna assume, or it could also potentially mean like your company logo in the actual email provider itself.
Yeah.
I would address both of those, and I would say yes, it makes them. If you have it or you're including it in signatures and things of that nature, yes, it makes it stand out. I'm very big on using people as much as possible. If I can put a face and it's not just some sort of faceless brand or something on there, and I can create some sort of connection, people react to people. I know that, even all of my slides that I had, we didn't necessarily have any people. My brand and design team does a fantastic job creating ideas around the concepts that we put together. People react to people a lot. So the more that you can say like, hey, this email is from Stacy Espinosa, and we've got a little avatar of who Stacy actually is, and she's your customer service manager, you're going to create at least a little bit of connectivity. When it comes to the actual like icon or logo that you can get, like if you're opening an email in Gmail, I would also recommend doing that as much as possible, because it's going to give your emails a little bit more authority. So it's going to help with some of those opens. It's going to help with some of that deliverability so that people can actually see, oh, this isn't just a blank profile. This is an email from pandadoc. I can see the logo before I open it. So that creates a little bit more authority there.
Awesome. I think I've heard recently like Redsift is offering to help people like implement like the logo using actual Beanie. And like they're helping people go from 0 to authenticated to almost having Beanie. So that's actually pretty interesting. It'd be really nice.
Yeah, it's really important. Really
Oh
important.
yeah. Step 1, right? Don't send any emails if they're not authenticated.
Yeah.
And next question, super easy. Are you emojis or no emojis person?
I'm going to stay neutral. Because for me, that gets into that whole kind of testing and growth marketing mindset, right? If I say like, I'm for emojis, well, then now I have to like actually follow through and test emojis all the time. But we've seen in a lot of the emails that we send, you know, if I use the little cash emoji and it's an offer, I'm not, and I don't say a dollar amount in the subject line, so I'm making sure that I'm not getting spammed out. That can actually be impactful, because I'm creating that concept of like, here's a gift card that has a dollar amount, right? And that's technically an emoji, and I'm not using that dollar amount, versus I say like, get a $20 gift card. And if I say that, I might get spammed out. So I would say that there are times and places for that. We like to get clever and we like to test certain things. You know, we use the panda emoji often when we can, and that creates a little bit of engagement. But also, if you put an emoji on the front versus putting an emoji on the back, is that going to change certain things? So I would say that I am emoji neutral if I had to pick one. Most of the time, just because of some of the privacy issues and things like that. You know, I know like Outlook, for example, is super heavy on filtering and things like that. So then your emojis might not get seen, but you don't know what you don't know until you try it. So I'd encourage everybody, as opposed to just going one way or the other, test it out, find out what works specific to that particular email that you're sending out. And, you know, if they create a new emoji, for example, for that looks like an ebook or a webinar, test it in your next webinar that you're going to send out and see if it's better, as opposed to writing the giant word webinar, which I've done, right? And then, you know, test with your gift cards and promotional offers to see if that emoji there is going to be helpful, or if people don't really care and they understand generally what the gift card is. So yeah, I could personally go either way on that one. We probably do fewer emojis than more emojis, if that makes me have to pick one.
Nice. Well, thank you very, very much. Amazing presentation, guys. Follow Nate. A lot of good content, and pandadoc as well. Now I'm gonna have to go subscribe. I haven't used the product in a while. I want to see the new emails.
That's okay. Yeah, for all of your workflow automation and document automation needs, pandadoc is here to help, I think. And we've got cute little pandas in our logos and stuff like that. That one's asleep. He's supposed to be a little unicorn guy. But I also wanted to very quickly, I saw some comments come through on some of the testing stuff that some of the other folks were doing. I really like the screenshots of product versus a link to a video explainer. I would even say if within that space, if you can create GIFs of the same kind of concept, so it's a video explainer, but you've got a GIF in the email. I think that's a really interesting idea. So it's a screenshot of the product versus a GIF versus a link to a video explainer. So I think that's actually a really good one. We've run that test a couple of times, and the GIFs definitely outperform when we're talking about product features, the static images, but it's really hard to replicate an entire explainer video that works through all of those things. So yeah, I would definitely keep testing those and maybe include some GIFs in there.
What's your favorite GIF like reduction so that you can keep quality and ensure that doesn't make the email too heavy?
So I try to keep the GIFs, hopefully less than 5 or 7 seconds if we can help it, just to try it. But it's also hard, depending on what the product feature is, to actually get through all of that stuff. So we've had some longer ones that have created a little bit of a problem just because of from a size perspective. So I mean, I would generally say that, if 5-7 seconds or less, if you can get everything done in that time span. But then again, if you have an explainer video or something on the back end of it, you could link to that explainer video just using the quick 5-second GIF that would then maybe potentially walk them through the product feature. From a customer perspective, we generally know that our customers know how to like log into the product, go to their workspace, stuff like that. So we can usually eliminate some of those pieces as the steps are concerned to get into that product feature. So we can eliminate a couple seconds on the front or the back end just by going directly to where the branding workspace is, so that we can get them right into that feature a little bit faster.
Awesome.
And then a couple other ones, the lowercase or uppercase for beginning of words and subject lines is always interesting. I'm write your subject lines as you would write a sentence for your favorite English teacher in grade school. I don't love the concept of capitalizing every word in a subject line. It feels very aggressive. And I'm very much like a grammar policeman. And it's like offensive to my eyes to see every capitalized word. So me personally, I definitely lean lowercase, capitalize the first word and then just write it out like you would like a regular sentence. Personalization in subject lines is one that we test very frequently. In tandem with that, the personalization obviously in the copy itself. With that comes, you've got to make sure that you collect stuff, collect the right data and information for people, making sure that you've got everything in there. The more personalized you can make an email, if I can find somebody's industry, job role, maybe the last case study that they downloaded or something like that, and I can import that into the conversation and into the copy. Some of my favorite emails, of course, are when people go on my LinkedIn and they find out that, I went to Purdue University, and they send me an email that says, "Oh, sorry about your football team's loss last weekend." And then I delete their email immediately because they insulted me. But those are some of the ones that, those are my favorites, because you get into those spaces of like, oh, they spent probably no more than 30 seconds to a minute, a little bit of time on that email to actually get in front of me. And again, that's just going to help me open that email. And I've taken screenshots of those emails and sent them to, our SDR teams and stuff like that. I don't respond all the time, but I have responded and said, "This email is awesome. I don't need your product. I just wanted to let you know that you're doing a great job." And that happens all the time too. So totally encourage all that stuff and interaction there. So, okay, I'll stop rambling for now. I don't want to go crazy. God, I can talk, as you can tell already. I can talk for a little bit.
We got time. It is actually time for the coffee break. So if you want to talk a little bit more, I don't think anyone's going to be angry about that.
Yeah, I got a couple. I'll give myself, 5 more minutes. I'm just going to run through. I'll just run through the rest of those comments. The placement of informational versus transactional blocks. I'm not sure that I understand exactly what that piece is, but I would say like there's from a email design perspective and the way that you're laying out your emails, that's something that we test a lot as well. So we will actually create a duplicate email and we will move blocks around just to see that don't necessarily make sense in an order of operations per se, but just to kind of see maybe what the audience is going to respond to at that moment in time. I just sent out a PandaDoc newsletter today. So if you want to get the newsletter, go to the PandaDoc blog and sign up for our newsletter. Shameless plug. But, and then you can see my next newsletter. It's wonderful. Even better, if you want a success KPI email, you can just sign up to become a PandaDoc customer and I'll send you one of those. So we really like to move some of those things around to see what areas of the newsletter that our users find to be more valuable. We include industry stories and articles. We include recent PandaDoc articles, events that we're doing, and other things of that nature. But do people really care about our PandaDoc events, especially if they're not a customer? We've often found that if they're not a customer, very often they don't care about the PandaDoc events, because they're not at that stage in their journey yet. They're trying to just gather some information. They're doing some research and stuff like that. So we're kind of, we kind of test some of those things. The deliverability piece for me, and trying to test some things around deliverability even gets into, are we able to test various email service providers? Can we test Outlook versus Gmail versus Apple versus, people still use Hotmail, and it blows my mind. But I see Hotmail accounts that exist from time to time, and I'm just like, I don't know what year it is, but I graduated from high school in 2005, and that was probably the last time that I had a Hotmail account. And I might be wrong, but it's 2022, I think. So, Yahoo, et cetera, and kind of working through some of those pieces and trying to see what works for those audiences and those users a little bit differently. We've actually seen that recently through HubSpot. Microsoft doesn't really like when we're sending our mass newsletters through HubSpot. They start to flag some of our emails because of the sheer quantity of emails that goes out that day. So we know that about Microsoft. So we're actually trying to adjust our audience lists and roll those things out over time, just based on Outlook. And I never thought I would base anything on Outlook. I thought I would base stuff on Gmail or Apple, but not Outlook. I'm not a Microsoft person. Everything I own is a Mac product. But so some of those things are interesting to me too.
Awesome. I'm really happy the love for Microsoft is pretty much equal.
Listen,
across the board.
I was like, it's there, it exists. I'm sure people need it. I'm just not one of those people.
Anywho, before anybody comes knocking at our door.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, in case anybody on here is a Microsoft Teams person, or just a Microsoft Office person, listen, I've used it. It's great. I just don't use it anymore. It's not as user-friendly for me. That's just me as an individual. I'm just on you guys allowed me to have my soapbox, so I'm using it to talk about Microsoft products, apparently.
And pandadoc, don't forget.
And pandadoc, yes, of course, pandadoc.
On, guys.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna let people go on their break so that or is there a break, or am I the one? What time is it? I'm confused.
It is.
Somebody sent me a chat.
It's 5:42 where I live.
It's 42.
But I don't know what time.
Yeah, I mean, it's 42 hopefully everywhere in the world.
I don't know. It's something 42. Yeah.
That's something 42. So I am going to give everybody a couple of minutes. If you guys have left and come back and just let us talk on our own, let us know. Thank you so much, Nate. I will let you go. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye. So while we're waiting for the next speaker, I would love to invite you to subscribe to the social media pages of Selzy. Of course, they've worked so hard to get this together, and trust me, they do have a lot more information to share with you in the future. So please follow them. They're all over the place, from Instagram to LinkedIn. The links are slowly going to pop up in the comment section soon. So I'm wondering here, how many of you all have been here for the whole 6 hours? Have you guys taken some breaks? Are you guys crazy and need to fill out that notebook with all the advice so you can go tomorrow to work and spew all the wisdom back to your team or to other team members or members of the company? The next talk we're going to have is going to be super interesting. I'm very interested. When I saw the title, I was really interested to see how it was going to be. The topic is how I help my client earn 30% more money by boosting the open rate. And I know the open rate stuff have been, been talking about open rates for a year now, and people are still confused. Is it going to affect me? Does it not affect me? Does it depend on my list? Does it depend on my audience? But 30% more by boosting the open rate, that's a big number. 30% is pretty big. So let me make sure here that I'm going to give you guys 15 more minutes, and I will be back with Luis, who's going to be the next presenter. So grab some coffee, some more tea, and I'll see you guys in 15. Hello, everybody. Okay, we're back. My puppy wanted a lot of attention, so she might stick around for a couple of minutes. I see that Selzy is going to be sharing the links now. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Please go and follow them, give them some love. They work so hard for the event, and they're definitely going to be sharing a lot more things with all of you. So I hope you guys are ready for another amazing talk. The day's moving on pretty fast, actually. I didn't think 7 hours have passed so quickly. And our next speaker is Luis. He's an email marketing specialist and deliverability expert, the co-founder of Sales Studios Australia. And this company has helped thousands of businesses to turn leads into engaged, loyal customers, and of course, drive the sales revenue through the roof. So hello, Luis. I heard that little bird told me that it's morning in Australia right now. What time is it over there? Hey.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I couldn't actually hear you, so hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear it. Yeah, yes, I can hear
Perfect.
you. Can you hear me?
Awesome.
Okay.
Alrighty. So thank you so much for the opportunity for being here. So I'm just going to load up the presentation here. I'm just going to get right to it. I'm here in the lovely Broome, Western Australia. Paradise, beautiful place. So yeah, probably can't see much there, but yeah, just right behind the beach. Lovely.
We're all jealous of you right now.
I really want to bring a lot of value for you guys in this morning here in Australia. I'm going to be talking about what I call the $1 million sales studies framework, where I'm going to be sharing a study case with you guys, a case study about one of my clients and how I managed to get them to increase their sales. Cool. So let's get started. So before I go and show you everything, I just want to show you a little bit of our clients, so you have an idea of the caliber of our clients. And if you're familiar with ClickFunnels, we work with a lot of 2 Club winners, and the 2 Club winners, they are people that built a funnel, built a business, and they made $1 million in sales in 1 year. Right. So here we've got Jeff Lerner. He made around $50 million. We've got Sam Malay. Sam Malay, actually, that's the 4th year in a row that he got this award. So he made $4 million so far. We've got Fast Track. They recently just had a merger with Conscious Education. So they are doing roughly $1 million per quarter. And then we've got adclients.com, and adclients has sold about $15 million in sales. And that's the client that we're going to be talking about today. Cool. So these adclients, so I helped them to increase their revenue by 30%, while I increased their open rate from 8% to 30%. As I said before, they have sold about $15 million in sales in courses. And what they do, they help professionals to create an online course. And furthermore, they help them to market the course, build the course, and make sales as well. So the key takeaways for this case study is that we have used email deliverability to get them to a very baseline where the email deliverability is working for them. And when I'm talking about email deliverability, I'm talking about the open rates, right? And that really got them more engagement via a customer journey. And that leverage, that engagement, leverage automations to get the processes working 24/7, right? So I'm going to be walking you guys through everything. So make sure that you stay tuned. So here we're going to go through some of the topics of the agenda today. So we're going to be talking about the email deliverability, the framework itself. We're going to go dive deep into how you can get results, how I got my clients' results. And then we're going to talk about the evergreen revenue. And I'm just going to do some remarks around the case study, and then I'm going to open for Q&A. Cool. So my name is Luis Xavier. I'm the founder of salesstudios.com, And I have been in business for over 6 years now, working with some of the biggest names out there. Email marketing really is my passion, and I absolutely love what I do. And we work with email marketing strategy, deliverability, integrations, automations, and we have monthly retainers, and we work on ad hoc projects as well. We are a global company, and we have presence in US, Canada, Australia, Asia, and Europe as well. So our promise is that when clients come to work with us, they get 30% increase in revenue, and that's guaranteed. So we are not crazy. We have been doing that for a very long time. So we know what works, what doesn't. And many businesses that look after their own email, they have no idea what they do, right? So they get stuck and they don't know much about email deliverability and spam rate. Recently, last year, we had Apple introducing the MPP, which is the Mail Privacy Protection, and that has really changed the game as well. So a lot of people that run their own email, they don't know what they're doing. They don't have the customer journey. They don't have the proper strategy, and that's why they are held back from getting results. So today I'm going to shed some light. So hopefully you will be able to learn some new tricks and hacks in here and apply them to you or to your business. So today I'm going to really share how you go from 0 to hero. And we're going to be talking, like I said before, email deliverability. And I keep hammering that down because email deliverability really is the foundation of everything we do. And it's a big concern to me that says that do what I do. They don't talk about email deliverability. They talk about copywriting. They talk about strategy. They talk about a lot of things. But if you cannot deliver the email to the inbox, in other words, if the email doesn't get delivered, none of that really matters, right? So we need to make sure that the foundation is done correctly, and then we can make sure that the emails will be delivered to the inbox, not to the promotions folder, not to the spam folder. Cool. So the process that we work is we first set up the email deliverability. I'm going to walk you guys through everything in here. And then we document and run an assessment on the client that we're about to work with. So then they get their entire setup documented, and we have a very good picture of what's happening right now. So in other words, we actually take a screenshot of what's happening currently, and then from there, we provide them with a strategy, right? And then with the strategy in mind, we can actually get that approved, make sure that the client's happy with that as well, and then we go implement the automations and campaigns. And then we will be talking about the proven track email creation, and we do things a little bit different. I'm going to walk you guys through that, but we believe that you should have the email deliverability as the foundation, and then the strategy as your second most important thing. So we don't necessarily believe that copy is the most amazing thing in the world. As long as you have a strategy and you have email deliverability and you're talking directly to your customer using your own voice, things happen like fire. So I'm going to walk you guys through, and this will make a lot more sense. But yeah, just stay tuned. And the next thing we do, we track conversions. So we track and see how the conversions are happening. And then for some clients, we actually introduced the evergreen revenue generating system. Alrighty, so let's get into email deliverability. So many business owners don't know what it is, right? And in very simple terms, this is the ability to get the emails delivered to you, right? So as simple as that. And there are a lot of things here that needs to be taken into consideration. We've got a lot of things to cover here, so let's go. When we talk about email deliverability, we're talking about engagement, and engagement really brings opportunities. So if you think about it, if you get the phone and call someone and they don't answer, that there's not much that you can do. But if you call someone, they answer, you've got an opportunity. And their email marketing is the same thing. So if you send an email and they get your email and they read your email, most importantly, and they click on the link that has inside of the email, you've got an opportunity. So the more you can make sure that people will engage, and by engagement, open the email, receive the email, open the email and click on the link, the more opportunities that you will have. Okay, so we're going to be walking you through how you can get the emails out of the spam folder and inside of the inbox, and make sure that people will open them. So just as a background knowledge for you guys to understand a little bit better where we come from in terms of email deliverability, we're quite big on that, and we have worked with a lot of different businesses. The biggest businesses that we ever helped was a $23 billion business. There was Spirit Super. It's a super fund in Tasmania, and they had 500,000 contacts, super complex setup, multiple IP addresses, multiple platforms. They had an in-house built email platform, and we helped them with a merger. So they merged platforms. They merged businesses, and we got them to get the emails delivered to the inbox successfully within a month or two. Right. So the lack of engagement is usually the root cause of email deliverability. In other words, if the mails are not being read, or there's no one opening the email, clicking on the emails, that's when you actually have problems with email deliverability. So let's go through how we fix this. So the very first thing you need to do is the DNS setup. Then we're going to be talking about the engagement tracking using dynamic text. And just like to apologize for the noise, guys. And then we're going to be talking about Google Postmaster, where we will be tracking the domain and IP reputation for the email itself. And then we're going to be talking about the best practices. So the very first thing you need to do when we're talking about the DNS setup, right, is to set up the DMARC, DKIM, and SPF. I won't go into much details about that. I just want you to know that this is very important and you need to set this up. If you have questions about this, we can have a chat after this. You can book a meeting with me and we can go into details about this, but you can also Google this, right? Like, you're going to find a lot of information. But what I want you to understand is that this needs to be set up. Okay, so the very first thing here, we've got the SPF. The SPF will limit what platforms can send emails. So, for example, if you have a platform that you send emails from, you need to go and tell the DNS that this platform is allowed to send emails from your domain. So this will prevent other businesses that are trying to send emails as you, right? Like hackers, spammers, and phishing offenders. So these will really prevent people to send emails from you. So this is very, very important that you have it. The DKIM is an online digital signature. So it means that all the emails that you send will be authenticated, meaning that when you send an email from the beginning to the end, there is an authentication, and then the Gmails, the gods of the internet will know that this is a legit message, and that you allowed the platform that sent this email to actually send this email correctly. And then we've got DMARC. DMARC is what glues those two together. So DMARC will check and see, okay, like this person is sending the email Have they set up the email signature? Yeah, that's good. Okay, and the platform that is sending the email, are they allowed to send the email? Yeah, perfect. All right. So then DMark will be like, yeah, cool, we can deliver this message. All right. So if you have DMark turned on, and one of those two is not like compliant, let's say you have DMark turned on and the SPF is set up correctly, but the DKIM is not set up correctly, DMark will be like, okay, so this email cannot be delivered because it hasn't got the signature, right? So this is very important, and this will prevent you like a lot of headaches. So just to give you an example, we had a business where they came to us, they contacted us, and they've been hacked. Someone stole the entire list, and because they didn't have DMark turned on, the offenders were sending emails with a link for the customers to pay an invoice, and they were saying, hey, you've got a late invoice, please pay this invoice. And most of their businesses were with B2B. So a lot of those businesses actually paid the invoice. And later on, they contacted the business saying, hey, you sent this invoice, but I don't know what this is about. So a very simple way to avoid this is to implement DMark, which means that if I am the owner of the domain, I'm the only person that will be able to send emails from that domain, and the domain like will be digitally signed. So every time I send an email, it will be correct, and it will be delivered, and you don't need to worry about spammers and all that stuff. So this is the very first thing, and one of the most important things that you need to do in order to have the email deliverability set up correctly. Okay. So the next most important thing is the email deliverability engagement. Okay, so here is where we set up engagement tracking. So what I mean by engagement tracking, so we need to know who's engaging with our messages, with our emails, right? So every time you send an email, if you don't track engagement, you're gonna get into problems with email with IP reputation, domain reputation, right? So the way this works is the following. So there are three categories of engagement tracking, right? So we've got the engaged, okay? We've got the disengaged, and we've got the inactive. So engaged is any contact that open your email within 30 days. So you sent an email, within 30 days, they open the email. It means that they are engaging. Recently engaged is part of the engaged, right? So it means that in 7 days, they open it. I really like to do the recently engaged, because when you have the recently engaged, we use dynamic tags, by the way, with these, but when you have the opportunity to segment the recently engaged contacts, you can send emails to those people, and usually they're actually hot leads, meaning that if you have an offer and you want to test this offer or really make some sales, you really want to send this email to those guys, right? Because they are the most likely people to open the email since they have engaged in the last 7 days. Okay. And then we've got the disengaged, and the disengaged are people that haven't actually opened your emails between 30 to 60 days. And then we've got the inactive. The inactive people are the people that haven't opened your emails within the 90 days. So it's very important to understand this, right? Because usually what happens is a lot of businesses, they use, they like a lot of businesses in the beginning, they start with advertising, so like Facebook, Google, and so on, and they start making money, right? And then they get to a point where they see that they're spending quite a lot of money into advertising, and they have a big list of emails. So they go, all right, cool. So let's start sending emails. Like, I hear emails are great and we can make money from emails. So let's do this. And then they start sending emails, and usually they do that the wrong way, and they just send a big broadcast And it works like usually in the first few months, maybe a year, but then after that they have problems because they are not tracking their engagement. So it just means that they're just sending broadcast after broadcast. And the problem with that is if people are not engaging, so let's say most of the list is disengaged or inactive, you're actually spamming those people. It means that they don't want to hear from you, but you're still sending emails to them. So it's very important that we have these, right, in place so that we know precisely who is engaging, who is disengaged, and who is inactive. And I'm going to explain you why in a second, but just hold this thought. The next most important thing is the email deliverability report, right? So for this, we use Google Postmaster. So in here, we really want to know the IP reputation, the domain reputation, the spam rates, deliverability errors, and the authentication itself. So every time you send an email, you're going to have the authentication like I showed before, and then you're going to be tracking the engagement. If you keep sending emails and you don't have the engagement set up, sorry, if you keep sending emails and you don't have the authentication set up, and you just keep sending emails to everybody as a broadcast, your domain reputation will be affected. Okay, so the gods of the internet will be like, okay, so you've been a bad person, you just spamming everybody, we are to damage your reputation, right? And then once your domain reputation is affected, the next thing that happens usually is your IP reputation gets affected. Okay, so the domain reputation is something that belongs to you and your business. The IP reputation is it's essentially the address of the platform that you're using to send emails. Okay, so for example, if you have Gmail and you send emails from Gmail and your reputation is damaged, Gmail will know, and it will give you a IP reputation that will match with your domain reputation. So if you have, and the reason for that is because they have shared IP addresses, right? So if you have a bad reputation, if you have a bad domain reputation, you're gonna get a bad IP reputation. And the reason for that is because if you have a very good reputation, and then all of a sudden you've got a bad reputation, they will make sure that you were sending the emails from the bad reputation instead of the good reputation IP address, because it's a shared platform, it's shared IP, and then it gets tricky because other people will be sending emails from there as well. So they really need to make sure that they match it correctly. Okay, so the spam rate will also impact on the domain reputation. Okay, as long as you're doing the right thing, you don't need to worry about this. But it's very good and important to go and set up the Google Postmaster and make sure that you have high domain reputation, high IP reputation, and even if you don't, you can build this up, right? Depending how bad it is, and depending how big is your list, it can take a bit of time, to fix this up sometimes, depending how bad it is, and if your domain has been listed and so on, you might actually need to get a new domain, right? So if you're having any problems with this, please contact me. Happy to help you out and have a look into it. So here we've got the email deliverability best practices, right? So you really need to set up everything that I told you beforehand, so then you can apply this from there, right? So the very first thing, keep your list clean, right? So what we mean by that, it means that you will be deleting all the bounced emails. So the emails that were delivered to either someone that provided you with a fake email address, or an email account that had a full inbox and couldn't receive email. So every time you send an email to an account that doesn't exist, you are also damaging your domain reputation. Okay. Never buy a list of emails or collect emails from, always collect emails from real prospects. And the reason for that is because if you buy an email list, people don't know who you are, right? So you send emails to people that will likely not open your emails. And on top of that, there might be some spam traps inside of it. Cool. With the Google Post Master Report, you need to set this up and verify and see how your domain reputation is, how your IP reputation is, and the spam rates and so on. It's very important, and this will give you very good insights so that you can take action from them. Only send campaigns to contacts that are engaging. Okay, so when I was talking about the engaged, disengaged, and also inactive, so the engaged contacts, that will be the ones that you continue to send emails to them. Okay, then the contacts that are disengaged, and you will see that here, the disengaged contacts, you will send a re-engagement to them, meaning that you want them to re-engage. As soon as they re-engage, because we have a dynamic engagement track set up, they will be categorized again as engaged as soon as they engage, right? And then they're good to receive emails again. And then with the inactive, you're actually going to unsubscribe them, okay? And a lot of people are like, oh, I paid a lot of money for advertising. I don't want to unsubscribe them. But the thing is, like, if you really try to re-engage them and they haven't actually engaged with you, if you keep sending emails to them, you're actually spamming them. So you really need to unsubscribe them. And you can still use those contacts for lookalike audience, and you can send remarketing. You can still use those contacts, but you can't send emails to them because they won't open your emails. So that will damage your domain reputation. Cool. And then make sure that you spam check before you send the emails. Like, that's super, super important. And a lot of people don't do it. It's a simple thing to do, and most email platforms already have this in place. Cool. So in here, like we talked about like the documentation, like where we map out everything the client wants, and after that we go and create a strategy. Why this is important and why I'm just talking about this here when we're talking about email deliverability is because you can't just go and send broadcasts. We already, talked about this. So what do you need to do then? You need to create a customer journey. And in here, you can see that, you've got entry point, and then there's a whole section of different things that happen. So, let's say they entered here, they went to the platform, the email platform itself, they received an email. If they read the email, something's going to happen. If they don't read, something else is going to happen, and so on. So it means that there's an entire customer journey instead of just like sending emails. So with this kind of setup, with the customer journey in place, you're going to be sending the right mails at the right time to the right people because you're going to have segmentation in place. And this will help you greatly with email deliverability. Cool. So here are some examples of email sequences. So we've got the welcome email sequence that will bridge the gap between the opt-in and take people to the sales page. In here, when we actually implementing that, we've got a lot of things in place, even objection handling. We use a platform called Video Ask to do objection handling. So super interesting because it can actually get people to have this interface where they click on things that they are having, that they have questions about, and then like it's interactive, and then there'll be a video that explains to them that answers the questions that they have and so on. So it's really, really cool. Then you got the follow-up. So let's say you sent an email, sent someone to buy a product, they haven't actually purchased the product. You have a follow-up. You've got an educational, so you continue to nurture them and get them to understand more about your product. You've got the re-engagement, so that's in case they stop reading your emails, so you really want to re-engage them. This works really well when you send them to a custom Facebook audience, so you can send them ads at the same time. This is also good if you can send them SMS. Most platforms will allow you to integrate a third-party platform to send SMS as well. And we actually run a pretty cool automation that runs an automated survey and referrals. So let's say a client has finished working with you, as in like they purchased the product, and then after a while you want to know if they're happy with it. So you run the automated survey, and then you ask them, like, hey, how was your experience? And they will tell you. And then from there, you can ask for referrals, you can provide them with referral and so on. So super powerful as well. Cool. So so here, do you remember that I told you that we do things a little bit different, and we're very big on deliverability and strategy. And we don't actually write the emails for our clients, and we don't get copywriters to write emails to our clients. So what we do instead, we create the strategy for the client, and it's a custom strategy for every single client. I actually do that myself, although we have a team of nearly 10 people working with me. So what we actually do is we go and create the structure of every single email, right? So we send this to the customer, and the customer writes the email, okay? And then they send it back to us. And then once they send it back to us, we review and make sure that it's good copy. We make sure that it's matching with the strategy that we have created for them, and so on. And this works really well because it's the customer talking to their leads and their audience, rather than getting a copywriter that knows nothing about the business and creating emails, right, like to them. So we have been using for a very long time. That reduces the cost of the project itself. That increases engagement and conversions, right? And we have used that for all our clients in the past probably 3 years now. So we track conversions. We track conversions using and we've got like a lot of reports in place. And this is very important because if you know what's working, you can invest more money. So for example, if you know that you've got like 3 funnels and one of the funnels is performing better than the other ones, you can actually send more traffic to this particular funnel. And this is very interesting because sometimes people go like, okay, I've got this one funnel and we've got like 1,000 leads coming every month. And then you've got a second funnel, but the second funnel only has 500 people. But the second funnel that has got less leads coming in, they actually make better sales. Cool. So very important to have a look into the conversions and track them properly. So I'm pretty sure I'm running out of time. I'm just about to finish before you kick me out. So here we go. So we've got like the case study, and that's some of the challenges that we went through. So we had issues with email deliverability. That was the main thing that we saw in these particular clients. The results after we finished like working with them, they had higher open rates. They increased their sales. They had better engagement. And they understood how email deliverability works, so they had full control of it. So here's the process of like the things that we did to help with the email deliverability. And thank you very much. And if we still have time, I'd like to answer some questions. Oh, I can't actually hear you. I don't know why. It's very strange. All right, so I've got some questions here. So can you repeat the points of deliverability improving? What role is to work on deliverability? Mail marketer or home. So okay, so for the email deliverability, for the most part, it's a little bit of a technical role in terms of like you need to set this up. The good news is that once you set up the technical aspects of email deliverability, as in the DMARC, DKIM, SPF, and so on, you don't need to worry about this anymore. So it's a one-off process that you do, and then from there, it's really the email marketer job to make sure that we are doing we're introducing the best practices on day-to-day basis. So please explain how we can understand our IP has a good reputation. good question. So for the IP reputation, domain reputation, there's a platform called Google Postmaster. So you can actually Google that. So Google Postmaster. And this is a free platform. And there will be a little, as soon as you get in that, it will ask you like, what's your domain? And then you need to go and to put your domain there. And then we will give you some pointers like on what you need to do. Right, so this is not like super technical. You can do it as long as you can make changes to your domain. But it's incredibly powerful, super easy to actually see. The IP reputation, domain reputation, and it's all like color coded, so it's super easy. So in here you can actually see it's like bad, low, medium, and high. So it's super easy to read. And the bottom line is right, like if it's low or medium. You need to really assess the situation. If you don't know what you're doing, get a professional to work with you. That's the best thing to do. If you don't have the budget and you're like, oh, things are not looking good, get a new domain, right? Get a new domain that usually fixes most of the issues. And just make sure that when you send the email, you do the warm up. So just Google warm up the sending. This is a process where you slowly send emails until you reach the entire list. So you can't just broadcast day one. And make sure you've got the SPF, the DKIM, all that stuff set up before you start using the new domain. Cool. And what spam rate is good stuff. So the spam rate shouldn't be above 0.6%. So if you go to the spam rate reporting inside of Google Postmaster, it should not be above 0.6. If it is above 0.6, and to be honest, it will spike up and down, you really need to be careful. So what we do on the day-to-day basis, we monitor the Google Postmaster, and the spam rate is one of the most important things, because you will see that sometimes you send an email and people might not like it, so they might actually click the button and report as spam. So you see the spam rate going up. So usually what I tell my clients is nurture your leads, as in send them a lot of value, teach them things rather than try to sell them things, right? So provide value. When you send something to them that is an offer or promotion, they'll be like, oh, okay, I got so much value already for free. If I buy these, I'm going to get even more value. So, they'll be a lot more willing to open it and see what's going on and purchase from you, right? And that will also reduce your spam rate. I think there's another one here. Yeah, I think this is it. I'm just going through the comments from the crowd. Any other questions? Anything else I might have missed, guys? Sorry, I can't hear you, and it's very strange.
It's okay, as long as the crowd can hear me. Are we all good? So I'm going to type at the same time as I talk. I'd like to thank you for being here. Have a wonderful day. And hopefully we can connect all together and see you in the Slack channel, and definitely follow Luis on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, guys, for having me here. I appreciate it, and have a good one. Let me know if you have any questions that I can help you with. And here in the very last slide, there is my email and a little QR code, so you guys can book a time with me if you need anything. And I actually left a link with the team with some goodies for you guys to download. Cool. Take care. Have a good one, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and we'll talk again soon. So everyone, we are at the finish line. We have one more presentation, mine. So I hope you guys are ready. We're going to be diving into some deliverability things you guys can do on your own to make sure that everything is okay and that you know what is happening and you have a handle on things. So let me present my screen. Hopefully I'm going to share the right screen. Okay. So in order to be able to monitor your deliverability, you've got to be sending emails. So we're going to start a little bit about me. I'm not on mute. That's good. I'm Yanna-Torry. I'm a deliverability specialist and CRO at Email Console. My goal is to democratize and simplify deliverability as things are progressing, time is progressing, things are getting a lot harder, and a lot of the information is just not easily accessible. Deliverability specialists are expensive, not only in terms of hiring one, but also in terms of the money that you may be losing, not knowing that some certain people are not receiving emails. And I believe that the worst part about having deliverability issues isn't exactly that people aren't receiving the emails, but more that you don't know who is receiving the emails and who is not. And that means that you might be making marketing strategies based on the information you have, which we already know is not super precise, open rates, click rates, spam filters, open and click. And then you got the reverse issues where some inboxes won't show you that somebody's open just because of the way the inbox service provider is doing things. We're talking about Apple. We're also talking about like Microsoft Office, where you kind of have to like download the images in order to ping that open rate. So when we're having deliverability issues, we need to keep in mind that you have different reputation with each and every single inbox service provider you are sending emails. The thing that's going to keep everything together is the domain reputation. The domain is going to follow you around, even if you use subdomains in order to organize your content. Transactional emails, bills might be coming from transactional.yourdomain.com. Maybe marketing is coming from marketing.domain.com. That is definitely going to help the inbox service providers realize what you're doing, what you're sending. But of course, the most important part is your audience. They have to be engaging with your content in order for the inboxes to be happy with your emails. If you're sending 10 million emails a day to every single person and people are engaging with it, and you don't have spam complaints, no one's complaining, and they're interacting positively within their inbox, you're not going to have any issues. If you're sending one email every 10 years to random people who don't recognize your brand, who are not the right fit for you, you are going to have issues on the long term because the inboxes are going to see that people might not necessarily care or want to see those emails that you are sending. The domain reputation works a little bit like a credit score. So for all the American, I know in Europe, it's not the same system. I'm Canadian, so I definitely know how the credit score system works. You're going to have a different, let's call it score with different inboxes. So if your list is majoritarily Gmail, they're going to have a better feel of what you're doing, what you're sending, how people are interacting. If you're sending only 2 emails to Yahoo because you only got 2 subscribers that are Yahoo on your list, the reputation might be different there. Those people might really love your emails and they might be interacting differently. So when it comes to deliverability, ratios are extremely important. You want a higher ratio of people who are engaging with your emails continuously. You want to ensure that your spam complaints are low. Now, of course, if you have 10 people on your list and you have one person complain one day, Gmail is not going to start blocking your emails because you got a 10% spam rate. So ratios are extremely important. And of course, the higher the score, the more likely you are to land in the inbox and ensure that all the hard work you're putting in, all these, tests and content writing and designs are actually being received because the inboxes love you. The inboxes are there to make the audience, the people who are using the inboxes, happy. They're not there to make our business, excel higher. Now, of course, if people want to receive emails and Gmail and Hotmail are over blocking them, people might move away from the inboxes, and vice versa. If Hotmail and Gmail and so on is allowing all these emails that might be unsolicited or unwanted, it's not because I give you my email that you should be sending me 20 emails a day. That wasn't the deal. You need to ensure that, of course, everyone's happy. Happiness is key. You have to be respectful with your subscribers and not abusing the power that you have by having that email. Email is extremely important. It's, if you take SMS as being like an extremely private place where you're not allowed to annoy me, email is the second one on the list. We want to make sure that everyone is happy. And that is going to make the inboxes happy and accept your emails. It isn't as hard as we think. Authentication might feel a little bit scary, but after a couple of copy pastes, you're good to go. But when it comes to domain reputation, engagement is going to be one of the most important things there, positive engagement. And email is a two-way street. A lot of people say this. It's not because you're emailing people that they shouldn't be able to email you back. I've seen a lot of companies improve the deliverability because, sometimes, your business might not be the most interesting thing you can kind of market by email, but you still need to communicate with people. So having people reply back is another positive way to ensure that the inboxes see that your emails are legitimate, that they're wanted. You can ask people for reviews. You can ask them questions about what they think of the emails. You can ask them for pictures after they've bought a product or something like that. And you can use that content and repurpose it somewhere else. So email is a two-way street, and that's definitely the best thing an inbox can possibly see, people replying back, obviously in a positive manner. They're like, please get me off your list. I've unsubscribed 20 million times, or I can't find the unsubscribe link, it's not working. That's not the best. You want people to reply like, oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much. I love the email. Or ask people to, to reply back, to ask for something. Replies are amazing. We want people to go back to our emails. We want people to star them. There's so many things you can get people to do, and it's all going to be tied to your domain reputation. And trust me when I say that rotating IPs or rotating domains, at some point, if you don't change the practices, you're not doing better things. Changing the domain, it means that if you had a problem with one domain and you go somewhere else and you do the exact same thing, the same thing is going to happen to your domain reputation. It's extremely important to make sure that you're, squeaky clean credit score when it comes to email, and that it's squeaky clean with every single inbox you're sending emails to. So check out your list and see who you're sending emails to, and make sure all those inboxes are happy. Why can I not go to the next slide? Okay, so the ABCs of list hygiene. List hygiene is the most important thing. If engagement is important, who you're emailing and how you got their email is definitely going to affect your deliverability. You're going to have to, it's ABC, so it's not P for panic, A for astonish. It might be difficult for you to go and clean your list, or, remove people or segment them in a different group to ensure that you might be emailing them less, putting them in a sunset policy where, if they haven't engaged in so long, or maybe they bought a product and you know that the life cycle is more or less over, it is important to start executing the sunset policy and removing the people from your list. It doesn't mean you don't ever have to email them again. Black Friday is around the corner. Maintain some sort of relationship, but you have to understand that there are some people in your list that might not be interested in your emails anymore, or you need to change something. You can ask them, hey, we see that you haven't been interacting. If you don't want the emails, click on the link, give them the option. But if you've never cleaned your list, you're definitely in for some issues in the coming months. Gmail is everybody's cracking down on list hygiene. Consent is key. We're going to talk about that in the C part. So B for bounces. Emails, unfortunately, sometimes stop existing. I buy a lot of domains. I have a lot of ideas in my head. And sometimes I do sign up with different things. I assume that I'm going to keep my inboxes organized, and I'll use one email address for something, another email address for something else. And then I sell sometimes my domains, or I don't need them anymore. My email's going to bounce. People change jobs. There's a lot of reasons why emails might bounce. And if you're not a consistent sender, which happens, consistency is important, but sometimes we are a one-man show. We can't always be sending emails at 10 a.m. every Monday, or we might just not have enough content and it's not necessary to send it out. The longer the period between the emails you're sending, the higher the chances that emails are going to bounce all at the same time. It's not the end of the world, especially if it's an organic way for bounces happening. They happen. Emails don't exist. Gmail's not going to penalize you for that. But if you continuously send emails to people who don't exist, that's going to be an issue. If the ratio, you're buying lists, even if you're passing them through list cleaners, emails are still going to bounce. For security measures, there's more reasons than an email existing or not existing for it to actually bounce or not bounce. But please make sure that they're removed. And another important tip is that depending on the email service provider you're using, when you have multiple lists and people might be in multiple different lists, you might send an email to one list and somebody might unsubscribe or hard bounce. And the moment you go and you send a different type of campaign to another list, that might not have translated between the lists. So it's important sometimes to do the list cleaning anyways. Always have a master list. That's always the best way. Master list with a bunch of segments. But I understand some businesses, the way you're doing marketing, the way things are organized, you have multiple ESPs. Some are doing transactional emails. Some are doing marketing, to keep an eye out for the bounces. And every once in a while, especially when you're doing these big campaigns, Go grab the hard bounces from one list, make sure they're suppressed in the other one. Same thing for the unsubscribes. If somebody's unsubscribed, then they're not going to be unsubscribed in the other list in most cases. So it's extremely important to keep an eye out for that, because it shows that you don't have control over who you're sending emails to if it's not done in an organic manner. If you keep sending emails, not good. If you're buying lists and your bounce rates are continuously high and it's always different people that never received your emails and now they're bouncing, it's very easy to decipher who has a nice, clean list of people who care about the content and your business. And of course, it brings us to point C, which is consent. I know that it's really hard. Certain business types need to be buying lists. I know the doctors in the US, the pharmaceuticals, veterinarians, some people are buying lists, and I feel you, but trust me when I tell you most inboxes, the inboxes that I know are usually on our list, care about it. And it's easy for them to figure it out based on engagement. They can figure it out based on your statistics. They know the real open rates. They know when you're sending, your millions of emails to Gmail, Yahoo, and whatever, Gmail knows the emails you've sent, who's received them, which ones were put in the inbox, and who has actually opened the email and done something. We might have some issues with the open rates, spam filters, this and that, but the inboxes know what people are doing inside the inbox. So it's important to have consent, because there's a lot of different ways for the inboxes to realize this. The block lists are going to be there to catch you when you're hitting the spam traps and things like that. And no matter what list cleaning tool you're using, they're all the ones that are very popular, they're very amazing, but none of them can catch every single spam trap. Trust me, there are millions created on every single day. Sometimes I sell the domains. I used to own 2 friends that have spam trap networks, and you cannot imagine the number of emails that are being received in email addresses that I've barely honestly ever used, and it's getting a bunch of stuff from brands that I recognize sometimes, which is very interesting. So let's go to the next slide. So bounce management is one of the most important things, but every time we think about bounce management, the first question is usually like, how high can the percentage be? What is okay? So again, I'm going to bring it back. Ratios are the most important thing here. We want to make sure that when things happen and they're negative, like a bounce, that they happen in an organic manner. Emails not existing, they cannot expect you to guess that my email address doesn't exist anymore or that I left the company. Emails bounce, totally fine. But if the amount of emails that are bouncing is consistently at the same place, that doesn't make sense. Because if you have your list and you're sending emails, the ESP is going to take care of it. Hard bounce is going to be removed. So the next day, those emails are not there in the list anymore. So if you see hard bounces, and there's a lot of them, it's important to go look at our forms. Sometimes we'd be surprised the number of businesses that think they're too small for competitors or for bots to come and abuse the forms. When you're doing Facebook advertisements and you have these really cool PDFs, it is a great way to bring people in and to grab their attention and to make them into subscribers. But I don't know about you guys, but I know that sometimes I subscribe to things because I want the PDF and I do absolutely nothing else with the emails. So it's important for you to keep an eye on that, because those emails might end up hard bouncing. Soft bounces, based on the ESP you're using, are going to be managed differently. Some will allow you to continuously send to mailbox full, which is not the end of the world. But if you don't notice that some of them are mailbox full and they're just continuously forever bouncing, the mailbox provider might be like, come on, why aren't you removing this person? He hasn't received an email from you. Stop it. That might also indicate that some people might not be too happy to give you their email. You might be creating these forms or blocking things behind forms to get emails in order to send them emails. And they're going to give you an old email address that they might not be using. I know some people. I'm from Canada, and where I live, we have a Videotron, which is like an internet provider. The inbox barely allows, I don't know what the limit is. I don't know if it's 1. I think they put it to 2 gigabytes. But back in the day, so long ago, inboxes were allowed 30 emails. And every time I had any customers that had a lot of Videotrons, some Canadian companies, especially in the French part that have Videotron emails, for me it was a red flag that people were grabbing the emails in a difficult manner. So if you want to have access to the pre-recording of the webinar, you have to sign up, give us your email, your job title, who you are, what you do. And people are like, no, I just want to see the webinar. So what do? They put an email address they don't care about. So that might help as well make better decisions when it comes to marketing and make it more easy or more clear. Because honestly, if you're giving the free PDF in exchange of an email address, that's great. I mean, you're allowed to do that. And of course you should want to do that, but making it too difficult or might attract the wrong people on your list. And the people who want to give you their email and they're going to want to interact with you. But if they're just giving the email because they only want the PDF and nothing else, or the freebies, it's going to be important to ensure that you're able to clean them off. And the other thing that's super interesting about bounces is that bounce messages have a message. They're really interesting messages. So for example, if your domain gets listed on Spamhaus DBL because you've sent emails to spam trap, because you bought a list, because your forms were abused, 1,000,001 reasons, because emails become spam traps, you haven't cleaned your list in a very long time, you're going to get a hard bounce. And the hard bounce message is going to say, especially Microsoft does this, if you're on Spamhaus DBL, Microsoft will not accept any emails from your domain or subdomains anymore until you fix the problem and get delisted. The message is going to tell you that they blocked you due to the fact that your domain or your IP is listed on Spamhaus. This is like a huge, like, hello, everybody, let's start panicking and fix the issue. Clean the list. That's easy as it goes. When you have spam traps, you clean your list. You stop sending emails to people who haven't engaged with you in a very long time. Contact Spamhaus politely, with a smile, telling them what you did, and it will unblock you. I did a presentation about this a couple of weeks ago at the Canadian Email Summit. Some bounces will let you know that they're hard bouncing you because some of their customers, or like they see a high spam rate. Proofpoint is going to do this, SPFBL, Sorb is going to do this. In the bounce message, it will let you know why your emails are bouncing. And when you see your bounces, something to look at is, are they just like random, a little bit of Yahoo, Gmail domains, this and that? Or are all the bounces happening with mainly one email provider? If you see all your Yahoo bouncing, or like a high amount of them, and they were receiving emails yesterday, why are they bouncing today? I would definitely stop, drop, and roll and check what you need to do. Contact your ESP. If you're using Selzy, contact them. If you're not using Selzy, still contact them. You can talk to me. I can definitely help you get it sorted. But your bounces are like a gold mine of information. This aren't only like mailbox full and email does not exist or typo email. A lot of the bounces will let you know that they consider your emails to be spam. And imagine that the smaller the inbox provider is, the more black and white they're going to see things. They don't have all the resources and power and that Gmail has with their spam filter. So they're really taking the word of Spamhaus or block list. They're going to be looking at the ratios based on what they're receiving in their customers. They're going to compare you to other senders like you. Are your bounces, or are the types of bounces you're generating the same as your industry? Because you can imagine somebody who's in pharmaceuticals or who is in the adult industry, so like casinos, weight loss, are more likely to have spam complaints than somebody who's like a lawyer and sends an email every week. Your audience is going to define what the inbox service providers are going to find acceptable as a ratio. I'm a deliverability specialist, so my rules are really harsh when it comes to bounces. The rule of thumb is usually under 1%. But I don't think that's really good, because your 1% of your list can be quite a lot. Stay under the 0.3%, and you'll be good to go. And of course, if you have stale lists, your emails are more likely to bounce. It's important to make sure that you don't go find an Excel that you had downloaded 10 years ago and re-uploaded in your ESP. Your ESP is not going to be happy. The inbox is not going to be happy. And the people on the list who never received an email for a long time are also not going to be happy. So it's important to segment your list based on engagement. Do it every couple of months. It depends how many emails you're sending out and if you're sending out to your whole list or not. But definitely remove people who haven't done anything with your email in the last 3 to 6 months. You can always try to re-engage them before you do that, of course. But at some point, there's no point in showing the inboxes that there's a big percentage of your list that just doesn't care about your emails. Think about email like social media, especially if your list is really high on the Google G Suite kind of percentage there. It's extremely important to make sure the engagement is high. And don't worry about landing the promotions tab. It's still the inbox. If you're promoting something, yourself, your product, your event, it's okay for the emails to go to the promotions tab, Back in the day when the promotions tab was new, people didn't know what to do about it. That's when some conversions were lost. But over time, the people who liked the tabs knew how to use them. And they actually started converting a lot better because people were happy. When they were going to the promotions tab, that they were looking for the promotions, for you to promote your product, your brand. Don't be scared of the promotions tab. It's not a it's not a problem. Trust me. Unsubscribe versus spam complaints. I'm going to tell you a bunch of one very cool thing. We're going to start with unsubscribes. Unsubscribes are the best thing on the planet. Somebody's telling you they don't want your email. That means you can maybe change your marketing. You can ask them for feedback. Don't be annoying about it. If they've unsubscribed, the last thing they need is to receive more marketing emails from you. But you can have a nice preference center, and when they unsubscribe, like, oh no, how come? What is it that we're doing wrong? Sometimes it's the volume. And you can have in your preference center like a button that says, we want less emails. And that way you don't lose them. Give them the option to receive less emails. I'm moving my mouse around. I see some comments coming in. On the wrong screen. So give them a chance to sorry, the dog. So many things at the same time. Okay. Give them a chance to let you know why they're unsubscribing. And the reason why I prefer people unsubscribing is that, one, you get the information. It's fairly precise. Somebody unsubscribes, they're not on your list anymore. Don't forget to cross-reference if you have multiple lists or systems. People need to make sure they understand what they're unsubscribing to, if it's everything or just some types of emails. Be clear. The last thing you need is somebody angry. Because when people are angry, what do? You report your email as spam. And the rule of thumb usually is under 1%. And I'm a deliverability specialist, and I think the percentage should be 0.03%. And let me tell you why. When it comes to email spam reporting, most mailbox providers do not tell you who reported your email as spam. It's not a hard bounce. People are not, the Gmail doesn't tell you. And if your list is 90% Gmail and you go to Google Postmaster, like Luis was talking about, which is free, definitely do it. It's important. Data comes 3 days later, so do it today, right now. It's one DNS entry, and in 3 days, you'll have today or tomorrow's information. When it comes to that, and you see that 1% there, if every day you got another 1%, it's different people complaining about your emails. And over time, you're accumulating them on your list because Google doesn't tell you that people have complained. They'll give you the percentage, but which 0.1% or 1% or whatever you're getting is complaining, you don't know, which is why list cleaning is so important. And also making the unsubscribe button clear. There is an awesome link. I'm going to copy it right now in the comments. It's the link I use all the time. I write M in my URL. Oh, I cannot. I'm going to share it with Selzy. If Selzy, you guys can share in the comments. I cannot answer the comments. It's a resource on Mog, and it tells you from the most important mailbox providers which ones are actually giving you who's complaining, which ones are aggregating it based on domain and giving you a percentage. So it might give you an idea of why you think your spam rates are so low and you have some issues with some mailbox providers. If the mailbox provider doesn't give you spam complaints, it doesn't tell you who, that might be the issue. List cleaning fixes 9 problems out of 10. Trust me, when somebody comes to me with a deliverability issue that is not related to their list, I am a happy camper. I like phishing and spoofing and building MTAs. But most of the time, when brands have issues, and big brands as well, they buy lists when they should not be buying lists, the issue is spam complaints. One nice trick to do is you guys can go to emailconsole.com/audit. We do like a seed listing inboxing test. We give you a list of emails. You send the email to us, and we'll let you know where the email lands. But the other thing that we do as well is we grab all the IPs from if you're sending from Gmail, your ISP, your own IPs, and we'll let you know on which block list they are. Knowing if your IPs or your domain are on a block list is extremely important. It's going to affect your deliverability based who you're sending emails to. Not all inboxes care about all the block lists, but it's definitely important to know. And one other tip, your domain routes to an A record, and the A record, so we got the RDNS thing going on. Don't only check the domain and your sending IPs, also check the A record of your domain. Yes, please, if you guys can share the document, the link in the comments, it'll be great. I cannot send messages on the comments for some reason. So spam traps and block lists, are they our friends or not? Depends if you're having issues or not. When you're on the consumer side, it's nice that the block lists are there and help the inboxes make better decisions. Spam traps can be very annoying. Emails become spam traps. And unfortunately, a spam trap is an email that is email address, thank you, an email address that is owned by a company or a spam trap network, and it's not owned by somebody like me and you that's subscribing to things. The email exists. That's it. And you got all these tools that are connected to it, analyzing the emails that are getting that it's getting. Now, of course, a spam trap doesn't become a spam trap overnight if it's an email or domain that used to exist. We need to wean things off to make sure that, we're not penalizing businesses. If I subscribe with, fwd@yanna-torry.com and I stop that domain, I need to give the time for everybody to, send me an email, have that email hard bounce, the email doesn't exist anymore. And after a couple of years, the email will become a spam trap. And then it's going to open the floodgates, and whoever sends me emails is going to be considered somebody who has poor list hygiene. So when I say your lists are the biggest snitch, trust me, they are. There are spam chat networks that are taken care of by block lists, and ISPs themselves have spam traps in there. We all, like we were talking earlier, a lot of us had Hotmail or email addresses that we used, and we just never logged back into. We don't have the same cell phone number. We don't remember the password. Those inboxes are dead to us. Hotmail knows this, so we haven't logged in. They use those emails to see, are there new brands emailing them? We all know that it's fairly easy for people to find our email addresses or to guess them. Some businesses have, like my name is Yanna-Torry, but unfortunately my email sometimes ends up being Aspraki is the first letter of my name and my last name. So it's fairly easy to maybe deduce and guess what my email address is. So of course, what people are going to do when they're creating these spam traps is going to hide them all over. I don't think I've updated most of my email addresses that I offer on LinkedIn. I think there's a couple there that I probably should remove. I say that all the time and I don't ever do it. But I do know that people are emailing those emails because I've given those email addresses to friends that have spam traps, that take care of spam traps. And it's very unfortunate because when you're buying lists, most likely the place you got the email list from is scraping different various websites. Some of them are more obvious, like LinkedIn. If you share information, it's easy to get. But other very good people that have money when it comes to spam traps, like Google and Hotmail and all these big spam trap networks, what they're doing is that they're going to be taking emails and they're going to be paying other companies to hide the emails on their website. So when you're scrolling in the front end, you don't see anything, but inside the code, the email addresses are all there hidden, like on the Teams page or the position or the contact us page. And bots are bots. They don't know what they're scraping. They're looking at the HTML and they're grabbing all the emails that are fake. And that might end up being inside the list you're buying. So it's extremely important to make sure everything's okay. And your forms need to be protected. Double opt-in is great. I know not for all businesses, it doesn't convert as great. But to me, on the deliverability side, I'm here to drop the hammer. You're gambling on if the people who want to receive the emails and really going to engage with you are going to get the emails. So yeah, maybe you might be losing some conversion rate at the beginning based on how many are going to subscribe and then confirm the email to make sure that the email address exists. And if there's a bot pushing emails in your form, it's going to stop there. You're not going to start sending marketing campaigns every week to them, right? So double opt-in is a rule of thumb to protect yourself from bots. And trust me, your brand is not small enough for the bots not to attack you and to add emails. Your form is like the first bouncer there to help you make sure everything's okay and is kept clean. And the other thing that's a little bit confusing with spam traps is that they can open emails. Inboxes can open and click on emails. So the inbox of the email address that is a spam trap might be opening emails. So it makes it confusing. So when you are making those engagement rules, it's extremely important to be logical, a little bit harsh, because you'd rather remove people that are hurting your deliverability than sending to everyone. And then you have a 20% you don't know is getting or not the email. So up to you guys to see how far you guys can gamble. Of course, don't just go and remove 50% of your list. That's not what I'm asking for here. It's just to be logical. We're all humans. We know what is happening, what we like, what we don't like in our inboxes. I have yet to meet a person that wakes up in the morning and says, yeah, I got 120 emails. Let me read them all. No one does that. No one has the time. Even if you're an email marketer and you subscribe to everything like me, I don't open all the emails. I'm like the worst subscriber. I think maybe sometimes I'll sit down and just I'm bored. Let's go to the promotions tab and look at the competitors or look at some things. Oh, it's really interesting what these companies are doing and so on. But spam traps can be easily avoided, and it's going to definitely help you stay off the block lists. Block lists are not only there to annoy the living hell out of us, block lists are there to protect you and me as a recipient. and as a sender. If somebody's abusing your system and you don't know, sometimes your business is small. There's a one-man team taking care of everything, from packaging to shipping to the marketing and the email and social media. It's normal that some red flags might not be very apparent to us. Open rates can be consistent over time, and we don't know, like the ROI might be going down. We're blaming marketing, and it's not marketing, it's deliverability. Block lists are there to let us know about different red flags. If somebody is abusing your system, you would rather know now than down the line. You don't want people to be abusing your forms. You don't want people to be pretending to be you, which is why authentication is so important. Please authenticate SPF, DKIM, DMARC. If not, just contact me. I do it for free. I have an organization called Let's Authenticate the World. As time progresses, it's extremely important to be doing this. Some hard bounces and some inboxes, some hard bounces will let you know that the inbox is blocking your emails because you're not authenticated and they cannot tell if you're the actual sender. Most of the spoofed emails, if I'm not mistaken, are coming from Microsoft. Yay for Microsoft. And Microsoft is like really black and white. If they have a lot of spam complaints, they're going to shut things down. I mean, like clean your list. And sometimes you're not the issue. Somebody else is protecting your domain. Matthew Verhood, another amazing deliverability specialist from Netcore, he's in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. He had a tweet, if you scroll a little bit down, about a customer, I think that he helped, and the person had a domain with just 2 email addresses on it, and like an enormous amount of the emails being sent out when they put DMARC, they realized that they were not sending most of the emails. Somebody else was using that domain to send emails. DMARC is great. You might not be able to do much about stopping it, but you can shut it down. DMARC, of course, is going to have an IP of where the email originated. Check who owns the IP, send them a polite email saying, hey, somebody's using my domain and your IP to send emails with my brand. Please shut it down. And they're going to shut it down. And at some point, most of the time, if you do have authentication, they're not going to come after you. There's no point in using them. Not that it doesn't happen, but people are going to go for domains that are not authenticated. So block lists are there to let you know that that's happening. There's 1,000,001 ways. There's like over 100 block lists, and altogether they're checking different things. So there's about 400 different checks that people are doing. And another cool tip is that if you don't know what is happening, if you're having issues with B2B, one way to know if you're having issues with B2B is to send emails to iCloud and see if they're not being received. iCloud is using Proofpoint, and a lot of B2B inboxes, the ones that are like universities, they're not using G Suite, they're using like internal kind of products. In order to help them make better decisions, they are using block lists, and they're also using Proofpoint. So if you want to know if you're doing okay, send some emails to iCloud and you'll know how you're doing with the B2B. So any inboxing tests and things like that. Now, content and design. The most annoying thing I hear is that you cannot use the word sales or put exclamation points in your emails. I don't know why people think that's still the case. Content was important back in the day. It was very easy. It was easier for spam filters to compare your content to other people in the same sphere, the same industry, and see, do you sound spammy? We got a lot of fake PayPal emails. Are your emails sounding like those, or are they actually sounding like, your Stripe and your, credit card company or whatever? Do you sound like a payment provider? Yes or no? Content does need to be clear, though. The reason is not necessarily because the spam filters don't like your content. It's because the way humans are going to interact with your content are going to sway the spam filters. So the content has to be clear. Also, if people are not lasting very long, the last thing you need is somebody to open an email with a subject line that kind of lies. We got an amazing deal. And then go in, it's like 5% off a $2 product. Like, it's not an amazing deal, guys. The way people interact, if they come in with a fake subject line or a lying subject line or one that, might not be too truthful and leave immediately and then ignore you forever, that is going to hurt over time. Of course, you want people to click, especially Google. The big inboxes try to see what you're doing after. Google knows everything about everyone. They definitely know what your subscribers are doing after they click on the link. You want them to click on the link. You want them to do stuff. Same thing, Google. They want to see people open the email and show to a machine that this is an email that they want to continue to receive. And of course, the design needs to be simple. We need to reduce the length of our emails. There are some industries I know that, they have to explain things. Some of them are like lawyers, and they're, they have a topic, or news outlets that, have all these links in them. If your business is unable, or your ESP is unable to make it easy for you to, really be specific, we want to target people and we want to be targeted correctly in our inboxes. But I understand that on a business perspective, you cannot be creating 55 different emails for the 55 different segments you have. So maybe keeping them short, maybe offering a preference center that makes it easy for you to manage on top of, by managing, you have to create and also look at the statistics correctly, right? To see if people need to be moving segments, if you're making 3 linear different strategies for 3 different segments. And clickbait subject lines. Please stay away from the clickbait subject lines. If you don't like clickbait subject lines, no one else does. It's very, very simple. Don't lie to your audience. The last thing you need is for them to be unhappy. No one likes like negative clickbait. Like clickbait in order to grab their attention, fine. But if you're lying to them, or they're going to get shocked, or you're going to ask them to do some, jump through hoops to get what you're offering, people are going to get annoyed and just going to ignore you. And of course, be recognizable. If you're constantly sending from different senders and different names, it might make it confusing when you are changing domains because you're doing a rebranding or whatnot. It is extremely important to let them know beforehand, like way before, like, hey, we're going to be changing. Start changing the logos and then start changing the sender domain if necessary. Because I have seen too many people that announced it, and then let's all be honest, not have a million people on your list, not a million of them are going to be opening it. And when they moved, they changed the domain, they got a boatload of spam complaints because the people didn't recognize the brand. So when you're making changes, make them slowly and give time to people. Whatever we're doing is warm up for IPs and domains. Do the same thing with your audience. The warm up period is for that. As well. You can do warm up with content. If you're going to be doing Black Friday stuff, for example, you're sending 1 email a week. And as we're creeping closer to the holidays, you start emailing people every single day. That's going to create issues. So make sure that everything gets warmed up. Any pivoting you're doing during COVID, I remember the first couple of months, like when the official lockdown started happening, a lot of the businesses pivoted in terms of, you got like Louis Vuitton, like selling you like these $10 billion bags. And then, oh, it's COVID. Oh, we're so sorry. What can we possibly do for you? The inboxes took a step back and they're like, why are these brands talking this way? Why are they sending different kinds of emails, different tone? They couldn't pivot because their deliverability wasn't that perfect. Not Louis Vuitton, which is like, not going to name brands, like actual, like some brands that had like, high-end brands, and then they just like pivoted. That was an issue in terms of content. So if you're going to be doing any big changes, use sale as much as you want. You can see the word sale in your inbox. You can use it too. Use exclamation points. But if you're going to do huge drastic pivots, warm that up. It doesn't necessarily need to be in volume, but warm it up in terms of making people understand that your strategy is changing so they don't get annoyed if your volume goes up because, it's the holidays. We want to get as much exposure as possible. Make sure you're recognizable then, because or else it's going to create a really big problem if you keep changing stuff and people cannot follow that flow with you. And of course, make it easy to unsubscribe, put your contact information, physical address. It's necessary legally. Even if you don't live in a country where that's necessary, if you send emails to a country where that's necessary, you got to do it. And most ESPs are going to slap it and enforce it at the bottom. Make it easy. Inboxes can read code. That's how they show you the email. So if the color transition is like, you have like a gray on white or like a dark blue on black, they're going to penalize you for it. On top of the fact that people are not going to see it sometimes, and then reporting your email as spam is way faster. So don't create issues for yourself. So to finish it off, some interesting stats. The first one is the most interesting. As a deliverability specialist, we never thought of, I keep saying as a deliverability specialist, I think as an email geek, we all know that the open rates haven't been precise in a very long time. So this was, if I'm not mistaken, a Verizon test. So the inboxes know who's opening emails. The mailbox providers only know based on the tracking pixel, which gets pinged as long as something gets downloaded, which is what Apple is doing, is they're over downloading everything. It's overshooting the open rates. Of course, if people are using that and so on. This is from 2017. By the end, only 30% of the open rates that an ESP, was saying was being open. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean you shouldn't be using open rates to clean your list. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be using open rates to make better decisions. Just the one thing that's important is for things to be consistent. So if you're in the 30% at the moment, keep it at 30%. Try to grow it, go for it. And I'm gonna tell you a secret, the easiest way to grow your open rate is to clean your list. If you're sending to people that care, if you're sending to 100 people and only 20 people care and the 20 people open it, you got a 20% open rate. If you remove like 50 people and you're sending maybe to the other 50, well, the percentage mathematically grows. So it's extremely important to understand that cleaning your list is not only important because the metrics are going to go up, but also because deliverability requires it. We want to make sure that the ratio is good and that you're emailing people that want to receive your email. And don't lose the people. Just try to figure out what you can do to keep them longer, or what you can do to keep them over time by, pinging them once a month and so on, to continue using that, working on that relationship. And there's not only email in the world, you guys can go get them back again from other places. And other statistics are really important. So 30% of millennials would want to receive less repetitive emails. I don't know about you, but Amazon sometimes can figure out what I want, but most of the time I just ignore it. I need something, I'll go check it out. Getting those emails on a daily basis, not interesting. We all know that LinkedIn sends you messages to remind you that somebody messaged you or sent you a DM on LinkedIn. Even though I clicked on the message, replied back, the next day I wake up and I have these in the morning I get these messages that somebody sent me a message. I'm like, oh no, I missed the message. And I'm like, I replied to this. Those emails are redundant. We don't want them. I don't think it's a millennial thing. And no one wants those emails. Think about it first. Not everybody needs every single email, and some emails are just not necessary. You sell cars or mattresses. I extensively use that example because it makes you think. Maybe sending a repetitive one is not important. Try send them something else. Sell them pillowcases and tell them how to clean their mattress. What happens if you're drinking red wine and you don't have a plastic cover? Sell them the plastic cover and the recipe of how to get that stain out. There's a lot of things that we can talk about if we think outside the box. And email is not dead.com is an actual website. Go check it out. Gen Zers also want emails. It's essential. It's like between getting mail and like the Publisac in Montreal, we keep getting all the IGA and all those again and again and again with the promotions every week. And we all know that half of those go to the garbage. I might look at the ones that I care about, but the rest, bye-bye. Or maybe not the garbage, the recycling bin. But emails are a great way because I can store them, especially if I'm using the promotion step. Personally, that's what I like. When I want to look for something, I will go look for it. Trust me, I like your brand. Remind me you exist from other ways. Remind me you exist through social media, not through my inbox. Give me the things I want in my inbox, but it's still important. So check email is not dead the next time .com. The next time you guys need some statistics to see why email is so great and how great it is. Go tell your boss or your teammates. And as you can see, most of us want to receive less emails. It's extremely important to understand our audiences and to really understand what we should be sending. Our audience tells us what they want. We just need to listen sometimes and dig a little bit deeper in the statistics. So I want to thank you all today for listening to my presentation. I can talk about deliverability quite extensively. So if you got any questions, I got things to sell, but if it's just to geek out, I will geek out and you will leave, you'll be like, okay, this woman talks too much about email and deliverability. But if you're interested, you have ideas, you have issues, you'd like to understand more, how spam reports work, why spam traps can be a problem, or how to read your statistics in your ESP, connect with me. My name is Yanna-Torry. It's written 4 times. It's very easy to find me. And I promise I won't bite. I'm extremely nice. I can be very strict when it comes to deliverability, but I can definitely help you get those emails in the inbox, even if you're in a difficult industry or you don't have a lot of resources to go on. So I'm going to see if I can stop sharing my screen. If you guys can give me a couple of minutes, I've got an amazing offer that Selzy has. I will talk about Selzy. Look at this event. It has been an amazing event. And I forgot, are there any questions? I was ready to sell. This is great. Let's see. Remove bounces. Yes, please remove bounces. Let's see some questions really quick. Let's go back 137. Oh, that was easy. Okay, just remove the bounces. Yeah, definitely remove bounces. Clean your list. The most important thing, your list is the biggest niche. If you don't have any red flags, you can do more testing. You can force a little bit more because you're reducing the volume to the bad stuff, which means you have all that volume you can put somewhere else and get them to, you can promote your brand better, or maybe email the unicorns on your list. And that's what we want at this point. We're sending emails because we want them to receive them in order to do everything else we want from them. Because remember, all the marketing in the world is not going to save you if no one sees the message. So a question here. If I want to use my domain for sending to a purchase list, can I still use it for subscribe contacts? Yes, you can. Just like a credit score. If you screw your credit score and you go to a financial advisor or listen to your bank, over time, you're going to fix it. The easiest way to fix deliverability issues is stop sending emails. And then take that time for a week or two to communicate with the ISPs, the block list that block you maybe in creating the issues, and fix the issue. Follow best practices. There's a reason they're called best practices. And then you can communicate politely back, say, look, this is what we did. We cleaned your list, or we authenticated our domains, or we stopped buying purchase lists, or we unuploaded that stale list that we had somewhere in a Google Drive document somewhere. And that's it. Your deliverability is going to be fine again. You can monitor it by doing inboxing tests. If you go online, you write seed listing, or go to the email console website, there's a couple of free ones you can do there. You'll see the progression of the domain reputation go up. If you have your own dedicated IPs, go sign up to SNDS. Microsoft will let you know what they think about you, and so will Google. So definitely, if you did it, clean your list, make sure that you're keeping the people who are engaged, and the problem will solve itself. That's it. The people, inboxes creating issues for you is just like a flag, letting you like, hey, whoa, stop. Fix it, and we'll be good. We'll be friends again. So there's no issue there. You don't have to be buying domains. And let's be honest, if you change your sending domain, but the links inside your email are the same domain that had a bad reputation, the inboxes know it's still you. Same templates, same list that you're sending to. I mean, you need to change your practices. If you're having issues, the domain is, you're just going to create the problem over time with a new domain. And we know it's you. Trust me, they know it's you. And I always suggest to keep the domain. You have authority on it. What's happening in your inbox, or when you're sending emails, also is going to affect the authority that your website has. If you're a bad sender, or the Google doesn't really like your emails, they're going to penalize you in other ways as well. And it might start with the current list not receiving emails, or it can start with your new subscribers that fit a specific persona of people that tends to complain about your emails, might not get your emails. That might be the first red flag. Oh, there's a problem with my list. And trust me, most of the time the problem is the list. 9 out of 10 times, ask any deliverability specialist, the first thing you should do, clean your list. Clean your list. It's definitely important. So let me talk to you about this amazing offer. I need to thank Selzy. We know that email can be quite overwhelming, and let's be honest, a little bit complicated. It's more than just list cleaning, of course. And just today, with almost 9 hours of all these different things that you can implement and do. So where do you start? So if things are complicated, some things need to be easy. And one thing that is usually really nice to have that is easy is the email marketing tool that you're using. So Selzy has worked their ass off to create an experience that makes it really easy, really smooth, so that you can make anything that you need fast, quickly, so you can spend time on those tests and the digging into data, and to have a nice brainstorming with your team about what you should be doing when it comes to email. So if you're a total beginner and you really don't know how to get started, you have to work really hard, or you have a new business, a new domain, and you're trying to grow things, Selzy's tool is not overloaded. So it doesn't have unnecessary features, and it's really 100% focused on email marketing. So let me tell you really quickly what makes Selzy really easy in multiple aspects. Okay, I promise you there's an awesome offer at the end. So first, it's easy to create professional emails. The no-code email builder offers a lot of possibilities. And my favorite part about it is that you can create and save email blocks so you can reuse them later. You can reuse them for testing purposes. You can reuse them to be more organized and to make it faster for you to create things. You can have maybe your designers go create some templates with all the possible, just one huge template with all the possible blocks that your brand is allowed to use, and then they can save every block. And this is not only the header and the footer, this is the content block in the middle, which might make it easier for the copywriter to then just take care of the template without needing to go ask the designer to create the blocks again and again, or redesign emails. If we can remove steps in the email process, it allows you more time to focus on strategy and understanding who your audience is. So that's my favorite thing there. Now, of course, one thing that's also cool is that they have this widget that allows you to have a customizable countdown timer for your limited offers. I know that's really interesting, especially when you have, events, or you're selling stuff and you're trying to create some FOMO, some fear of missing out. The countdown timers are really fun to use. They also make it very easy for you to, to find, they have like almost 1 million. I think it's like over 800,000 free stickers, gifts, stock images that you can use, so you don't have to go on the internet and maybe be stressed that you're using things that you're not allowed to use. And it's part of the email builder. So that way, if you want to find something, you need an image or a gift to, create a certain vibe in your email, make people laugh, make people, emotions. Emotions are important as long as they're positive emotions, not somebody negative that's going to report you as spam. You can do that. You can do that without ever leaving the email builder. I think that's fun. I'm always like going between Giphy and all these other websites to find the perfect GIF. It'd be really fun if it was directly in the email editor. And now the other thing that I think is the most important thing when it comes to a ESP, an email marketing service provider. I worked at an ESP for 7 years, and the most important thing was the customer support. It didn't matter. Even if the tool would have issues, if the customer support was responsive and really great, it made it very, very easy for the customer to be happy again. Selzy has a customer support that's open 24/7. So they're there to help even on the free plans. So by chat, by email, by phone, I'm telling you again, even on the free plan. If you just want to try them out and you have some questions, you need some help, call them, chat with them, send them an email, stalk them until the answer. Their average response time is under 5 minutes. And right now, they have extended their freemium plan. I think it's a great opportunity to test the waters and see how fast the support is. Please don't hesitate to ask them any questions. They have an army of specialists that know everything. So if you have questions about what you should be doing, please make sure that you are contacting them. They have an extensive knowledge base on their website as well. They have a bunch of tutorials, a blog post with like over 100 how-tos, case studies, inspiration pieces, and of course, you'll have detailed guides about all aspects of email marketing. So from setting up campaigns to learning about general email marketing examples, cases, strategies. They even have outside writers come in and talk about something specific that they're really good at. I have a couple of blog posts there and a lot of my peers as well. And the other important part about an email marketing software provider is the statistics. They need to be easy to analyze. So apart from the basic metrics, you got open rates, click-through rates. Selzy has advanced analytic tools. So they have a click map. I think that's super interesting to see. Maybe your emails are too long and people revolve at the top. Or maybe you've put your city at the bottom and the most important thing is at the bottom. So they have click maps, and it's going to help you discover which parts of your email create the most conversions. And we can use those blocks later and put them higher or at the right place to get them to convert even more, or just reuse them. If something works, try to figure out why by using it again and analyzing things. And they also have like aggregated reports so they can compare which emails perform better, and it helps you identify why, so that you don't have to do what I do, like in certain ESPs for customers where like you open every single email in a different tab and then you're trying to compare and you're like clicking on different tabs so you can see the numbers go up and down. They have things aggregated. So we're ready for the specials and the surprises that Selzy has prepared for you all. Today, they're offering, like you've all seen in the emails before the conference, the Email Growth Conference entities are going to get an exclusive extended freemium plan as part of the conference swag bag. So you can send 15 email campaigns to 10,000 contacts. It's a great way to test the waters and check how Selzy work. And of course, gives you the time to ask questions to the support team. If you ever need some help moving things around, getting authenticated, let them know. It's always great to start on a good foot so that the things that you're doing are working correctly. The standard freemium only allows sending emails to a max of 100 contacts. So this extended freemium here is a great opportunity for you to test the tool. And they also have one unprecedented offer that I think is like crazy. It's going to be shutting down pretty soon. So now is the time to go for it. It's a special lifetime plan. So for one-time payment of $49, you get a lifetime access to all the Selzy core features, apart from the basic feature, which includes personalization, website subscription forms, automation, send time optimization, A/B testing, segmentation. I think I haven't forgotten anything. They do everything. So for $49, if you can, get that as soon as you can, because the offer is going to be ending soon, you're going to get an awesome ESP with an amazing team of support and experts that come to email to help you succeed in email. If there's anything that Selzy can take off your plate, let them know. They'll definitely want to help you out so that you can really focus on cultivating the relationships with your audience. So everyone, it is almost at the end. Well, it is quite the end, unfortunately. So I wanted to thank everyone in the audience. Thank you for the participation. Thank you for your enthusiasm. I love the messages. I love the questions. I love being your host. And a big thank you to Selzy again for this amazing conference. I learned so much, and I know the audience did as well. So I hope you guys had as much fun as I did, and we'll see you at the next webinar or conference that Selzy is going to be working on. And of course, we'll be talking in the Selzy Slack channel. Don't forget, grab that link before the chat closes. And everyone, I want to give you, I hope you have a wonderful end of your day or start of your day for everyone that's on the other side of the planet. So cheers, have a good one, and stay connected.